Hello and welcome to LNAudioBooks. Please subscribe and leave your suggestions and favorite novels on this channel. Thank you so much, and please enjoy the light novel. Volume 4 of The Wrong Way to Use Healing Magic. Traveling with Ni, our new companion, has been difficult in many ways. Starting with these 3, noisy, troublesome, and clumsy traits. In addition, she constantly fights with Amako. No, it's totally a one-sided sumo wrestling if you include the fact that Amako doesn't even lose a teeth. Either way, they're really annoying. A few days after I left the village, it was good getting used to going on for trips, and I've regained my calmness, but... Hey, tell me more about Usato's world. Suddenly, Ni in the form of an owl rides on my shoulder and asks. Ha! Those words, thinking that her voice seemed a little excited to know, is a pain. It's not as though I hate talking about myself. In the first place, the reason why she tried catching me was because she wanted to hear about a different world, and it's rather slow of her to ask right now. But, I wonder if it's okay to talk about the other world so openly to this nerd who's so immersed in what she's interested in. It's useless trying to delay it, and it's highly likely that she'll start attacking me with questions around the clock. Hora, can't you tell me something? Isn't it boring just walking? And how is she hopelessly bossy? You're not even walking on your own. You're standing on my shoulder, right? She starts flapping her wings on my cheeks, and puts a smug on her face. Then, let me tell you about the vampires in my world. Arama. There are vampires in your world. Ni eats it right up that there are those who are similar to her in my world. Good, good, let's tease her a little more. The vampires in my world can lift rocks easily. They can draw blood from people just by looking at them. Also, they fly around the night sky like swallows, sneaking into people's houses, sipping the raw blood of people. They're monsters that live in the darkness, sucking people's blood. Aren't they quite good? No, there's more than that. They can shoot laser beams from their eyes, and similar to the wicked dragon, they can emit blue poison from their mouths. They can grow into huge beings, turn to fogs and slip through any walls. To me, the most dangerous monsters in our world are the vampires. Are those really vampires? No shit, of course, they're lies. As if there's a vampire like that. However, she believed in every word I said without hesitation, and her small body even trembled slightly. I can even see the upset look on her face that the vampire of another world was a monster far above her expectations. What is this feeling? Looking at her is so fun to watch. Why you lying? Vampires aren't so monstrous, right? Wait, are you saying that I'm a useless vampire? Well yeah, it's a lie. You're rather unfortunate more than being useless. How dare you trick me? Ni, who knew she was being teased, opened her wings as if to show anger, and tried to peck me with her beak. However, with her beak hitting my head, her body stiffened as if being tied to something, as she slipped off from my shoulder. Hi, she cried with a miserable scream as I swiftly caught her with my left hand. Oi, have you forgotten the shit you put on yourself? The contract if you do any harm to your own master. I did not forget. Says the one who just got hurt by the contract. Ni cannot hurt me. There are various restrictions and functions in this familiar contract that she and I have signed, and one of those is one that cannot do any harm to the master. The extent and criteria of harm are at the sole discretion of the master, so with my permission, can she use her magic on me, and or drink and eat. Now I don't have to worry about her sucking my blood unless I approve, but it looks like the person herself has actually forgotten. What a bird head. What did you just say, you iron-faced fox? Ni overreacted to Amako's words as she retorted. Amako, who was walking with Blurin on my left, looks back to Ni and opens her mouth with an uninterested look. What I said are facts. And I also know why you wouldn't walk on your own, and instead stay on Usato, because once you walk 3 steps, you'll forget. Foo. I have always imagined going on a journey, but I can't stand it anymore. Hoot. Ni jumps out of my palm and charges at Amako in a tremendous speed. Amako, on the other hand, avoids the awkward thrust at her face, simply by tilting her neck, grabs her by the legs, spins her arms round and round, and flung her. She transformed midair in a matter of seconds and rolled down the ground to my feet. How many times must they repeat this exact exchange to get disciplined? Damn it. I'll win next time. I acknowledge your bravery, but don't you think it's difficult to beat Amako, who can preempt your movements? Also, do you think you can win with that form? Shut up. Speaking of which, Usato is also bad for lying to me. Why must you lie? Do you like messing around with me? You don't have to regress into a baby while being mad at me. Alright, my bad. Since it was my fault. But, why did you have to retort to Amako's words when she just teased you a little? And what's even more surprising is you being defeated as fast as a catchball. Ni scrubbed and wiped her eyes, and turns back into an owl again before jumping on my shoulder. So, you ended up staying on my shoulder. Hun, I am Usato's familiar, so this place is the best. For the past few days, she stayed on top of Arksan, Blurin, and on the horses, but finally decided to stay on my shoulders. Apparently, she seemed to like being on top. If she wasn't so noisy, I won't be bothered. But occasionally she spreads her wings and hits my ear and neck, which pisses me off. Also, Amako's gaze becomes strangely harsher than usual. Right. Speaking of which, Nihu is a familiar now, what happens if she turns into a human? In this case, she'll be recognized by the Samaria, which have a strong hatred against demi-humans, so she'll have to be treated as a familiar at all times. In such a case, it's best to ask Arksan. Arksan. Yes. When I talked to Arksan, who was pulling the horses in front, slowed down a little to answer. I pointed at Ni on my shoulder and asked him what I was interested in. It's about this thing here, even if she's under a familiar contract, is it okay to let her be a human in Samaria? Well, as long as she's your familiar. But demi-humans like Ni are so rare that you honestly can't tell the difference. If she is perceived as a demi-human by the Samaria. I've heard that the Samaria doesn't have a good impression for the demi-humans, but it's quite annoying that I may have to hide not only Amako, but this Ni. Of course. Next to my face is Ni, who for some reason looks proud. A humanoid monster has the intelligence to understand the language of humans, meaning that a smart and strong monster like me is as close as a demi-human. Right now, I felt sorry to have you accompany us on a journey. If worse comes to worst, they might even mistake me for having a slave. Ha ha ha, there is that possibility. You're kidding me. I'm carrying such outrageous baggage. Even though she was the one who forcibly signed the contract, treating her as a slave. In addition, Ni's transformation can be easily unraveled. Just as Amko waves her hand and flung her, she would easily return to her original form. If we're in the city of Samaria right now, there would be no place to pass the letter. At best, I'll get kicked out of the kingdom. At worst, Ni will be targeted, and I'll get imprisoned. All I have to do is not get found out. I'll just stay in this owl form the whole time. Please, at least transform back into a human. But it's easier to move around like this. When this kid turns into an owl, though she's a bird, she doesn't know how to fly. In addition, the only thing I see is wariness, as when she simply replied with a, "Don't you worry" attitude. I can't trust her whatsoever. Perhaps, the moment we enter the city, this ignorant little girl with her knowledge alone would cause a commotion, so I think it's best to leave her somewhere when I hand the letter. Arksan, is it better to act separately with Amako and Ni at the time? I'm worried that if we're bringing these dogs and monkeys together, it'll just spell trouble, right? You're right. Let's have them wait with Blurin when we give the letter. Are you both okay with that? No. Disagreed. They're such good friends. You wouldn't think that they're enemies for the past few days, as they agreed simultaneously. Amako suddenly pulls my sleeve, with her shoulders drop. Looking at her, Amako looks up and talks to me. But I supposed there's no helping it. Amako. You're such a good kid. It's too easy to read what she's worried about. Ni, you too dash. I don't wanna, why do I have to be with such a cheeky beast girl? That's a troublesome child. Really, who's the older one now? Can't be helped, unless there's no other option, we'll have to make such a difficult decision. Immediately, I approached Blurin, who walked in front of me and stroked his head. Amako's great right. Don't you think so, Blurin? She isn't selfish, unlike someone. Gwa. Right, how about meat for tonight's dinner? You've only eaten fruits lately, so I'm sure you wanna eat something that gives you energy, right? Just in time, we have some good bird meat here. Pie. I hold down Ni's head, who wanted to fly off with my left hand. My face slowly shifted to her with a wicked smile on my face, and an owl with tears on her eyes, trembling all over. Dash. I suddenly thought of wanting to be with her. Really? I'm glad that you understand. Her attitude immediately changed and agrees to stay behind with Amako. Yap, I nodded and release my left hand from her head. Now that she is able to move freely, she shakes her head and shouts in confusion. Hofu. Why are you threatening me this calmly? Is my common sense the one that's wrong here? Or is it that Usato is the strange one here? Don't worry, because Usato is the only strange one here. Ha ha ha, Usato Dano is as strange as ever. Can you not treat this as some sort of cute thing? Amako being expressionless, Arksan says it while laughing cheerfully. Of course, what I said earlier about frying some bird meat was just a joke. However, if she really becomes too selfish, I might just tie her legs up, and have to take such measures. Well, since you've said it, you better do as you're told. Fun, why are you looking at me as though I'll be found out? Even if I've been found, I can just use my memory erasing magic. It's only as a last resort. Use that if you really have no choice, because I don't want you relying on your abilities. However, her ability isn't good if she's in a crowded area, it's impossible to erase everyone's memory. If she made a mistake, there's a disadvantage that'll worsen her position. Your ability is so convenient that it's difficult to use. Mew, what's with that phrasing? I who have so many skills will never be found out. As a necromancer, I can control the dead. Vampire's charm, an ability to control the living, and the ability to change shape. And finally, the 3 magic that I have been learning for the past 300 years. It's true that she has quite a number of amazing skills. If you compare to someone like me who only has healing magic, it might seem weird to worry about her. But then again, when on a journey, there's no use for controlling the living or the dead. In fact, the only thing that Ni can do during this journey is magic. 3. Don't you only have 2 magics, the restraint and resistance magic? And they're quite inconvenient as well. It's extremely convenient, all right. But, I've noticed a good point. Ni becomes even prouder as soon as I asked her about her magic. So, she can use one more magic besides the restraining and resistance magic? Then again, it's rather wonderful of her to remember 3 magics after learning it for almost her entire life. Phew, it's this. Any mage will learn this important magic first. Wouldn't that be an extremely strong magic then? That is correct, my 3rd magic is this. She stops and breathes in before opening her small mouth. Liberation, which also means to dispel any curse. Oh. I was kinda disappointed. Maybe because of my dissatisfied reaction, she went ho, as she angrily shouted back. What's with that lackluster reaction? Isn't it an amazing feat for a magic user to learn dispel? But then, there's not a single point where I need to dispel anything. Rather, it's more surprising to think that there's a magic like that. Listen here. In principle, magic can only be solved naturally, and it can continue to function semi-permanently. That's why, the magic of unlocking it, the art of unlocking, is an important magic that you must first learn. I see, so the restraint spell I applied to her was able to disperse over time. If she was a semi-permanent mage, would I have been locked up until she releases me? With that in mind, the liberation magic plays the role of dispelling is a rather important magic then. However, how long does it take to learn? If it takes time to master, I'll die soon before I could learn this magic, right? Whether I thought that my question was plausible or not, I would think she'll respond with, it's natural for humans to question, but she opens her eyes wide and spreads her wings. You? Why did you suddenly? It only took me 40 years. As a mage, you can learn this really quickly. I don't know if you can do these complicated magic, but you can solve an easy one in an instant. As a monster with longer lives, 40 years will pass in no time. But from a human's point of view, I'll become an uncle no matter how fast I learn or learned it as soon as I'm born. Is it even worth learning this? Is there an opportunity to use such magic? Obviously there is. Isn't there a magician in every country? If you're a mage, you'll be dealing with other mages who have curses and magic books. Hey! A mage? What's that? Was there such a person in every country? Looking at Arksan silently tilting his head, he then shakes his head with a bitter smile. Looking at Ni again, she looks proud of her magic that she had learned, assuming that magic is commonly used. The guesses that can be derived from these are. Don't tell me. Does Ni not know that magic in this world is almost declining? It is a possibility. A child who seems to have been in that village and in her Western-style building since birth. Perhaps only she has that perception that magic is a slightly rare technique. Meaning, teaching her reality would be too cruel. After all, having to tell her the fact that spending 40 years to learn an almost meaningless magic is just. Hey, Yusato dash. Amako, don't say it. Please don't tell her. Look at how happy she is right now. After stopping Amako's words, I looked at Ni who was in a good mood on my shoulder. Magic is almost declining, so it's hard to say that you have many opportunities to use a curse. And conversely, I heard that you can only dispel your own magic. From Ni's point of view, it's like she just had the opportunity to brag about her magic for the first time. This is painful. So? How is it, Yusato, aren't I amazing? You're so amazing. Please don't look at me with such confident eyes. I'll feel really bad. Phew, well that's a given. Why are you looking at me like that? I tried looking forward while avoiding any eye contact with Ni. I could see the back of the road, a city surrounded by large walls in the distance. Fortunately, I point to the direction where what seems to be a city. I think I saw something. With my words, Ni, who was asking me why, followed by Amako and Arksan, who was walking nearby, also look ahead. Looking at the city separated by a wall, you can see a castle and a long and narrow building as high as the castle. It's probably our first destination from where the landscape is similar to Lingle Kingdom. So that is, Samaria. A few days after departing from Lukvis, we have our troubles with Ni, but finally, we have reached our first destination, Samaria. Samaria. We have finally arrived at the place that is so called a religious land. It took a hard time getting here, but for me, this is where the true battle starts. After all, different from the time in Lukvis, I now have to give a letter to the one who governs Samaria. We arrived at the outer gate of Samaria, and we talked to the guard first to get us inside. At that time, we asked Amako to wear a white cloak, and Ni to revert back into a human, the girl who welcomed us when we were in the village. Also, we got Blurin to be my familiar instead of Ni. Looking at Blurin, the guards seemed to be on edge, but when I tried appealing to them that Blurin is a harmless monster, we somehow managed to persuade him without any issues. However, I was worried that the guards' behavior at that time was strange. From Lingle Kingdom. I see. You are allowed to enter, but unfortunately, the monster may not enter, so it's a good idea to leave it with the horses in a stable, near the outer gate. Looking at Blurin then at me, the guard with his eyes rounded and bewildered, surprisingly let us through easily. I'm glad that it was easy, but having them not say anything, it was kinda weird of them not to ask my purpose in coming to their country. It's kind of strange. It's as if they know me. At the stable near the gate, which the guard taught me, I muttered to Arksan while he was setting up straws so that Blurin and the horses could enter the stable comfortably. The reaction of the guards when they looked at me and Blurin were obviously no, it seems that they have changed their attitude after seeing my uniform. I can't say that it's not a possibility. The topic of the Demon King army may have been known to other countries, so people may have gossiped about the rescue squad achievements and contributions throughout the continent. Even so, the contents are always to be taken with a grain of salt. Anyway, healing magic is a magic that is not well received. Thus, can anyone believe that someone would use such magic, running around the battlefield with extraordinary physiques, saving a lot of people? There's no point in contemplating about it. The only thing is to be reassured that we're able to enter the kingdom without any problems. Ha! Even so, it's nice that Ni wasn't found out. Aren't you too worried about her? I won't deny that she'd forcibly joined us, but it's a fact that I would still have to take care of her. Having accepted death, I have saved her life. It's the responsibility of the rescue squad to be responsible for the lives of others, and ourselves, so it's natural I'll save her. She seemed to be doing fine during the journey, but I'm sure she'll be anxious about the outside world that she has never experienced throughout her life. That is, indeed true. That's why dash. Hey Yusato, you're late. Oi, we're talking about you right now, so don't act like a drunk person. Hearing her cheerful voice, I can only give up and sigh. Sigh. Ha ha ha. Well, Ni and Amako Dano will be waiting for us, so let's finish it early. Arksan and I, who have secured the space where Blurin and the horses can move freely, we move outside where Ni and Amako are. Blurin cried in a lazy voice, laying down on the place that we made, and cuddled himself into a bun, then began to sleep. Well, what should we do next? Should we head to the palace? Watching Blurin fall asleep, I turned to Arksan and asked him about our upcoming plans. For a place to stay, we can look for an inn later, and sightseeing around the city isn't our priority, so I thought we would go straight to the palace. However, Arksan shakes his head. No, there is a place I want to go first. Huh? Where would you want to go? Since we have to convey that we've arrived in Samaria. How are we going to tell Lingle Kingdom that we've arrived? Arksan saw my suspicious look, but he changed to a sorry look when I found out why. Right, since Yusato Dano doesn't seem to have the chance to use it back in Lingle Kingdom, nor in Lukvis. Wealthy has sent me, so in a sense, it's natural you won't know. Hey, Yus? Send? What though? Both Amako and Ni tilted her neck with an I don't know either. Look, I too tilted my head and Ni, whose neck was at the same position as me, places her index finger on her chin. Alright, Ni doesn't know either. As expected of a vampire. It'll be better to see it than me explaining it. Please follow me. Picking up his luggage, he prompts me to follow him through the cityscape of Samaria, where a big silver bell hung at the top of a tower. After following Arksan who is ahead, we entered the city. The streets of Samaria, unlike the commercial ones in Lingle, sold a lot of rugged tools. However, the people here are as vibrant as Lingle. While paying attention to Amako and Ni's disguises, we walked through the busy street, then Arksan started talking. Samaria is known as a religious country, but did you know that there's another thing that they are famous for? They produce magical tools. Which means most of the things here are. They're magical tools. It's designed for everyday use, so it's not that expensive. Even though magic tools aren't familiar to someone like me who lives in Lingle, it's amazing to see a lot of it on display. Is there a tool that creates fire? If I have fire, then I'll be able to survive longer. I love the magic here too. It's convenient because I can spend less magic. Wait a minute, you didn't leave the village, so how did you buy them? Because Tetra has errands to do in Samaria, so I'll ask her to buy for me. I'm imagining a granddaughter asking her grandmother for souvenirs. Looking at the curious vampire walking happily looking around, someone approached from behind. Turning around. And? Amako? What's wrong? Amako was holding the hem of my uniform so that she could lean on me. I can't see her expression since she was hiding in her coat, but she looks nervous. Looking around because of her unusual manner, I quickly found the cause. That person. I found a young boy in pretty clothes. It wasn't your regular boy. An iron collar was locked around the neck of the boy who was sitting in a chair. A slave. While placing my hand on top of Amako's mantle to reassure her, this is something that you'll never see in Lingle or Lookvis, the reality of a different world. A human being bought by another human. I would be lying if I say that I don't feel anything, but this is the reality that I have to accept in order to live in this world. When thinking about these things, our eyes met, the boy who seems to be a slave. The boy gave a friendly smile and waved his small hand here. With an awkward smile, I waved my hands back, and Amako, who the slave couldn't see because she was hiding behind me, held my hem even tighter. If you're that worried, you can hold on to me at all times. There's no merchant other than that boy. Perhaps the boy is already bought by someone, and this is the after transactions. Having Amako being this nervous has probably imagined what would happen if she gets caught, since she's a beast girl. Since we've lived in Lingle Kingdom, which slaves aren't a thing, it's no surprise to be afraid of a country where the existence of slaves is integrated into their everyday lives. I'm terribly sorry for my lack of consideration. Up until now, this wasn't a place where they would display their slaves so publicly. No, this is something I had to face eventually. Arc-san, who noticed Amako's condition, felt sorry, but she doesn't want to blame him because she'll someday face this. So, Arc-san. Where are we heading now? Oh yes. It's right before. In an instant, interrupting Arc-san's words, what crossed my field of vision was multiple blue shadows that slid from the sky. I was inadvertently skeptical, but when I looked in the direction where the shadow crossed, I saw a bluebird sitting on the roof of the second floor of a house a little away. Pigeons. It's like the pigeons in our world. Many of them were lined up beside each other, and they all carried something like a small backpack on their backs. Looking closely at the pigeons, there's something like a sign slightly below the second floor where the pigeons are. There was a mark of a pigeon holding a letter, and next to it was a large letter displayed Foo Bird. Foo, bird? Arc-san, is that where we're heading? Yes, that's the first place I want to go. I see, so what Arc-san meant was that he wants to send something. Footbird, a drop-off spot. Where we can tell the kingdom of Lingle of our arrival. Foo Bird, I felt like I've heard of that name before, as I once again looked at the pigeon and muttered. The drop-off Foo Bird is a collective term for an organization that sends letters, etc. And it seems like the word Foo Bird seems to refer to a very similar monster that is also a pigeon. Back on Earth, this is basically a post office, and the Foo Birds are basically the delivery person. Letters are placed in a rucksack attached to the backs of the pigeons, who plays the role of a delivery person. It seems that they can exchange information over long distances by carrying them. Are they different from ordinary birds? Footbirds, unlike normal birds, are as fast as the wind. And since they're monsters, they're strong enough to easily carry a certain weight. I see. In addition, the name of the inn isn't an inn where humans stay, but the meaning of the inn is where the footbird stays. So a place for the footbirds to stay. I see now. While we're waiting for Arc-san to write his letter, I was listening to Amako who was talking about the footbird. Because only the name and ecology were listed in a book, and I didn't think it would help humans. While being interested, Ni spoke in continuation from Amako. The footbirds are interesting, but what's interesting is their familiar contract. What's the difference in a familiar contract? There are lots of differences. I thought it was the same thing, but it seemed to be completely different from Ni's perspective. For their case, it isn't a one-on-one contract, an owner would share the contract with all of the footbirds. Since there are a lot of CO owners, each owner could be situated in a country. So it's possible to exchange letters because they're sharing contract. Or rather, why do you know that? Did she research it by herself? Or did she notice the mechanism of the familiar contract the moment she saw the footbird? A little while ago, I caught wind of a staff talking about it at the inn, and I remembered after looking at those children. Wait a minute. Aren't you just forcibly starting a story out of nothing? Wait a second. After knowing how the footbirds work, I realized that I didn't need to give Nak a letter. If I send it normally, I could have told Rose that Nak would have been coming in advance. Sorry, Nak. Maybe that person might be doing something unreasonable to you without bothering to read my letter, good luck. Sorry for the wait. I've sent a report to the Lingal Kingdom. Also, I have brought something interesting along the way. While praying to the disciple from a distance, Arksan, who sent the letter, came out of the building with a piece of paper in hand. What's it about? It's about Usato Dano's friend. Really? Friends, meaning Senpai and Kazuki. While being surprised, I look over the paper that Arksan has shown. And in the content, was stories of Kazuki and a new senpai who are being active in each country. Although the details are omitted, it seems that the both of them battled in a tournament. Or battling demons. Along their journey. Looking at what they'd written, the wicked dragon isn't that great of a deal. Yap. I don't think so. That's impossible. I don't agree. Hey, y'all don't have to give a general consensus and retort over it. But, the two are doing their best. When looking at their success, I felt like I have to do my best. Hey, how are the heroes like? They are dash. Are they as monstrous as Usato? Who's a monster now? Ni, who is interested in the two heroes, immediately approached me with eyes shining like a child, but since she was treating such a pure and innocent human such as I lightly struck her on the forehead. Of course, being careful without removing her transformation effect. Ni holds her forehead and growls. Ouch! Why did you do that for? I thought for a second that I would fly off somewhere when you flicked my forehead. Don't worry, I held back. If it was Rose, she would have blown you miles and miles away with that flick. When Usato holds back. He never does. What's more, he's done it to me before many times. What are you complaining, Amako? When I turned to look at her, who was muttering something, she covered her cloak deeper to protect her forehead. Can't be helped, I'll overlook it for now. Seems like there's room for a little joke, which on the contrary it's a bit reassuring. Guhuhuan. Yuyo. With my shoulders shaking, I turned to the direction of the loud noise. Goon, goon. The sound of a bell was repeatedly struck on top of the tower. That scared me. Wait. Noticing the sound that is vibrating and transmitted through the air, I noticed that the surrounding area, which was noisy before, was now dead silent. Glancing around, the people of Samaria were kneeling and silently praying on the spot. What is this? Everyone except our party was praying, and being embarrassed by such spectacle, Arksan walks up to me and whispers. This is the reason for the country being religious. This is honestly, out of my expectations. Yet, this might be a bit unfamiliar to us, an outsider. It's more like being faithful than just praying. Even children are desperately praying for something with their hands clasped tight. A religious country, when I first heard of it, I didn't think much of it, but the sight of everyone now silently bowing down on their knees seemed rather strange. This is kinda making me feel sick. Ni, who was looking at the tower with a disgusted face, muttered so. Why? Are you about to be purified by the sound of the bell? I'm not that evil. So she is aware that she's evil. Being surprised, the bell suddenly stopped ringing. And at the same time, the people began moving and returning to their usual routine, as if nothing has happened. It's an amazing 180 turn of events. Well, Usato Dano. Let's bring these two back to where Blurin is, and we'll head to the palace of Samaria. Yeah, you're right. We have to send the letter. That's right, I have forgotten about the letter. The impact of Samaria has almost made me forget about it. Making sure I have the 3 letters in my luggage, I confirmed by checking again. Alright, they're there. Then, let's send Amako and Ni, the extra luggage, to where Blurin is. Amako, Ni. We're going to leave you where Blurin. Looking back, Ni and Amako weren't there. They were there just a while ago, but now they suddenly disappeared. Don't tell me, they've gone snooping around like a new senpai. No, that can't be. Ni or Amako wouldn't leave without telling us. Perhaps, they've been kidnapped? No, that's impossible with Amako there. It's different, but this is a country that hates demi-humans. If they've disappeared in such a country, this is giving me a bad feeling. Arksan, the 2 of them. This is bad. Let's postpone the letter and look for them. I nodded at Arksan's words. It's going to be too late if something happens. The letters are important, but it's much more important to find a friend who went missing. In search of Amako and Ni, we have to move there, but Arksan grabbed me by my arm as I walked. Usato Dano, please stop. What's wrong? We have to. Look behind you. When I turned behind, I saw several knights walking in a row from on side of the palace. That alone wasn't the reason that stopped me, but the gaze of the head knight who came here in a row clearly wanted to capture me and Arksan. A man with a long sword, dressed in robe and armor, a black-haired man with a tinge of white hair, walks in front of us and slowly speaks with a low and heavy tone. Mind lending us a bit of your time? Yet. What are they? They're obviously trying to approach us. Let's quickly listen to their story and find the two of them. Usato-sama from Lingle Kingdom, a healing magician belonging to the rescue squad. Ah. How does he know my background? I haven't been to the palace yet, and I haven't told the guards that I'm from Lingle Kingdom. Don't tell me, these guys have something to do with the two's disappearance? Usato Dono, please calm down. Arc-san, tisk, but... they're the Knights of Samaria. And... his gaze, grasping my shoulder and looking at a direction, he pointed at the sword on the waist of the man standing in front of us. The long sword, reminiscent of a ceremonial sword, has a large sphere that was flashing at regular intervals. Staring at the sword for a few seconds, Arc-san spoke in a voice that the man in front of us couldn't listen. I can understand why Amako Dano departed from here. I can't say where they are, but trust me that they're safe. So please calm down for the time being. Okay. I released my clenched fist and relaxed my shoulders. In the words of Arc-san, did Amako left with Ni? Is it because we'll be meeting with these people? Since Amako can predict the future, she must have concluded that Ni must not come across these people together with me. At least, they're certainly not trustworthy. Anyways, if there's something that we can't agree along the way, I might have to respond accordingly. And you are? My apologies, let me introduce myself. I am Fegnis, captain of the Samaria Knight. I am here to meet with you, who have traveled far from Lingle Kingdom. Welcome us? What do you mean by that? A captain of a knight is different from a commander. But is he somehow in a senior position? Either way, it's too suspicious as I have fully understand his identity. In response to my question, the person named Fegnis deepened his mild smile and slowly opened his mouth. Our king, Lucasword Samaria-sama has invited you to meet with him. Ha! Ha! The king of Samaria wants to meet with us. Not only me but Arc-san, was surprised at the story, that was just too abnormal. Our king, Lucasword Samaria, has issued an invitation to meet with you. The king of Samaria is calling me. It sounds simple in theory, but this is an unusual situation. Why does he want to meet with me? Our king doesn't like not accepting messengers from other nations, and he is a little, no, our king does not take kindly to strangers, and would rather if he gets to know them. I don't know how to react to the words as I can't suppress my laughter. Not only did he not answer my question, he told me that the king was anxious in many ways towards strangers. I'm worried about Amako and Ni, but it's not good to turn to these people's back and make our impressions worse. If we do any poorly, the response to the letter will be affected. Thus, the choices I should take in this situation would. Arc-san, I'll leave Amako and Ni to you. I answered Arc-san as I looked at the letters. Are you going alone? Arc-san looks at me with anxious eyes. Well, it's understandable that he's going to be worried about me delivering the letter alone. Even I'm worried whether I can do it well. It's okay. If I hand the letter on my own dash. I'm not worried about the letter, because I believe Usato Dano can do it. More than that, what I'm more concerned about is. At a glance, Arc-san glanced at Fegnis, who was waiting for our response, and changed his expression to a serious one, and spun his words. Perhaps they have contacted Usato Dano for some other reason. I don't know what it might be, but it's good to be wary. Yet. So there's another reason why they're contacting me. My only worth is healing magic. Then again, maybe there are people who want me to heal others like Amako has requested. Anyway, I'll be careful as per Arc-san's instruction. Is your conversation over? Yet. I'm going alone. Is that alright with you? Turning around back to him, I told Fegnis and whether he would agree. He opened his eyes slightly when hearing that I'll be going alone, but changed his expression of surprise into relief. There is no problem here. Rather, it's more convenient for us. The king has commanded us to bring you alone in the first place. Alone? So he only wants to call me? Yes, only you. Doesn't this sound bad? Isn't these kinds of pattern where you're being commanded to bring someone alone but it's for something completely different? Did I do anything that could be noticed? Thinking about it, I'm doing quite bold things in Lingle and Lukvis, do they happen to know? But I can't refuse them now that I just answered that I would go on my own. Being surrounded by knights, while sighing a little, I glanced at Arc-san from behind before walking down the road to the palace of Samaria. Usato Dano who is being surrounded by the knights of Samaria. I silently looked at their backs, why did they specifically the king of Samaria would try to set up a meeting place with Usato Dano? And there's clearly a motive as to why they asked him to go alone. If the content was for the treatment of the injured or the sick, Usato Dano will receive it without hesitation. Although his healing magic has the ability to surpass that of recovery magic, but he is the proud member of the rescue squad. That was dangerous. Amako Dano. Amako Dano and Ni appeared frustrated from behind the alley. I immediately approached her and checked her safety. Are you injured? I'm all right. I'm not. I was suddenly pulled away after being hit in the head. Ni has teary eyes while holding her head, but she doesn't seem to be seriously injured. Judging based on her words, it was probably Amako Dano who took her out. It is true that Amako Dano hit herself. Yet, I thought it was bad for Yusato, and we might have got into huge trouble. Is it because of that long sword? I don't know either, but I'm glad I was vigilant all the time. Foresight, suddenly saw that Ni's transformation was dissolved, so if I didn't panic and take her to the back alley, I could understand at a glance that that was no ordinary sword, a long sword carried by a knight captain named Fignus. It seemed to emit something like magic from the sphere of the handle. I'm not sure because I don't have a demon eye, but my guess doesn't seem to be far-fetched as far as Amako's reaction is concerned. I've heard that there is a sword with the name Sword of Truth. A ritual sword that can detect the lies and expose the true form of the demon-dressed metamorphosis. I've never seen the real thing myself, but maybe. So it'll reveal my fake transformation. Given the national culture of Samaria, a sword of truth must be the best way. Anyway, for them, a demi-human is a perception of a monster that falsifies the appearance of a person. Of course, there is no fact that a demon is masquerading as a person, but for monsters that can change shape like Ni are effective. It is not known whether Captain Fignus noticed and approached Ni, but the only consequence was that Yusato Dano would go to the palace alone, as ordered by King Samaria. Arc-san, what will we do now? Let's wait for now. We'll look for an inn and wait for Yusato Dano before he returns. What if we waited and he doesn't come back? Shouldn't I have turned into an owl and followed him? As long as there is a knight who can force your transformation to disappear, that is not the right thing to do now. If we send her to the palace, Yusato Dano will not return for more than 2 days. I personally want him to come back as soon as possible, but it depends on what the king of Samaria wants from Yusato Dano. I can't do anything to help Yusato Dano from outside. Please be safe, Yusato Dano. We can only wait, feeling uneasy and muttering as I stare at the statue of the palace. After walking with Fignus and several knights, I arrived in front of the palace of Samaria. Originally, I would like to enjoy the view of the streets and the large tower behind, but the knights who surround me and the eyes of the people of the country of Samaria, who are looking at us, would not allow me to do so. It is as if when I'm following along silently, that I'm being taken away, and thus the scenery will change from the skyline of Samaria to the palace. We will arrive at the throne shortly. Yes. Red carpets, gorgeous crafts displayed in the passage. It looks like a familiar palace in Lingle, and when I arrive with Fignus, I saw a huge door when moving into a completely different place. That is the door to the saloon where the king is. When being guided in front of the door while swallowing my saliva, a woman wearing a garment very similar to a maid's clothing approaches to the sides of the door. Sorry for your inconvenience, but if you have any sharp knives or weapons like swords and daggers, please leave them here. After saying, the maid offers something like a huge silver tray. Because I was expecting to meet with the king of the country, I took out the sword that came out of the body of the wicked dragon that was in my waist belt calmly, then gently placed it on the tray. It's not a weapon. It's just a sharp fruit knife, so I can leave it. That is. The sword wrapped in a leather sheath placed on the tray seemed tattered, but Fignus, who was watching it, stared at the sword with interest. Although it looks like a dagger of about 40 centimeters, it is a weapon that seems to have been possessed by a hero, so someone who knows it can see it as a great work? What's wrong? Oh no, please do not mind me. When I call him out, he promptly answered, placed his hands on the large double door in front of me and opened it. I was prompted to enter before him, and the first thing that came into my sight as I stepped into the hall was the gorgeous interior and the appearance of a young man sitting alone on the throne. Hello, thanks for coming. Welcome to Samaria. I am very happy to welcome you this way. The symbol of a king, a man with a pure white robe and a golden crown casually hanging on top of the throne, with his legs crossed and his elbows in front of him, looses his mouth when he sees me enter. My name is LNAudioBooks Samaria, the king of this country. He displays a full smile that portrays no evil demeanor. I guess it's the atmosphere of the man, but my legs naturally falls back. This person is not a bad person, but at the same time, I felt like I shouldn't trust him. LNAudioBooks Samaria. The king of Samaria, the one I handed the letter to. He didn't feel humble or mild like the king of the Lingle, but was rather active and the type that says whatever he wants. An unconventional person, or worse, a king not befitting to be one. I can't say that even if my mouth is torn. The Lingle kingdom wants to form a coalition as a countermeasure against the demon king's army. A pure man as ever, don't you think? Well, this is hard to answer, isn't he being too frank? Before I started talking, I was prompted to give him the letter, and I sat down in a chair presented by the maid. It is completely different from what I expected. This is a different expectation, Lucas-sama. Looking at my confusion, Fignus, who was standing beside Lucas-sama, opens his mouth. King, please refrain from doing such behavior. My bad. So you're someone from the Lingal Kingdom, but I'm going to tell you. Lloyd is a little too ambitious. Because this is what I'm interpreting from this letter. It's important to scare your opponent, even if exaggerating it a little, but it doesn't tell me that, instead it's more of, I want your help, let's kill the Demon King together. These sweet words while holding a bouquet of flower. I didn't say anything, but it is true. I only vaguely knew about the contents of the letter, but I was convinced that the text was written by the king. He couldn't use any threatening words. But the efficiency is still the same. Even if you're a king that governs with your kindness, and your citizens approve of it. Blessed ministries, blessed soldiers, blessed people. A king who places the importance of his people first would be a comfortable country, right? Yes. I know the king of Lingal well. Maybe it's an old-fashioned relationship? I imagined that the interaction between the kings was a bit of a jagged moment, so I can't imagine being close together. It's one of the most important factors that a king wants to have. And if I don't do something like that, everyone else will follow Lloyd. The king is longing enough. Because I choose to ignore unnecessary things. If he is a king who can support the people, I'm a king that ignores these things. I'm jealous. Oh, how jealous I am. No, in this case, instead of jealousy, am I envious? Anyway, I'm sure he's in a completely different place than me. Lucas-sama, muttering with a sad voice, carefully folded the letter. I felt that he would say more based on that behavior, so I straightened my back and waited for his word. Probably I will be offered to wait, so I have to tell them I will stay in this country. I'll accept it. However, contrary to expectations, the words spoken by Lucas-sama were that he accepted it. I'm stunned by the fact that the deal has been made so easy. Did you not hear me? I have accepted the letter. Let us send troops to the kingdom of Lingal. Hey! Isn't it too early to decide? Shouldn't we discuss further? I don't think we need to talk any further. He spreads his arms on his back and looks around the hall. Both Fegnis and the maids, who were by the side, were all amazed, as they desperately tried keeping a smile. The reaction is as if they were used to the king's remarks. Wouldn't it be strange to read this? The Demon King's army? An army that had traversed the continent hundreds of years ago is trying to drop the continent into darkness again. Isn't that good enough of a reason? So there is no reason not to cooperate. But, you did refuse once. Because the first invasion did not gather information about the demon army, but the second repulsion, when the summoned heroes were seriously injured, the Demon King's threat was the highest, and thus I was convinced that it would be hard to leave the Demon King's army alone. Anyone who understands that can understand the dangers of the Demon King army. Somehow I was so suspicious of the fact that he received it so easily, but ironically, the fact that Kazuki and Senpai fell into a pinch may have accelerated Lucas' decision. Thank you for your consent. I sent my thanks. Although we were worried, we managed to get some areas cooperation. If this continues, I may be able to make our journey much shorter. However, now, your role here is over. Next is about my story. I knew it was too easy to believe. He handed the letter to Fegnis and muttered something to him while putting his hand on his armrest. For this person, the story of the letter is a bonus. The main subject is now. I don't know what kind of story will come, but I've been warned by Arksan and should be careful not to make any casual statements. What do you want me to do? It seems that you were already expecting something out of me when I called out to you personally. Lucas-sama nodded as if he was impressed. I know all of you well. I heard that the rescue squad's rumors have spread after the battle with the Demon King army. I'm talking about you coming from a different world. The hero who uses light magic to exorcise demons, the hero who fires lightning and dances on the battlefield like thunder. Two people with the qualities of a hero who was summoned from another world, and the unfortunate that was involved in that summoning was you, boy. Why, how do you know? Even if he were to know that two people known as heroes were summoned in a different world, yet, how does he know that I was also summoned together? Rather than being surprised, I was interested. Isn't it natural to send spies to other countries? Knowing the insides of other countries and responding to them flexibly is also one way to avoid unnecessary fights. Well, it is necessary in a world without war. Spies. I didn't even think spies from other countries were looking around for us, but why tell all of it to me? As far as I can tell, wouldn't it be better for Senpai and Kazuki to hear about this? Do you want me to call the two heroes? If so. No. I don't need a hero. I certainly want an overwhelming individual, as I say. But that's not it. I shouldn't have that. If I did, I'll be fascinated by their power. It was a little snapping to say that they were dangerous, but I could understand why he said that. Senpai and Kazuki are strong. Unlike me, who forcibly stretches out by hurting my body, they are genius and talented people who grow at an unusual speed with their talents and efforts. If someone other than the king has such a strength, it would be scary to imagine. But if he doesn't need them, I have more questions than answers. Why call someone who is a healer? If I subtract the part of being a hero's friend, my utility value is only healing magic? Value. Yeah, if you put it that way, it's bad. Even so, there are various other people who I could choose if I want their value. But Lucas-sama, who turned to me, stared at me with his strong-willed eyes. You're the one and only one who has received the magic of healing magic and being accepted by the commander of the rescue squad, Rose. So I want you as a healing magician. You're overestimating me. Barely, I could only say that. Because I did not imagine that he doesn't want Kazuki or Senpai, but me. Isn't this a mistake? I tried to answer with low expectations. Healing magic is a magic that is said to be useless or unusable in the world. I can hardly imagine Lucas-sama wanting someone like that. Lucas-sama, who changed his expression into a ridiculous expression, smiles bitterly. It's useless? Can't use it? That's ridiculous. We've been fighting about this for hundreds of years. Recovery magic can be used by anyone, so it's useless. Lucas-sama shook his head multiple times as he sadly puts it. He who has the power over here, spun his words with a loud voice resounding in the hall as if he were giving a speech. They're being too short-sighted and foolish. What can lead to such thoughts? Can any injuries be cured? A skilled healer can cure even sickness. If the doctor does not need to give any medicine, we won't have to suffer the process of treatment, so we don't need it. It's a wonderful magic, and I appreciate it. Thank you, but there are other healers other than me. It's not just any healers. I want a healer who has been trained by a woman named Rose, someone who has achieved the exception. Someone who runs on the battlefield and saves many people. I want a healer who embodies the ideals I envision. Healers like Rose. In terms of normal healing magic, we're the same. But the achievements that come after crazy amounts of training that Rose has established to use healing magic and physical abilities together. He wants that. Of course I tried many times. I hired a few rare healers and tried to create a healer similar to Rose, but even large adults ran away without a word. What I'm doing is the same as the training she's imposing on her subordinates. Well, of course, they'll run away. There's no reason ordinary people would want to endure that kind of training. But you have endured them. I didn't endure. I was put up with it. If I say that I hate it, she'll taunt or say, sorry, it's nothing. Are you all right? Isn't it hard on you? I was being worried by the king. What is that? The eyes of the maid and Fegnis looked kinder. Trying to get this mood away, I cough as if to switch between a different topic. Ahem. If you want to make such recruitment, please go through my leader first. I can't do that because she doesn't feel like talking. Somehow I was strangely convinced. Tisk. I can certainly imagine that if I tell Rose that kind of thing, she'll flat out refuse, and for some reason, I'll be the one being lectured where she'll say things like don't fucking get me caught with these kinds of shit. Either way, I'm not going to leave Lingle, but say for example if I accepted your invitation, what should I do for this country? I wanted you to build a squad. Of course, I would provide a space where you can work hard without training, and have everything you need. Such extraordinary treatment. I hope that you'll think it's worth it. I haven't found any suspicious movement from other countries since the demon army came out. It's too disturbing, so I'd like to take various measures. In other words, did he recruit me to prepare for fighting other than the Demon King army? For that reason, he's planning to welcome me with extraordinary treatment. But I don't have the ambition to want my own squad or something like that, and I don't think I have anything I want. It's a very inspiring place to train with care, but I'm not very reluctant to have my own unit. Even after preparing you with things more than Lingle, but is that still useless? Yes, I still want to be with her, and I have friends who have sworn to meet with again in Lingle. It's too much trouble. That's too bad. Lucas-sama sits in his throne while thinking deeply in my words. Because it's an unfamiliar honorific, it's rough in some places, but I can say what I want to say. After that, let's just wait for the other party's reaction. Lucas-sama, who groaned with his arms folded while waiting for a reaction, raised his face after he sighed. But, I can't be convinced with Justin, I see, so that's it. At the same time, his words released with a fearless smile, the door of the hall opens vigorously, and a dozen or so knights enter in avalanche, surrounding me who is sitting. You're so daring to do that just because I refuse? I didn't want to make much of a mess before the letter was received, but if that was the case, I'll take it. I slowly lift my hips and prepares to move at any time, looking at Lucas-sama, but he had a generous smile, which confuses me when I saw the knights surrounding me as being worried. Hey, Fegnis, isn't the timing a bit too early? And what is this number? I'll look like a bad guy here. Look, his face is like Rose. My humblest apologies, but if you don't let me go, you'll be considered bad either way. You sure can say it. Oh, don't get me wrong, it's not like I'll force you to get your consent. Is that so? Also sorry everyone, you can go back. I have no choice but to be confused by Lucas-sama who let the knights around exit the hall. Well, it's good that we didn't have to develop into a bad end. I'm not that dirty as to force someone else to obey. What I'm suggesting is to give yourself some time to think. Time to think. How long would that be? Ah yes, how about 3 days to a week? I guess it will not hinder your journey, but how about? In the meantime, you can let me know about our country and I can know you better as well. To be honest, I should refuse, but before receiving the letter, I cannot refuse to hurt the other party. Well, it will be fine for about a week. Because I originally wanted to stay here about that long. I understand. I'll be in your care for these few days. Okay, then it's decide, invite your fellow travel companions to the finest inns. But before you come back, let's make sure there's no inconvenience. Until I come back? Did I hear that wrongly? It's like I'm not going to sleep in another place. About. You there, guide him to the example garden. As you wish, Yusato-sama, here. I shall guide you. Ah okay, is what you think I'm going to say, but what is this example garden? Though I'd like to go to that finest inn if I can. I want to rest on a soft futon you know. But I'm so happy to be able to stay here, where Lucas-sama would take care of me, as he pours a cup of alcohol and didn't notice my voice. Is it okay to drink midday, is he alright? It feels like something big is about to happen. At least, I wanted to check with Arc-san to see if Amako and Ni were found. Wait. If I think about it, Lucas-sama sent a spy to get to know us. So obviously, the members who goes on a trip would be known. If so, wouldn't he know that Amako, a beast girl, is a friend of mine? At the moment these thoughts came to my mind, I felt cold sweat and wondered why he didn't use it as a threat to me. No, no. He knew that if he'd threatened me with that, he wouldn't get any cooperation from me. That's why it may be a good idea to gain my trust for the time being. While following the maid who left the hall, I sighed and walked on a long stretch of palace road with tired steps. We have arrived. This is the garden. Uo. The place guided by the maid was a garden surrounded by a wall outside the palace. Usually, we would stay outdoors, but looking at the sight right in front of me, I screamed with excitement. Anyway, there was a large circular transparent dome in one of the vast gardens, and inside it was a beautiful 2-story white house. What is this? It is a barrier made of magic. It allows you to separate the space inside and outside. So it's a convenient way to prevent rain and wind without having to go indoors. So you can make such kinds of magic tool. Hearing that it was a barrier, I guessed that it would confine me or not, but as far as I saw the maid's smile, it wasn't. While being relieved, we moved to the door that seems to be the entrance to the circular barrier. There are 2 guards standing in front of the silver door that is made to fit into the barrier. When they saw me and the maid, they bow gracefully and open the way. If you want to go outside, tell them. When it comes to food, you don't have to worry about it. Is something the matter? It's nothing. But your complexion? It's nothing to worry about. Alright. For some reason, the maid whose face has turned blue while holding her stomach was feeling pressured. While tilting my neck, we enter the barrier from the open door. If there is anything, please tell the butler who manages here. I will also be waiting nearby, so please call through the night. I see. Well, should I meet the butler here? Yes, I think it's better to meet him first. First? Is there anyone other than the butler? When I was worried about her saying that, I thought about asking about that. Suddenly the door of the White House in the barrier was slowly opened, and my consciousness turns to that as my breath stops. What I saw was a white, morbid person. A girl whose skin and hair are even white. She is fragile enough to think that she will break if touched, as she smiles at the maid behind me and in front of me alternately with a smile. When I saw that smile, I thought it was similar. The smile that doesn't make me feel anything evil, which reminded me of that of Lucas-sama. She gladly rushed in front of me, grabbing my hand with a hand wrapped in a long glove about the length of my upper arm, and grabbed my hand as if it was her life, and shook. Hello. Ah, yes, Hello. Hello. I'm looking forward to your arrival. Ito, you. Usato. It's my first time being forced to say hello on my first meeting, as if I was being abused. While listening to the maid's voice hurrying to correct my name in the background, I looked up at the sky surrounded by the barriers, keeping my eyes under the view of my mental shock. The girl that appeared in the palace of Samaria. Being surprised by Usato's shocked from what looks to be some miraculous abuse from her body, and when the maid noticed her notable error in pronouncing his name, she hurriedly panicked and lowered her head, then hurriedly ran into the White House. The maid who introduced the abused child now guided me to the wooden table and chairs in front of the building and urged me to sit down. The maid immediately returned to the castle, but should I wait until that young girl comes up? Based on the panicked situation, it seems that she won't be coming anytime soon. But still, this place is quite wide. Looking around, there are ponds and trees in addition to the white houses. The barrier that surrounds it is also semi-transparent, so there are no feelings of oppression. I wonder if they have it outside and inside as well. It would be too much to say that this inn feels like nature. But it's a fact that it creates a calm space. I rest my back on the chair and waited for the young girl. I was able to pass the letter safely, but I'll have to stay here for a while. It's not per se problematic, as it is my job to keep the relation with Samaria intact. Invitation. Hey! Having my own squad in Samaria. It's something that I can't imagine at my immature state currently. However, that might not be the case after a few years, where I defeated the Demon King's army, and defeat the Demon King. Then, being accepted by Rose and become a full-fledged member, but what would my next objective be? Everything may not go as expected, but if our rescue squad and the heroes, Kazuki and Senpai aren't needed anymore, I can't help thinking about the future that it will be. Currently, I'm busy with various things such as letters and Demon King, but after everything is over, I have to think for myself, not going on a mission or under direct orders from her. If I think about that might be good. I can come to Samaria. Of course, this isn't confirmed right now. It's a hypothetical situation when the army is defeated, and Lingle becomes peaceful, and Rose recognizes me as a full-fledged healing magician. Along those lines, having a rescue squad in Samaria is like gaining my own independence. Of course, I can't do it myself, but I will pass on the experiences and knowledge as a healing magician taught by Rose to the people who were oppressed like Nak. I'm sure my ideal would be cut off by Rose's single word simpleton and shrug me off, but I think it's kinda nice. To achieve that, I'll have to make this world peaceful. Looking up towards the sky with a bitter smile, the sky turned into a sunset color at some point, and it was almost evening. Noticing that, I carefully stood up and did a light stretch on my back. The light coming from outside the barrier illuminates the white house and dyes it orange. There's something in the shadow of the house. Being concerned, I decided to leave my seat and approached the shadow. Going closer to it, I found a stone buried on the ground. It had a pure white color with no scratches. This is a grave? It could be a stone monument. But there's nothing written on it, and the surface is so smooth that you can see the gloss. It's better not to touch it. I was curious, but it might be better not to touch it without permission from the owner of this place. Especially if it's a grave. Ah, he's here. Turning back to the voice from behind, the pale girl was holding her hand against the wall of the house while breathing a sigh of relief. The more I looked at her, the more I don't get her pure white impression. Her age seems to be slightly older than Amako? I'm sorry for moving on my own. And no, it's fine. It's my bad for keeping you waiting forever. That. The girl glances at me several times while tying her hands together. For some reason, it reminded me of the behavior of the former village girl, Ni. My name is Eva Samaria. I'm truly sorry for making a mistake with your name just now. It's alright, I don't care anymore. What's with that name? Although my name was never difficult to make a mistake, there are times when this is the case. No, I take that back, I've never been called Usato before. You may already know my name, but I'm Usato Ken. I'm like a messenger from the kingdom of Lingle. As your name suggests, are you the daughter of Lucas-sama, am I right? Since I'm not used to using honorifics, it felt like I was saying something awesome. I'm not sure if it's right or wrong, but the girl who makes a slight glimpse of my honorific expression Eva-sama. I regret doing it, though all said in my heart. She opened her mouth with a mixed tone of dissatisfaction. That is right. I am the daughter of this kingdom. However, since I have no power as a princess, you don't have to speak to me in honorific terms, okay? Rather, my father asked me to entertain you as a guest from now on. She doesn't have power as a princess? Now wait a minute, Lucas-sama asked her to entertain me in advance? I hate being danced on that person's palm. At the very least, I would like to draw a line using honorifics, but it's impossible from her appearance. I understa. Got it. Let's stop with honorifics. Eva. Sama. Eva is fine. Usato-san. A carefree, full-grin smile was aimed at me, which frustrates me. That type of smile that brings innocence and heartfelt joy to one's heart. This child's character really resembles that of Kazuki. She's not like the fraud Ni, but a pure young girl. Honestly, someone like me who's always suspicious and has a dirty mind, is a difficult partner for me. What's that? What I see from behind her for a moment was awful. I've been meaning to ask. Yes. I point to an object that is slightly visible from the back of the cutely tilted Eva. That, the rope behind you. What's its uses? Uee. That. When I asked, she looked as if she had been exposed, and placed the rough rope in her hand in front of me. It's a moderately thick rope. Is this those sorts of ropes Hollywood often use in movies to hold hostages? I thought that Usato-san had run away because I did something horrible. But, I don't need this anymore, because Usato-san is here. She throws the rope down at her feet, and happily puts her hands on her cheeks, with those cloudless eyes, then smiles at me. What is this idea of an elementary school girl who's trying to catch a small cat who accidentally strays in the garden of their house? It's cute if we're talking about cats, but it's terrifying if that is a person. Ha, ha ha ha. Don't tell me, you wanted to use that to catch me. No way. I will never do that to my friend. Wait a second, since when were we certified friends? I'm fine with that, but you didn't even introduce yourself until we've met? Wait, doesn't that mean you're going to tie me up before this? I want to pursue that part, but I'm afraid what kind of answer will return. Is this normal? It's natural, right? Or is this the habits of a woman? I didn't just meet with a troublesome girl, right? Of course not the sweet and bubbly kind, but the most troublesome of them all. Well, rather than that. Let's have dinner. I've cooked a lot of delicious food tonight, so please look forward to it. Why you rewrite? Oh boy, I'm hungry. Let's think no more. This child is not as evil as Ni. Convincing myself, I was pulled by her and proceeded through the darkened garden. When I returned to the table arranged in front of the building with Eva, there was a light of magic tools that wasn't lit up just now, and a man was preparing a plate and a cup by the side of the table. Noticing me and Eva coming, he bowed humbly, and then returned to the house, carrying a square food item on a rectangular plate with both hands, placing it at the center of the table. Princess. Dinner is ready. Thank you, Irie. Now, feel free to sit down, Usato-san. According to her words, I was being seated in a chair pulled by the butler and sat in front of her. In front of me is a plain white food similar to my house, and around were bite-sized fruits. Is that cake? This? It's not impossible as there's cake in Earth, but it's amazing how similar things are here. Being surprised by the unfamiliar sweetness in this world, the butler approached me. Extreme apologies for the late greeting, Usato-sama. My name is Irie, the butler working here. Ah, likewise. This time, with the kindness of the princess who asked us to welcome Usato who is visiting Samaria, we have put our all on preparing this meal for you. Thank you. Irie-san, the butler then offers me tea. He doesn't look like a butler no matter how I look at it, but when I think about it, there's nothing wrong with what the butler's wearing while he's cooking, so I didn't pay it any mind. However, just looking at it feels stunningly sweet. The cake, fruit, and tea. Although there are a few types, the cake is not a whole type, but a large rectangular shape that you often see in overseas. I'm sorry. Is there anything else besides cakes? Vegetables or? Usato-san, you don't eat cake and vegetables together, you know? Vegetables are for breakfast, and the cake is for dinner. So they call it cake in this world as well? Or is the translation spell given when being summoned reproduced words that are familiar to us? Well, not like it matters now. During the day. It's meat. For health, you have to eat well. I may be biased in various ways, but I feel that the way they're eating is not well balanced. Also, consuming such a large cake with such high sugar content for dinner is likely to cause stomach problems. As a member of the rescue squad, adding extra flesh to my body is not very desirable, and I don't like sweet stuff to begin with. What should I do? It's bad to defeat her good intentions. What seems to be the manner? Please feel free to start anytime. Thanks for the meal. For the time being, let's try one mouthful. The sweetness is transmitted as it spreads in my mouth. I feel a sense of euphoria as if healing a tired body after a long journey. Sweet. It's delicious, but the problem is its quantity. The cake placed on the platter has a tremendous presence, and a single scoop from a fork won't leave a dent to it. It's a heartburn-causing amount, but I can't say anything, so I silently ate it. Looking ahead, Eva behaves differently than I do. Seeing her once more, I wondered, why is this girl here? This place is by no means prepared for me, it's more like it's meant for her. Is she locked up here? Or is there another reason? Is she suffering from an illness due to her pathological white hair and skin? It may be the quickest way to hear from her directly, but looking at her carefree smile, I can't do it. What's the matter, Usato-san? Staring at my face. It's nothing. I continued moving my fork while fooling her as she tilted her neck. I finished the cake on the plate while receiving gaze of Eva smiling at me. It was delicious. Right, I know, right? There's more where that came from, so please eat up. When she looks over to Irie, he tries to put a larger sliced cake on my plate. Eating any more would really cause a heartburn, let's refuse. No, I'm already full. I see. But, there's plenty more. When showing a palm to refuse to Irie-san, Eva shows a disappointing look. However, as soon as I looked at the cake on the table and showed a look of relief, she said dejectedly. I'm sorry. Thinking about it normally, it is no doubt Usato-san can't eat that much. I didn't think about Usato-san because I was so excited. This cake is Samaria's speciality, and I love it. So I thought that Usato-san. But, I was being too pushy. I have a tremendous feeling of guilt when her voice gradually gets thinner. This child is directly irritating my conscience. As expected of a person with the same pure heart as Kazuki. I don't feel that inconvenience from Inugami-senpai or Ni. I guess I can have one more plate. Irie-san. Please give me another. Usato-san. Thinking about it, I'm not full with just one slice. I swallowed the newly prepared cake from Irie-san. Although the sweet taste spreads throughout the mouth, I managed to wash it off with the black tea. Why am I always like that, always so easy to fall for these tricks? Maybe it's us Japanese that can't say no to anything. You're kind, Usato-san. Well, moderately. But, it was nice meeting you. I was worried because the people who came here would leave immediately right after dinner, so I was worried. Does everyone from the outside not like sweets that much? I can't say much because I rarely eat cakes, but there are some people who are sweet maniacs. It's not that I hate it. It's just been a long time since I've eaten such sweet food. Even before I came here. Phew, I'm glad. You will come to love the taste of this country's speciality. Ha ha ha. What if I said I wasn't good with sweets? But I am down to try something else. This is a bit mean of me, but let's try speaking the truth. Why did the people who visited here immediately leave? If the food is the issue, they should be able to serve something different, and that should solve the problem. Despite that, if I were to leave, the food it may be rude, but it might be that there's something wrong with Irie-san's dishes. Well, the problem is when such a kind-hearted child. Of course, you can eat until you love it. Was I mistaken, but I think some pretty crazy words have popped out. No, she's not gonna do anything like forcing me to eat with a smile. You must not leave any food. And no being choosy. And never forget to appreciate the food. Those are the common sense to know. And when I grow up, I'll make this country a place where my father will love. No cloudiness, no, she's staring at me with her pure eyes. That eyes, I felt something crazy. That's why I'll do my best. Even if I dislike it, I'll do my best until I like it. That is what's the princess of this country will do. But, that's not necessary. Because it's not like Usato-san doesn't hate cakes, right? Right. Now I get why everyone wants to leave. Eva, no. You're wrong. You're not supposed to work hard on what someone tells you, but what you want to do. This is pure madness. This is what I felt from her. She's just too pure. Because of that, she accepts the word and situation as is. With such a girl in front of me, I could only pluck the cake that was silently piled up like a mountain. After that, I had to eat all the cakes that were placed. The last one was almost enthusiastic, but after eating it, I realized how much of a blunder I made. What will happen to my body if I continue such a meal for a week? Imagine a fat figure of me, and at the same time the reaction of Rose when she sees me. She'll show me every hell of the world. I have to burn them. I have to burn all of them. While grumbling and mumbling, I'm doing push-ups with all my heart, which I would never do in the past. After all, despite being guarded by Irie-san, I'm doing muscle training in the garden inside the barrier. Exercising is the only way to burn the calories being ingested. I don't know how much exercise should be done, but I think it's safe to say I should do 3 times what I normally do. Since I'm doing push-ups more often than over, I was overwhelmed by my whole body's load, which is still not enough to burn the calories of the cake I ate earlier. I switch from push-ups to abdominals while holding my breath. Is this what Lucas-sama was aiming for? Trying to get rid of me mentally and trying to get me rooted with an unbalanced diet. It's a sneaky method to execute, but knowing that I have a hard time dealing with Eva, who does it in good faith, it's a truly good gimmick. Usato-sama. What's wrong, Irie-san? Irie-san, who was in front of me who was doing abdominals, has a slightly embarrassed look. He who looked completely dark called out in a worry. Isn't it time for you to take the day off? It seems like you've been doing the same thing for over 2 hours already. Aren't you tired from traveling? It's almost impossible for me to feel physically tired. So I'm still fine. That wasn't a lie. If I use healing magic, I can get rid of my physical fatigue, so I can continue to move as long as my magic doesn't run out. Irie-san, you can just leave me and rest. Thank you for your kindness. Well, it's very difficult to say, but I can't rest unless Usato-sama returns to his room. But, you don't have to mind dash. Please look over there. Irie-san shook his head slowly and turned his hand to behind me. Looking back, the shadow of a White House Eva, a girl who looks into the place illuminated by the light of magical tools. She gazed at me with intriguing eyes and stared at me here without approaching. I was suddenly surprised at the pure white appearance of a horror movie. I didn't notice. Did she look at me from there this whole time? It's fine if she'd come to talk to me. I think she felt bad to disturb you. She's a very modest and kind person. Truly, a kind child indeed. However, even if I said that, the word strange comes in mind when I see her. Yusato-sama. You may have been irritated by the princess. But please stay here for a little while longer. The princess is curious about you. And she doesn't have any motive against you. That part I understand. But, just because she has no ill intention towards me, her behavior is folly, right? Well, yet. It may be more correct to say that she's out of sync with common sense. As I said, it's like an innocent child trying to do the right thing. It may be unavoidable to say that she doesn't have common sense. However, the princess only knows what's in this house. Here isn't inside this barrier. Yes. The past, and until the future there's also a reason why they have to do that, and she accepts it. However, for her who knows only of this narrow world, all common sense and values, she had to learn it in the process of education rather than experiencing dash. I see, so she has to learn her everyday life through relationships with people, no wonder she looks so out of the ordinary. Then, it might be normal. For her innocence. After all, since she has grown up without a single bad thing, she doesn't understand what's good or bad. We wanted her who knows only such a narrow world to be free. What's left is her. Irie-san. My apologies. I can't say any more. Irie-san, who has a bad expression, smirked. It would be harder to hear about Eva from him. Let's ask someone who seems to know about it. No, wait, it's also possible to ask Lucas-sama. The reason why she has to be locked here. It's possible to think of something like an illness. Looking at her white hair, that's the first thing that comes to mind. Maybe Lucas-sama wanted me to cure her, so she placed me here? Again, looking back at Eva, who was watching me, shook her hand a little. Princess also likes to write diaries. Is that so? Watching Eva, Irie-san suddenly murmured. Speaking of diaries, I felt a sense of familiarity. Things about being alive every day she wrote in her diary every day about her daily joys and new encounters. She is very fragile, extremely so. We wanted to do something about it, but we can't do anything. The purpose of her diary is completely different from mine. Who's trying not to stray from reality? Despite that, it has a weight of seriousness. Being confused by the differences of our diaries, Irie-san, who walked up closer to what I thought, grabbed my shoulders firmly. Uoo. What is it? Yusato-sama. Please stay here a little longer. No, if possible, please stay here for the rest of your life. What? My entire life? You've obviously skipped several steps, right? According to Lucas-sama's suggestion, the butler requested isn't really that surprising now. Perhaps he wasn't looking at my astonished look, but Irie-san, who showed his true colors, up to the point where his expression changed to a screaming voice, diligently squeezed his voice. It's extremely rare for a person who isn't scared of the princess. All my co-workers couldn't keep up with the princess. The guests invited would only be able to withstand her for a single night before leaving. However, an insensitive person like you are extremely valuable. Can't you stop calling me insensitive? Certainly, I'm insensitive to pain, but it's not like I'm not sensitive to other areas. And to stay forever is impossible. However, it would be alright to stay for a few weeks, as Lucas-sama proposed. Before that, I have to ask about Arc-san's situation, and if possible, I want to meet with them. You two seem to be having fun. What were you talking about? Can I take part in the conversation? How can you look at this current interaction and think it looks fun? Eva, who was unable to endure after seeing the exchange between me and Irie-san, came out. Looking at her, I expected the next few days to be intense in various ways. Day 2446. Dear Diary. Today's the day when a very special guest arrived. Father has asked me to give the highest hospitality towards this guest, was what I had to do, but I messed up big times, by saying his name wrongly. Stupid me for making such a huge blunder. I have already stumbled upon my first encounter and I don't even know how to face Yusato-san anymore. However, I can't act like that forever. Yusato-san is waiting for me outside this entire time. Nothing will change if I hide in my room forever, and it would make the atmosphere more awkward. Let's not make the first meeting any rougher. I'll not make any more mistakes. I have to entertain him. I want to get to know him better. Right now, I'm feeling extremely happy. I want Yusato-san to stay around longer. I always wondered why the other visitors who came would never stay for one night. But he's different, he is interesting. After dinner, he would continue to train his body for countless amounts of hours, such an amazing person. I'm also happy that he is getting along with Irie as well. I think these few days will be the best days of my life. But, I'm still worried, I'm afraid that he would leave as soon as I fall asleep. Therefore, before the sun rises, I shall go to his room and check on him. Since sleeping early and waking early is rather important, this is no problem for me. Another wonderful day has passed. Good night. Day 2447. Dear Diary. Today, Usato-san went to the palace for half of the entire day. It is another usual day. Or was what I thought. Early morning, before the sun has risen, I went to Usato-san's room, but he wasn't there. Staring at the neat and tidy bed that doesn't look as though it has been used, I thought that the worst had happened. Liar, you willfully. These words kept spinning around my head as I frantically stormed outside only to find Usato-san to be training by himself this early in the morning. I assumed that he has run away at his own accord, but there he was. He isn't a liar. The expression in which he was staring at me was terribly pale, but that was probably due to the freezing temperature from the morning weather. What a strange person to have purposefully woke up this early just to warm his body up by training. As I have written at the start, Usato-san has went to the palace. I cleaned and tidied my room, then the garden, then cleaned the pond. I was cleaning and polishing the flower bed of my mother's grave. That was how my day usually went. Was it around the time when the sun was at its highest when Usato-san has come back? When asking him where he went, he told me that he was asking for information on where his friends might be. Since he had a look of relief, it probably went well. If it's possible, I want his friends to come here. When I asked, Usato-san's face turned pale and waved both his hands strongly while saying, "Oh no, that's all right, haha. Why did he reject me? I just wanted to provide more hospitality." Once again, another fantastic day has passed. Good night. Day 2448. Dear Diary. The house was cleaner than ever. Same as before, Usato-san woke up extremely early for his training, and after he was done training, he asked me whether he could do anything to help. I can't let a guest like him do that. But I was asked by Irie to clean the house together with him. Thinking about it, I would always clean the house on my own, or occasionally Irie would help, but this is the first time someone else other than Irie is helping me. At the point of writing this diary, I thought that having someone else cleaning the house with me was truly the happiest point of my life. But I opposed Usato-san's suggestion of sharing our cleaning chores. I thought it would be better if we cleaned the same place so it would be more beneficial. For some reason, I felt that the light had disappeared in Usato-san's eyes, but I told him not to worry about it. Looking at him, the days have become much more fun lately. I wonder if he can stay here more. And that's that, another wonderful day has gone by. Good night. It has been 3 days since visiting the palace of Samaria. During one of those days, I asked Lucas-sama about the whereabouts of Arc-san and Seo, and whether they are safe. After further investigating, it seems that they have found a guy and 2 girls staying in an inn, which meant that Amako and Ni were safe. On the other end, I was exhausted in various ways these past 3 days. Inside the vicinity of this barrier, I can feel the presence of her stare. One could say that this place isn't so wide, but I could always feel her stares, be it behind a tree or hiding in the shadows of the house. I wanted to retort one too many times at the horror this girl's giving me, but above all, the eyes of this girl looking at me are like an innocent child's eyes with no malicious intent, which made me decide to give up. Ha! Morning of the 4th day. I was outside doing my usual muscle training routine. Looking up at the white sky, I took a deep breath and tried managing the street menus at any time, but the only thing I could confirm behind me was her presence that had scared me over the last 3 days. It's none other than Eva. Is she ephemeral, or should I say she has no presence at all? At first, I dismissed it without a single thought, but it's not normal for me to be caught off guard from behind this many times. Seriously, what in the world is she? Is she sick, or maybe not? I once tried using normal healing magic on her through my gloves, but it had no effect. The only other possibility is the illness from within, or maybe it's some other circumstances. Maybe I should try using body strengthening on her. No, I can't. I haven't completely mastered the skill yet. It's better not to use it while there's a danger of magic explosion. Walking around the garden, I wondered what to do. Then, I noticed that someone was sitting in front of the white stone monument. Is that Eva? No, it's someone bigger than her. Then, Irie-san? I can't see well due to the morning mist, so I tried getting closer. When getting closer, I can clearly see a figure sitting in front of the stone monument. It was a man sitting in crossed legs, and he didn't hesitate to place his gorgeous robe on the floor, and points at the stone monument with a gentle smile. Lucas-sama. Ooh, if it isn't Usato. You're up early. Yet. The king of Samaria, Lucas Samaria. He turned around and called out to me casually. What happened for you to be here this early in the morning? A king needs to get up earlier than anyone else, thus, I don't have the time during the day, and that's why I'm here. Lucas-sama said as he stares motionlessly at the stone monument. I couldn't bring myself to ask over these few days, what this stone monument is for. What I do know is that it's important because Eva was polishing it very intently. Perhaps guessing my question, Lucas-sama slowly opened his mouth after turning his eyes away from the monument. This here, is the grave of my wife, Eliza Hurd Samaria. Grave? Though, there's nobody buried inside. This grave is only here to comfort my self-satisfaction and for the child who doesn't know the existence of her mother. Lucas-sama smiled in self-derision as he puts his hand on the glossy surface. The surface of the pure white grave is surprisingly smooth, with no irregularities. Her name used to be carved here. Used to be? But, there's nothing. Ah well, I did call on a sculptor from a neighboring country to carve it beautifully. But that kid was constantly taking care of this every single day that even the carving has been smoothed out. Every day. Yet. Since around 10 years ago when she was just only 5 years old, she has been polishing Eliza's grave. That's why she was polishing it so diligently. I don't know what to say, but, that's brave of you. Ha ha ha, I understand you are trying to choose your words. To be honest, it's heavy. I certainly thought so, but I can't be saying something to the father-daughter relationship. Lucas-sama, who looked at me silently, stares up towards the brightening sky and muttered, yes. I'll be making breakfast, how about going together? What should I do? Irie-san should be the one making it, and I was just wondering what I should eat after muscle training. No, I should eat some food after training. Breakfast prepared by Lucas-sama. Irie-san's food is not bad, but I got tired of having almost the same menu each time, and it's only been 3 days. Don't worry. The food I'm cooking is ordinary. I'll gladly go. You have a good personality, hey. Lucas-sama, who smiled at me for giving a straight answer, looked up behind me as he stood up and brushed the dirt off of his robe. Well, is that all right, Eva? Hey. Turning back from his words, there's a familiar white hair of Eva staring at us from a slightly opened back door. She smiles happily and nods at Lucas-sama's words. Since when? No, I'm already used to this. She really has no presence whatsoever. At this point, I suspect she's using some kind of magic. This is turning into... it's nothing. Well, we got permission from the princess, so let's move. Lucas-sama walked in the direction of the barrier's exit. I thought back about the words I heard just now. Spirit. Spirit. No, or is it weak? Remembering the word that Lucas-sama said with a bitter look, I followed him from behind. The breakfast prepared by Lucas-sama was surprisingly normal. Instead of a long table that you would often see in a movie, and the plates on which the food weren't lined up, but it was prepared in the required amount on a medium-sized table. However, because it's the king we're speaking of, the table, plates, and utensils are all expensive, so it's safe to say that this is the most luxurious breakfast I've ever eaten in my entire life. Besides me, who was seated opposite of Lucas-sama, there were only a few knights standing by the wall, which seemed to be on the lookout, but there was no one else. Despite being early in the morning, I could not help but to think of assassination or kidnapping because of the lack of security. Is it okay for only so few people keeping guard? Are you trying to hurt me? No, that's impossible. Then don't worry about it. There's no point in being too vigilant than it already is. Besides, the knights here are great. I don't think an assassination attempt would even occur. So don't worry about it, okay? Why can I only feel anything but safe from what he'd said? After being praised by Lucas-sama, the knights standing by the wall made complicated expressions. This kind of frank atmosphere is also different from the king of Lingle. So, how was your 3 days here? I'm having a good time. Your daughter has helped me in various ways. I replied to Lucas-sama's question as he smiles funnily. I didn't lie. It's true that she has been a great help. Well, she's a little overkill at times, but she's always cheerful. But still, I didn't think that you would actually stay for 3 days. If you said that you hate it, I was already preparing to allow you to stay in the palace instead. What? If I were to say the word, you would have let me stay here. Ha ha ha. Oi, don't try to laugh it off. But you don't need to change now, right? You're right. Then, leave it as is. You know there's no one like you? Anyone who understands that child's anomaly and still tries to live with her. She doesn't have any common sense and treats things in an insane manner. Everyone ran away because she was creepy. Doesn't wield common sense and deals with things in insane, yeah, that's about sums her up. It may have been alright because I have some resistance after being involved with the rescue squad, and senpai, people who are troublesome in many ways. But, what I'm curious is the fact that Lucas-sama tried to let me meet with Eva without any purpose. There's no way he actually allows everyone to visit her? In the first place, why did you allow me to meet with her? Well, I really don't have any reason. But if I were to have one, it would be to marry my daughter and come to this country, and I'm truly expecting that. Isn't that a bit too aggressive? Did he plan this way more than I thought? Maybe if I were to make a mistake, I'm going straight to the grave? This person is saying something that's scary while eating breakfast with a casual face. What are you saying? I was made to be the king forcefully by the previous king. I didn't feel comfortable at that time, but after a year, I was okay with being a king. Besides, she looked just like Eliza when she was young, though with a slight difference in her personality. But overall, she's well behaved, motivated, and above all else, she's beautiful. Even if you say that. I can't do such fearful things. What's more, people who say that they have subtle personality differences being similar. Maybe that's where she inherited from her mother? As Lucas-sama looks in a distance, she may have been difficult in some sense. However, I think it's bad to ignore Eva's will right. I tried firing back. I don't mind giving my daughter to attract someone like you though. Hey, doing that is a little. I'll do everything within my power. If it can make this country the future of Samaria into prosperity, I don't mind a little heretical doctrine. But that doesn't mean presenting your daughter. In the first place, there's no feeling of wanting to marry her. And I don't want to ignore her will, and I don't plan on staying here permanently. Even slaves and beast people are treated as such. It is common to incite slavery and hostility to beast people in order to prevent dissatisfaction with national politics, and that is what Samaria needs, so I took that beast girl that you are traveling with. Ah, don't get angry. It's me who instructed the people to hide them in the inn so that they wouldn't reveal themselves. I'm not thinking of making them hostages. That's a foolish thing to do, and it'll come back to bite me. I suddenly remembered Amako's story. Phew, let's calm down and breath, relax my shoulders. Slaves are good as workforce, and this country follows the minimum rules in dealing with slaves. We prohibit all violence against slaves, or any unjust punishment and/or excessive labors. If anyone sees someone doing that, they will be arrested immediately. Then why are the slaves unhappy here? I haven't finished my sentence. But I'm sure they're unhappy because of the event in which caused them to become a slave in the first place, but well, you're right, at least I don't want them to feel unhappy working in my country. In Lucas Sam's words, I remembered the appearance of a boy who seemed to be a slave before I came here. Since he sat politely and waved his hand with an innocent smile, he doesn't seem to be dissatisfied. I can't say for sure because I don't know much about this country to that child, but it brings me to think that Samaria is still a kinder country for slaves than I thought. Well, I think it's good that it wasn't as what I had imagined it to be. To me, I was scared of that look you're giving me all this time with that expressionless face. If you went on a rampage, even Fegnis might not be able to stop you. Ahaha, you're praising me too much. An ogre being able to keep moving as long as there's magic supplying him is nothing but a nightmare. And if you'd wanted to, you could have neutralized the entire army, right? I don't have any idea how many people would be mobilized before cathing you, but I can't imagine what that number will be. I got the feeling he's talking about catching a violent monster. Ha ha ha, what a monster you are. No matter how I think about it, I got a feeling I can never catch you. As expected of Rose number 2. Are you praising me? Of course. I don't feel like he's complimenting me when he's saying I'm another reincarnation of Rose. Moreover, that is quite overrated. Even if I was attacked by many knights, I had no choice but to escape. And if I have no choice but to fight, let's see, I will punch them one by one with my healing punch. I guess? I have no attack that has a wide range effect like Senpai or Kazuki, so my means are limited. Anyways, is there any particular purpose for having me meet Eva? There's the talk from earlier, but I couldn't do it because of your personality, so I felt like I just want the both of you to meet. At the end of the day, Eva was able to make good memories. And personally, I'm happy. Memories. I lean on Lucas-sama's words as his facial expression collapses. This person takes great care of Eva, that I understand. However, the way of trying to present to her, who is an important daughter to her, and let me live together with her in that barrier. I thought that he asked me to cure Eva with healing magic, but that was also different. Does he really think it's impossible with my powers? Or was there another factor in the palace? I can't possibly get a clear answer simply by just listening passively. In that case, Lucas-sama, this is just my hypothesis. What is it? But, my healing magic may cure Eva. Now I should be able to know the answer. Whether I can cure her, or I can't, or there's no need to. Lucas-sama, who had a gentle expression, becomes rigid, but he spins his words regardless. But, right now it's impossible. I'm ashamed to say that there are still many immature parts of my healing magic, and I can't say that I'm able to cure the illness. However, if I master it, the illness that is damaging her. Yusato. My name was called with a soft but quiet voice. Being stopped with such pressure from him, he opened his mouth with a sad expression. I'm happy with your good intentions, but it's impossible. It's not that easy. If I'm not strong enough, there's another person in Lingle that may be able to handle the strengthening of healing magic. Those people will surely. No, that's not it. It's true that Eva's body has a problem, but it's not because of some illness. If that wasn't the case, do you think that I would like to keep her in such a place? With no hope of seeing the outside world? Yusato, you're really a good guy. You have a kind heart that is suitable for her successor, but this is... Lucas-sama, who had a self-deprecating smile, stopped mid-sentence and leaned his body on the back weakly, without any power. This is my punishment. It has nothing to do with that child. This might be unreasonable and confusing right now, but this is a curse of death that erodes the royalty of Samaria. Was what he replied. Author's note. The deeper meaning of the diary is scary. I'm anxious, so I rushed into Yusato's room before sunrise. Even after 3 days, I'm still watching Yusato training early in the morning. Sharing work equals a painful measure to escape from her line of sight. By the way, I wrote it as a curse, but Ni's dispel is practically useless here. Bitter. A curse that undermines the royal family. I was reminded again of what Rose once spoke with a painful look. Healing magic cannot heal curses. Although healing magic can heal things regarding injuries, illness, and body damages, but the phenomenon of curses cannot be cured. Your Majesty, it is about time. What kind of curse is damaging the royal family? And what sort of effect does that curse have on Eva? Phegnus, who had come into the room, spoke to Lucas-sama as if to block my questions from being answered. Sigh, you've never been able to read the mood, hey, Phegnus. Hey Yusato, sorry but I'll have to go back to work as a king. Okay. If you don't have the time, then it's fine. If given another opportunity, I'll ask again. The end was kinda awkward, but overall I had lots of fun talking with you, Phegnus. Please send Yusato out, I don't want him getting lost here. I understand. However, it sounds as though this happens frequently. It happened only once. Meaning someone has gone lost in this palace before. Certainly, the palace does look like a maze, so it's easy to get lost. When I was in the kingdom of Lingle, I lived in the rescue squad's dormitory. Thus, whenever I had to visit the palace, I was guided by a maid or a knight so as to not get lost. Well, take care of my daughter, will you? I can feel some sort of malicious content in your words. But there are no other intentions, right? Haha. It's just a joke. Please don't look serious after laughing, it doesn't sound like a joke anymore. Lucas-sama, who looked back at me with a smile on his face, returned to his original mild smile, laughing like a child who had played a successful mischief, and left the room with the escort knights, still laughing. Phegnus-san. If you would lead me. I understand. Now, please follow me. Phegnus-san, who showed a sympathetic and bitter smile towards me, turned around and walked to the garden where Eva lives. While following him, I thought about the curse that Lucas-sama has said. Curse. Based on my knowledge from my original world, it is a spiritual phenomenon that causes harm based on the envy of others. Or, it could also mean a ghost, an evil spirit, or a landlocked spirit, a yokai, a sorcerer, etc. That irritates others and literally curses them to death. This really hits me as I'm not good at dealing with horror. Based on the knowledge in this world, it's a physical type of curse is what Rose said. Also, the magic that Ni said. For example, a binding magic that binds the opponent's body with magic. However, I still know very little about the magic of this world. So the curse that Eva or the curse that's eating the Samaria's royal family, is there a possibility that it's magic that Ni deals with? I've heard that there are various types of magic. It's a fact that magic has declined, but it wouldn't be strange that there's a mage who had the magic of cursing and killed people in the old days when magic is more common. Wait a minute, if the curse that Eva has is eroding her body, maybe Ni's dispel might be useful. Sato-sama. Yusato-sama. Why yes? What's the matter? Being indulged in my thoughts, I replied frantically to Phegnus-san, who was walking in front of me. How was the conversation with the king? Conversation? Well, I just listened to his stories, but that allowed me to understand the thoughts and personality of Lucas-sama, and it was a good experience. I answered Phegnus-san's questions honestly, and he nods and puts his hands on his chin. I think that the king also had a good time. I didn't do anything interesting besides answering some of his questions though. That is not the case. In fact, the king was behaving differently today. Is that so? What sort of king did you usually talk to? Is that frank personality of his in acting? While wondering about it, Phegnus-san slowed down his pace so as to walk beside me, and he points his index finger. Do you remember when the king was talking about slavery? Yeah, he talked about it just now. The talk about using slaves and beasts to improve the country, right? What about that? I was very surprised at the words of the king at that time. After all, His Majesty, who is usually a realist, exclaimed that he wanted the slaves of his country to be happy. For those of us who know His Majesty, that sort of thing is unheard of. Is that so? Why did he say that to me then? You might have been someone who doesn't know much politics, but apart from that. It may be because you are the disciple of Rose Dano. Because I'm her disciple? Don't tell me that some sort of revenge will come if I said something bad? Aside from Rose, if he feels that way to me, then I have to go back and solve the misunderstanding now. His Majesty doesn't talk about his own ideals because he has given up on it. And because of you, who kept talking about what his ideals were, his real voice has come out from hiding. I'm different from the captain. Absolutely not the same person. I'm not that grown up to overlap with that person. Of course strength-wise, but even our personality isn't the same. However, Fegnis-san chuckles a little at my words. You say that, but I don't think so at all when I heard about the things you did at Lukvis. If he's talking about the report at Lukvis, he most likely means the training with Nak? I don't know who the hell leaked that, but it might have been a failure in my part to train him with Rose's program in public. It might have sent the wrong image to other countries. Aren't these rumors kinda dangerous? His Majesty has been doing everything he could for Samaria ever since Eliza-sama passed away. For her who loved this country and Eva. At that moment when Fegnis-san spoke too much, a loud sound gong rang from outside the palace. Looking out from the window of the passage, a silver bell at the top of the large tower in front of the palace was ringing while reflecting the sunlight. Lukvis has something similar to that, but I was surprised by how much louder the bell was. Fegnis-san, who stopped his legs and looked at the tower from the same window, quietly opened his mouth. Hundreds of years ago. Yes. It's a story from hundreds of years back. Listening to his reluctant words, I went quiet. Samaria suffered a great disaster. The worst event since Samaria's founding, when many people died and everything was destroyed, including the palace and homes. It was a long time ago, but that is something the people cannot forget, and it continued. Is Samaria about to perish? Is he going to say something like they prospered and have managed to recover? Everyone was in despair, and when they tried abandoning the country, the king at that time made that tower in hopes of the country's recovery and hope. They built such a huge tower despite the disaster. There were a lot of oppositions voicing out their disbelief, but the king tried to show hope to the people. As a result, that tower turned into hope. No, it became a target of worship. I see, so that's why it's called a religious country. Or a country of prayer. Yes. Through that process, Samaria came to be called the country of prayer. A disaster hundreds of years ago. Only one thing comes into mind. The battle between the wicked dragon with the previous hero. The death fight that took place was in the country called Samaria. There's no doubt that the battle of the previous hero who faced the perfect condition dragon head-on will cause enormous damage to the surroundings. Once again, I nodded while murmuring, and noticed the tower had stopped ringing. But that wasn't what the king wanted at the time. The hope that the king was trying to show worship, and fright, the one and only existence that was made in the process. It was just that. Fegnis-san. He was mumbling to himself rather than talking to me. After a while, he realized and came back to his senses. My apologies. As a knight, my family has a close relationship with that tower, so I'm a little absorbed in it. It's all right, I'm glad to have heard an interesting story. I am happy that you think that way. After that, Fegnis-san walked again and we arrived at the garden without any problems. As usual, there are two knights standing at the entrance of the barrier where Eva lives, but when they saw Fegnis-san next to me, they aligned their legs and stretched their backs straight. Fegnis-san stopped and turned around and put his hand in his pocket, taking something out. It was a sword that I entrusted when I came to the palace. Usato-sama, I will return what I had in hand when I invited you into the palace. Ah. Are you sure? It's just a knife, and if I bring it to where Eva is. That's all right. Your fist is stronger than the knife. Well, a knife is only used to cut fruits. Furthermore, it's unlikely that it'll be used in battle. It looks like a good weapon, mind me asking where did you get it from? I got it from some villagers in a village I stopped before coming to Samaria. But why would you want to know that? I am a swordsman, so it is part of my job to determine the good and bad of a sword. From my perspective, this sword is too beautiful and intricate. Is it made by a dwarf? Nonetheless, it is made with a method that is obviously different from other swords. This might be an ambiguous word, but it's like an abnormal sword that doesn't seem to belong to this world. Well, who knows? I don't really understand much because it's a gift. Why is he silent? I know that it's not normal because it was a weapon from the previous hero. But I guess the manufacturing method is different from Japanese swords. I'm an amateur, so I'm not sure how awesome this really is. While turning away from Fegnis-san's gaze, I placed the knife on my belt and hid it in the hem of my robe. Thank you for sending me here. Don't worry about it. It's natural to be polite to our guests. Then, I shall return to my post. Fegnis-san, who bowed deeply, returned to the palace. I was relieved that he didn't pursue about the sword, but again it was good that I didn't tell him about the wicked dragon and the previous hero. I don't know why I thought so, but I thought it would have been dangerous if I did. Samaria was attacked by a wicked dragon? Should I read the notebook again? I put my hand on the notebook of the previous hero who still tucked in the pocket of the lining of the rescue squad uniform. There might be some things relating to the curse of Eva. If it truly is a curse that kills the royal bloodline, the cause might not be the present, but in the past. Let's first look at the possibilities. Arms crossed, I walked in the direction of the barrier while thinking. I saw something black crossing at the edge of my vision and stopped. A black shadow that is disproportionate to the garden where the sun shines through. When I turned to where the shadow was, a blackbird that looked familiar sat on the branch of a tree planted in the garden. It had a slightly amazed gaze when the owl meets me, it spread its wings and flew here. I slightly raised my right arm so that the owl could easily land. The owl, proudly puffing its chest, opens its small beak. Phew phew phew, USA. Alright, you came at the right time, Ni. Did Arksan ask you to come? Well, it's good to do at your own pace. I'll persuade the knights to let you inside. Hat. I would like to take my time with our reunion, but I can't do such things when the knights are watching us. So I put my hand on her head lightly and closed her mouth. Wait, listen to the end. Why are you doing this to me after seeing you for the first time in 3 days? Ah, but, she really did come at a really good time. If she's here, I might know more about Eva. Hopefully, I'll be able to see her dispel magic that I thought was useless in action. With her fluttering noise, I began walking towards the border where Eva and Irie-san are. Ah. I wasn't thinking of Eva's reaction if she saw Ni. She'll definitely be interested since she's just a kid. Well, there's also the problem of not getting into contact even if I ask her not to touch. What to do? Author's note. Usato's knife is not made by humans. Rather, it's almost impossible to hit iron in this world to make a sword, because their technology is too different from the one used to make a normal sword. The first thing after reuniting with Ni is to negotiate with the guard. Negotiating wasn't difficult, as I just told them that she's my familiar, and proving that she means no harm, we were able to get through without any suspicion. For some reason, the moment I entered the barrier while putting Ni on my shoulder, Eva was there maintaining the flower bed. Irie-san isn't seen anywhere as well, but it's convenient he isn't here. Seeing that she hasn't noticed us yet, I kept my voice as low as possible and talked to Ni. Ni, I'll explain the situation later, but can you look at her and tell me anything abnormal from her? Hey? Why must I do that? It's important. So please. I understand. Ni nodded. If she's familiar with magic, she might know something about it. We nodded at each other, then walked up to Eva, who is humming and playing with the flower bed. Eva, who noticed my footsteps, looked back and leaned with a smile like a blooming flower, then looked at Ni, who was standing on my shoulder. Welcome back, Usato-san. That is. You can't do that, Usato-san. You mustn't simply pick up animals. Please return it to its original place. I was told off like a mother who gently admonished a child who had picked up a cat. This is completely different from what I have imagined. Ahaha, how good would that be if I could just return it? Ni turned to me with stern eyes, as if looking at me saying, what did you just say? Oi, you're the one who forcibly followed us in the first place. Well, jokes aside, let's explain who Ni is. This isn't some owl I just picked up, it's my familiar. Familiar? This child. Yeah, I just got it a while ago, and due to various things, I made a contract with her as a familiar. Because somebody seemed to be too lonely without me, so they came following me. It's more accurate to say that she's more attached to me rather than being lonely. That familiar is a monster. Yeah. Wow. This is my first time seeing a monster. It's completely different from ordinary birds. Eva with glittery eyes leans over and looks at Ni. Whether she was being full of herself, she stretched her round body out with pride. That does make an eagle or a hawk look cool doing that, but this almost egg-shaped Ni looks pretty cute doing that. Putting that aside, this is her first time seeing a demon? Perhaps it's unusual for people living in this world. Humans and monsters seem so far apart, yet are close to each other. Powerful monsters exist only in dark areas, but normal monsters are intimately involved with humans as familiars like the footbirds. Which means to say, she hasn't seen one since living here all this time. What is her name? Her name's Ni. She's a little shy, but an obedient child. Though it's the total opposite of her personality. I tried so hard not to show it on my face when I said it. So her name's Ni-chan. Do you want to touch it? Is that okay? While being excited, she turned her eyes to Ni while leaning close to her. I haven't said anything about the curse yet, but I'm sure she'd notice if Eva has any changes. I spoke with a voice that Eva can't hear. Ni, I'm counting on you. Hoot. Ni slams my cheeks as if entrusting it to her, then jumps onto Eva's shoulders. Eva, who felt ticklish on her eyes, immediately looks at Ni, who was on her shoulder, and speaks. It's a very obedient child. Hoot. Here. Eva took off her long gloves with soil around, reached out her hands to Ni. Ni, who for some reason seems to be nervous, hoots and lightly jump onto her hands. Wah, Eva was slightly surprised. So cute. This would be a comfortable situation if I don't know the true nature of Ni. Remembering her usual cheekiness, I can't help but sigh. Does Ni-chan also want to live here? I was thinking of getting permission from you or Irie-san. If you can't, then... No. It's completely okay. I'm sure Irie will allow it. I will allow it. Oh, okay. Are you sure you should say that, princess? With a force that does not match her appearance, I can't help but laugh at Eva. Maybe Irie-san wouldn't refuse, and Ni can stay here without being suspicious. Oh right. What does she eat? Since it's a monster, perhaps she's a carnivore. Ni-chan, do you like some meat? Eva asks Ni with a thoughtful look. Ni's an owl. So even if you talk to her, I don't think she's going to give you any. Hoot. Hoot. Wow, so you do love meat. I understand. And I take it back. What a selfish prick. Just like a fish reacting to bait. Ni moves and flutters her wings as she squeaked a little. Maybe she was happy with Eva's reaction. She turned to glance at me with eyes of mockery before smiling. Yusato-san, I suddenly heard some strange cracking sound in your hands. Are you all right? I'm fine. It seems that I was unconsciously gripping my fist. In order to fool her, I released my fist, but when she looked towards Ni again, I raised my hands on my neck, signaling to Ni with a slice on the neck and smiled. Please look forward to today's meal. Hoot. I'll catch a lot of mice for you, Ni-chan. Hoot. Ah wait, or maybe owls eat insects as well. I wonder if I should catch them as well. Fortunately, there's many in the flower bed. The body of Ni hardened like a stone. That's right, owls are bird of prey. Wild birds eat nothing but small animals. This is common sense, thus she doesn't want to feed human food to owls, and thought of other food for owls. And if this little princess says she'll do it, she'll do it. For example, no matter what kind of hand she uses, she'll definitely catch some mice and insects that serve as Ni's meal. If she can't, she'll just ask Irie-san or the knights from outside to try and catch some mice. However, I do pity her for being fed mice and insects, thus this kind person shall help a familiar and companion out by dispatching a help boat. Eva, this thing eats literally anything, so we can just feed her the same meals as ours. Is that so? Even as an owl, it's still a monster. What they eat might be different from ordinary animals. Her true nature is that of a vampire. She would normally eat fruits during our journey, and even ate human meals when she invited us into the village. I turned and sighed at her moisturized eyes, who I had just saved, as I put my arms forward to issue her to come back. All right, come here. Hoot. Ni moved from above Eva's hand to my shoulder. Based on her reaction, it doesn't seem like there's anything out of the ordinary, but I guess I should hear about it later. For the time being, I need a place and time to explain the situation to Ni. I'll go ahead and rest in my room. Can I bring Ni in as well? Even if it gets dirty, it just needs to be cleaned, so there's no problem. Does Ni-chan need anything? If so, I can prepare. Thank you. But she doesn't need anything for the time being. An actual owl may need a perch, but this one doesn't need one. Entering indoors while waving Eva lightly, at the same time, Ni, who was moving to my shoulders, closed her eyes in relief. Who's that girl? It's cause you were letting it all in your head. You reap what you sow. Who would think of meat as insects or mice? Wait, that's wrong. That's not what I'm trying to say. What's wrong? What happened to her arrogance? While keeping her voice as quiet as possible, she speaks to me as if not bothered. That girl, her existence is disappearing. Hey! It's about to disappear? It's not eroding, but disappearing. I suddenly stopped, and when I looked at her, who was overwhelmingly lazy, I had no choice but to be puzzled by unspeakable emotions. I came here because Ark asked me to. In my room, Ni, who returned to her human form, sat down leaning against the chair, said. But then, I didn't know it's because of Fegnus's sword that Amako and Ni vanished before I was taken to the palace. A magical tool that exposes Ni's transformation. I should be careful while she's here. What have you done since I went to the palace? Soon after, the palace guys took us into an inn. We were suspicious at first, but the treatment was like a king, as if genuinely welcoming us. Just as Lucas-sama had said. I heard from the palace people that they were okay, but I was relieved to hear them saying it instead. That fox. Amako was unusually uneasy. I see. But I'm glad y'all are fine. But it isn't. Why are you here for 3 days? It doesn't seem like you've been captured or being trapped in this elaborate magic barrier. And that girl dash. Don't tell me you've got into some sort of situation because of her. And no. It's more like I'm about to get involved. What? She placed her chin on the back of the chair as I looked away from Ni's suspicion while explaining how I got to this point. I gave the letter easily. I was invited as a healing magician for Samaria. I decided to live in the palace for a while. I met Eva, who is the princess of Samaria. She has some kind of curse. Only explaining briefly, Ni exhales a breath of amazement. You really are somebody. It's nice to be in this country, but to even try to help such a girl. Honestly, you're stupid, stupid. What is this? Why is an idiot calling me an idiot? That's contradicting. I restrained the urge to recoil and retaliate, and with my arms crossed, I look at Ni laughing with brilliance. Yusato has a tendency to rush himself into trouble. Even during my case, when the zombie pandemic occurred, and I asked you to help, you immediately fell for it. I didn't rush in by myself. It's that all of them had troubles. Also, I don't want to be hearing from you when you're the one causing those huge problems. What a huge hypocrite. Shut up. Stop talking about me, okay? Seriously, an arrogant person. However, it is the same with Nak and Ni, troubles always seem to find their way towards me. Am I destined to be hit by trouble? Or am I trying to get caught up in that kind of thing without realizing it myself? Ahem, but you shouldn't involve yourself in this mess. Why? Because you know what's been eroding her. I think she just said some meaningful words, but does that have any deeper meaning? However, Ni raised both hands lightly and exhaled a small sigh. Nope, not a clue. Hey? Then why the hell did you act so bloody confident? It's strange if I can tell just by touching her, okay? Listen here. That girl isn't being eroded by curse or something like that, it's her existence that's disappearing. Isn't knowing that enough? I remember the words she said before coming to this room. I thought it was just a metaphor, but it's exactly what she says? No, I don't understand. Wait a minute, but isn't she right here right now? How can she not exist? Sigh. Ni, who heard my question, raised both her hands up annoyingly, as if it was a pain, and made a small fist. The soul and the body are based on a strong bond. Without the body, the soul cannot stay in this world. Without the soul, the body cannot move in this world. The exception is that a necromancer like me can break such rules. Having said that, the soul and body can be said to be the most important factors in life. Ni clenches both hands together. Body and soul, but what does that have to with Eva? But that girl, she has a weird phenomenon that deviates from that rule. And that's the reason why her existence has disappeared? But judging from your story, Eva seems to have nothing to do with the curse. I'm getting even more confused. What causes such a situation where the existence of a soul and body to disappear? She is abnormal. No, even abnormals aren't something that can be dismissed in words. The realm of soul and body is a realm that ordinary humans should not interfere with, and that is the field of magic that I deal with. Magic. In addition, curses can be transferred to these types of phenomena. What would you think would happen if it moves to us? It's not that I'm not curious, but I'm not stupid enough to fall into a trap like some stupid idiot. Curse that moves, does that mean that the existence of Eva disappearing may also occur to me as well? Can't you manage with your dispel magic? In the first place, it's doubtful that a curse is being applied by magic. And above all, I can't use it because I can't see the techniques being used. So the dispel magic is an even more of a useless magic than I'd imagine. No, I knew somehow before not to expect anything. So, we can't do anything about it. This is different from the time with the wicked dragon. Why does Yusato want to help that girl? Suddenly, Ni asked. I was indulged in thinking about the question that I didn't think of, and I uttered a stunned voice. She is a stranger to you who you've met for only 3 days anyways. Why are you going so far for someone like her? If it's me, no way. I may have done a familiar contract with you out of my own will, but I don't you to fail and lose you. The reason why I did it. Honestly, there's no reason why I want to help her. However, the answer is simple. I just want to help. That's the only reason. Hey? That's all. It's not because I'm from the rescue squad, but I sympathized with her, and I wanted to help. The world is wide. Lots of nature spreading, including magic, monsters, people, and demi-humans. It's weird to not know about such a world, and knowing you will disappear someday. I, who came from another world, thought that it was a good thing to be here. After the battle with the demon army, and listened to her cries, I truly thanked all the people in the world for meeting me. However, her being destined to disappear is just unfair. As if I'll give in to such a weird story. Based on my words, Ni dropped her shoulders as if she's stunned. Ha, you're really a weird and selfish person. I can see why the fox is worried. Even I won't know what to do if I took my eyes off of you. Don't say it like I'm a troubled kid. Rather, you're just a kid with horrible traits. To me, it just looks like you love being stuck with weird girls. Can you not say words that are misleading? Remembering the words Amako told me that day, how I'm easily tricked by women. Well, I did become a familiar to such a person, so I'm the same. Ni. I'll help you for a while. It's too dangerous for you Sato to go alone. Ni words seemed to be shy, but she smiled naturally. Ha ha ha, thanks. That's encouraging. She's not obedient, but she isn't a bad person. Once again, I was relieved that we reunited, as I rest my body on the back door. By the way, why are you leaning against the door all the time? Can't you just come inside? Well, I won't know if Eva would approach if I don't do this. Basically, I can't sense that girl, so it's easy for her to get behind me. Worst of all, I'm resting in my room, and I can feel her eyes at times, which is quite difficult. What kind of life did you Sato have over the past 3 days? Aren't you just being watched by his daughter? Maybe. However, even if it is, the scary part is that she doesn't seem to be aware of it. Well, once you get used to it, it really doesn't bother me. As I continued to say, Ni looks pale for a while. While laughing, I thought about what to do after this. We had dinner with our new friend, Ni. Ni, who lived in a village near Samaria, seemed to know their specialty cake and is hitting me with her small wings while hooting loudly towards the large amount of cakes. However, while she was frightened by the overwhelming cake and being frozen, she pleaded me to stop Eva from trying to add more cake. I'm starting to doubt that whether Ni is even helping me. Then, night arrived. At a time when everyone should be asleep, I was relying on a small candle illuminating the notebook about the previous hero. This is impossible, I can't read it all. I don't understand a single word coming from this notebook. In order to find the similarities between the wicked dragon and the curse of Eva, I tried reading the notebook, but to no progress. Even Ni said, ain't all this irrelevant? Phew, fuahi. First of all, why the hell are you occupying my bed? I thought she would sleep in the form of an owl, but this girl with black hair is sleeping in her original form. Just because I took my eyes off of her for a while, now I can't even stop her. Right now she's covering her face with her futon with a sly face. Well, it was really helpful that you came. Let's recap what happened today. Instead of sitting down and sleep, I sat relaxing in the chair and reread the notebook. According to what Ni deciphered, there were many casualties before the previous hero defeated the wicked dragon. Also, some Samaria citizens were buried in rubble after the end of the battle. But it doesn't have anything to do with the curse, so it doesn't matter. Maybe Ni was right, it doesn't matter. Maybe it's better off not relating the wicked dragon with the curse. Let's ask Ni tomorrow to explain my situation about Eva to Arc-san and Amako. Later, I can ask Eri-san about various things. Since I need to depend on Ni about magic, she plays an important role. I wonder if Amako would get angry. Maybe she already is. She's rather scary when she's angry. It's true that people who rarely get angry really are the scariest when they do. Let's see whether she'll be shocked when she hears my story from Ni. Will Arc-san just laugh it off? Either way, I have to apologize for making them worry when we meet again. Sigh. I'm worrying too much. I placed the notebook on the desk and covered my eyes with my hand. Time to sleep. My eyelids are getting heavy, and I have to work hard tomorrow morning. Lazily, I got up from the chair and pick up my uniform on the chair. At the very least, I can sleep laying on the wall thinking so. While moving to the wall, I stopped and looked outside the window. That is. I can see someone from outside the window where the moonlight is shining. At such a time? Don't tell me, a ghost? My heartbeat rises up, but after looking closely, it was someone I knew. Eva. Why? I thought she should have been asleep. Somehow, she was filled with a sad expression as she sat in front of the pond in the barrier and gazed at the surface of the water. To be honest, I was kinda scared. It's impossible of her to break her only rule of sleeping early and getting up early. Not saying anything to Eri-san and sneaking out at such a time, this can be considered something strange is happening. Especially if this is deviating to being manipulated by a ghost. Since there's such a concept as a soul in this world, the existence of a ghost cannot be denied. Should I go? Wait a minute. Ni. Yeah, I have Ni. Away from the window, I moved to the bed where Ni is asleep. 2 is better than 1. If there's a strong relation between souls, it might be demons. This is a job for vampires. I can no longer calm down. Ni, oi, wake up. Get up now. Fui, hi. I shook her shoulders and tried waking her up, but she didn't seem to get up at all, probably because she was sleeping soundly. Rather, she wrapped herself in the futon that I hung up this morning and moved to the end of the bed. This bass. In the case of movies, it's a situation where the ghost would attack you first. Ghost can't be beaten because you can't hit them. Can't help. Guess I should go alone. I can't wake her up at this state. Time to make a decision. Maybe Eva can't sleep as well, and she's just taking a walk outside. I don't have to be so scared. Recalling her actions thus far, it might be a possibility. She is Eva Samaria after all. I thought about it again and again. I put on my uniform and opened the door. Right, I kept the sword attached to my uniform. When I was wearing the uniform, I noticed the small sword that was still attached to the uniform. However, if I were to return back to my room, my determination will likely be shaken, so let's just continue moving. Then again, why on earth is Eva outside at this time? Did something happen? Even if I remove the occult, I think it might be a curse, so I'm worried. Outside was brighter than expected, thanks to the full moon above my head. I got out of the house and slowly walked to the place where Eva was. With some tension and fear, I moved to a position where I can see the back of the pond and I found Eva in the same position as before. It doesn't feel like she's being controlled or unconscious based on her reflection at the surface of the pond, instead. Eva. Yusato-san. She was crying. She was crying while looking at her reflection. She was stunned when she saw my face, and that turned into a surprised expression. When she noticed the tears on her cheeks, she quickly wiped her tears. This is not a small matter if she's crying alone in such a place. Worried about her, I walk up to her and slowly crouch. Sorry. She spoke with an apologetic manner, with a thin voice and no context. Why does she need to apologize? She didn't do anything wrong. I knew that Yusato-san was coming. She knew? That I would be watching? Your room was lighted, right? I see, so she knew I was awake. Looking behind where my room is, the small flickering light from the candles are certainly swaying outside. So her apology was knowing that I'll come outside. So, why cry at such a time? That is. She leaned down and sat down slowly on the ground, holding her knees. Similarly, I sat down as well so that it was easier to talk, and asked her once more. Did something sad happened? Why would I be? I have my father, Eri, Yusato-san, and even Ni-san. The people of the palace are so kind to me. So, I'm actually very fortunate. Then, why? That is. When she glanced at me, she opened her mouth after being determined. I had a dream. And it was a very scary dream. A dream. If it's a scary dream, then I understand that you feel like crying. It's a story you often hear about when dreaming. I even had a dream about Rose, where I was asleep doing push-ups in bed. Especially those spooky and horrible dreams where you can't remember what happened in the dream. The fear that you don't know what you fear is very scary. There are a lot of people angry around me. Angry. Can you see their faces? No, all of their faces are blurred, and they're all angry at me who is in the middle. And that dream continued forever. That is a scary dream indeed. But, who would be angry at you? You didn't do anything wrong. Eva's a good girl, just as Lucas-sama said. She doesn't have characteristics of being resentful and in the first place, I can't say anything bad about her. According to my words, Eva shook her lips. I was slightly concerned, but soon she started talking. When I want to forget about such a dream, I would usually spend my time here near my mother. If I'm here, I don't feel like I'm alone. So that's why you're here. Even if there's no one, the grave is important to her. She really does care about her mother. But today's dream was different. Though it's scary, but there were people there who protected me. Many too. Oh, so there are people protecting you. That's good. The dream is an unconscious area, so does it mean that something has changed her? In any case, I think it's good to have someone to protect her. That's right. What I was surprised was that one of them had the same face as me, but a little taller. I couldn't see the other people's faces, but they stood up and protected me. Same face, as you. It's true because I confirmed it here. I don't think I will make a mistake in my face after seeing it for years. For some reason, she confidently pointed at the surface of the water and smiled as she pointed. I see, so that's why she stared at the surface of the pond? Well, nightmares don't happen so many times in a row. The next time you go to bed, you'll surely have fun dreams. But don't quote my word. Phew, that would be nice if it were true. Eva giggles. Since she started laughing, is she alright now? I guess I can tag along with her until she starts becoming sleepy. Thinking about what we can chat about to kill time, I realized that Eva has stopped smiling. Yusato-san, you're leaving here soon, right? Well, that's right. There's something I have to do. After a few days, I have to travel to the next country. By that time, even if I wanted to help Eva, I would have given up after time runs out. I want to save her, but there's an even more important task of handing a letter, and a mission to cure Amako's mother. I can't break my promise because of that. Eva showed a sad expression to my reply and hugged her knees tightly. I might not be able to meet Yusato-san the next time. Why? I'll be gone soon. By gone? Does she mean the curse? It wasn't unexpected. But there's no doubt that she's not aware of her curse. Rather, it's normal. Perhaps Yusato-san has already heard about it. I'm cursed, just like my mother. We will eventually disappear without a trace. Disappear. I can't imagine how much intention was put in those words. I could barely give words of comfort for her. There might be a way to help. It's impossible. I understand the feeling of eventually disappearing more than anyone else. And dash. She lets go of her hand that was holding her knees and removes her white long gloves fitted in her right hand. During the daytime, the white hand I saw when she let me stand and nothing was out of the ordinary until she raises her right hand over the moonlight, where I could finally see something strange happening. This is. Do you understand now? Her hand is transparent? When she places her hand to the ground, there was no shadow casting on her right hand. Her existence disappearing, I came to understand the severity of these words that I had vaguely recognized. It's not just an ordinary curse, it's as horrible as Ni described. Currently, it is only until my right hand. But at the end of it all, my entire body will look like this in the end, I will disappear as if I had not existed. This is the kind of curse I've been bestowed upon. I can finally see the curse eroding Eva. It was much crueler than I had imagined. With such a phenomenon happening to her, she acted as if nothing had happened in front of me. She must have been scared. She would have been crying. But she continued to smile. Being speechless, I moved and looked at her. Her smile was sad, as she stood up hiding her right arm, and turned her head down to bow deeply. I'm sorry. Again, why are you apologizing? There is no need for you to apologize. She raised her head slightly and explains. I'm really a bad child. Even if I knew it would happen, I was really trying to hold back. I wish I can have a pleasant daily life. And I tried getting sympathy out of you. I wanted you to accept my kindness. Eva. It's normal that I should be punished for trying to put my feelings before everyone else. Indeed, I was sympathizing. I wanted to help. I wanted to do something. However, isn't that natural for everyone to think that way? You're wrong. I'm not. You did nothing wrong. It's natural to be kind to someone. No one should be alone when they're sad or when they're suffering. If so, can you stay here with me? Can you stay here until the moment I disappear? Can I accept that kindness from you? Her eyes overlooking me, her body shaking ever so slightly. Honestly, my answer is fixed. There's too much work to be done to meet her wishes. While sitting, I turned my body to Eva and put my hand on her knee, then lowered my head. I'm sorry, that's impossible. I have to continue my travels. Please raise your head. I raised my head. I steeled myself to prepare the reaction that was about to come, but what I saw was Eva bowing deeper than before. Thank you very much. You have answered honestly. And I shall give up. She raised her head and smiled at me. However, it was the smile of a doll, emotionless. The alarm rings in the bottom of my heart. Was my previous answer so important? I know that I shouldn't keep you here. But when I heard your words, I finally understand. Wait, Eva. It's all right. I'm sorry for putting you through this. Just as I was about to say something, she turns around and tried to go back indoors. I can't let her go. Should I reveal that I'm working to help her? However, under the present circumstances where there are no clues to the solution, I might give her unnecessary hope. No, I'm just giving excuses, I have to stop her now. I stood up in a hurry and reached out to her. Eva. Dash. I extended my hand and grabbed her right hand. The moment I tried to say something, she looked back with a teary face, and the sword on my waist suddenly began to tremble. What the? Yu-gi-oh! Togu. A familiar and terrifying roar echoes in my head, causing a headache. The roar was much larger than in memory. Although only for a moment, my headache soon subsided, but I realized the hand that I was holding was strangely cold. When I raised my face, she held her head with her left hand like I did. Eva, are you dash? Yusato-san, stay. Stay. When I tried using healing magic on her right hand, her head dropped and she loses strength. I immediately caught hold of her and lifted her up. What on earth is going on? Unforgivable. Eva. Neither you nor the king will be forgiven. It wasn't her voice. I was convinced when I heard the spooky voices coming out of her mouth. So you're the real curse? Yes, hero. Why did we have to die? Why were we abandoned? Oh stupid king, who was drowning in power, why have you forsaken us? We would have still been alive. Is it not listening? That is why we shall never forget. The anger, fear, despair, hatred. We will curse you for eternity. The person manipulating Eva said, as her body floats up in the air, and slowly descended to the ground. However, at that moment. But, the centuries of suffering have finally come to an end. With the presence of a hero and the king here, we are finally free. Something half-transparent jumped out from her body and flew to the ground. Eva's body had translucent chains wrapped around her body, which appeared from the ground. The chains were screaming and wailing in a spooky tone. Why must it be skeletons out of all things? Ah! The skeletons were connected to the chains. The lower half of the body is missing, and the body and head are covered with iron collars, which makes a rattling noise. As if making fun of me, it opened its mouth and rattled its teeth, but it ain't that scary. And why are there so many of you? What's more, they are multiplying like crazy from beneath the ground, around Eva's body. There's approximately 20. Some have their heads sticking out of the ground, but they don't seem to be coming out any further. Give up that body of yours and be captivated by us. Oh brothers, arise, be released, and feast. They're coming. The skeletons floating around Eva rushed towards me. Forming a stance, I thought, will I be able to even inflict damage to them? Let's punch and find out. It's the same situation with the wicked dragon. We won't know until I try to punch the other person. I protrude a fist into one of the skeletons that rushed in first, and it was a direct hit into the skull. Kihi kaya ha. Receiving a direct hit from my first, its forehead shattered. However, it soon laughed, which was annoying to my ears, and immediately wrapped in pale flame and returned to its original state. So physical attack has no effect. It continued trying to bite me with its large mouth as I avoided the skeleton. The speed is decent, but the strength is weak, however it can repair itself. Around Eva is a skeleton that is linked to chains like a serpentine coil, and several of them are holding her quietly to refrain from me closing in on her. While being gazed at by the hollow skull, I felt a chill and knocked down the attacking skeleton with the sword. Come on, think brain. How can I save her from the skeleton and chains? Is it alright to just remove them? Or should I try waking her up? However, it seems like her consciousness has been taken over by that curse, so how am I supposed to wake her up? Danger! I avoided the skeleton that tried to bite my arms by rolling down. What are they in the first place? My instincts tell me they're from the curse. What's more, they hate the king, probably referring to the Samaria royalty and the previous hero. Wait just a minute, you've mistaken me for the previous hero. The previous hero is a god of plague. At the same time as I turned my upper body backwards, I kicked the skeleton's torso that had passed over my head, then somersaulted as is. While doing that, the other skeletons attacked all at once. They didn't feel a thing. The healing punch didn't have any effect, but so does physical attack and healing magic. Even after breaking them, they'll just repair and attack again immediately. Even for me, I can't stall for long. If you don't die in one punch, then I'll just have to break you into pieces. The other party is cursed, so it doesn't matter if I go serious like that time with the wicked dragon. In addition, they're eating Eva's body, no time to think. I stopped avoiding it, jumped forward with the force of stepping through the stone pavement in the garden, and grasped the two skeleton heads like an eagle. Yug! Eat my master's specialty. I grab the heads of the skeleton and hit it against the stone pavement. The skeleton scatters into particles with the sound of plates breaking. Secret technique, Rose's iron claw. No, I don't think I'm at her level yet. But as a result of adding my own arrangements, it became such a technique. Oh. Ooh. I'm coming for you next. I continue grabbing the skeletons coming from the sides by swinging my arms around, and let momentum strike by plunging them to trees that are planted nearby. The skeleton shatters. Although the two skeletons from before seem to be gradually regenerating, they're taking much longer than before. Oops. I continued crushing the three attacking skeletons in the same fashion. It's easy now, I found a way to deal with them. Alright, with this pace, While crushing them, I looked at the remaining skeletons as my next target, but they're just floating around me. Am I being surrounded? No, this is. The hostility I felt earlier diminished, and there's a different emotion filled. Are they scared? I hesitate to say it, but when they heard me, they stopped moving as well. Are they really feeling fear? Well, it doesn't matter either way. Since you're the ones attacking me without any hesitations, and I know you're not the kind of guy who can speak. If you don't come over, I'll go there instead. I continued destroying the skeletons around Eva. Wait a minute. The skeleton lurking around Eva isn't there? Did I count wrongly? No, I've grasped the numbers during the battle. Did it disappear? Is it because I've defeated so many of them that it can no longer exist? However, the skeletons I crushed just before are slowly regenerating. A few of the skeletons that were generated by the curse have disappeared. It's a trivial matter, but it can't be ignored. It's possible that they might fly out and attack the people in the palace. Considering that possibility, the moment I tried to rescue Eva, a white arm suddenly appeared from the ground and grabbed my leg. Dash. Haha. It was two skeletons that appeared. They grabbed my legs firmly with their thin arms and began to laugh. Damn it. I didn't think they could attack through the ground from this distance. I knew that the curse was coming out of Eva's feet, and I wasn't paying attention. Shit. By immobilizing me, the other skeletons floating around started swarming in. This isn't a surprise attack so much as it is a matter of skill. But this much ain't enough to catch me. I stomped the hands that were holding my leg and removed the restraint. However, the other skeleton that caught my arm while I was distracted, bite my arm. A pressure-like pain runs from above my uniform. Help. Hiro-sama. It hurts. Wow. It's the same headache as before. Voices are flowing into my head. No way, was their aim to bite me from the get-go? This headache is making me lose my power to shake off the skeleton. The others who had been waiting were entwined around my body all at once, biting vigorously. Several images and voices are forcibly projected to my head, making my view divided, and the voices jumbled up. Leave. The bites weren't even that powerful. Rather, it's the scenes that I've never seen before are running through my head which are making me nauseous. This is bad. The first attack mentally weakened me. The fighting style from before couldn't win. Now what trouble did you get yourself into this time? Seriously, always giving me trouble. A bell-ringing voice came from above me, which was blinded by the moonlight. Something stood on my shoulder. The next moment, a purple pattern I was familiar with ran through my body. HIAA. The pattern spread throughout my body, flung away the clinging skeletons. At the same time, the headache disappeared as if it never happened. Shaking my head from side to side, I stood up and looked at the owl on my shoulder and thanked her. Ugh, ha. Thanks, for saving me. Why is this happening the moment I take my eyes off of you? What kinda curse have you activated? I want to know as well. With her wings flapping around, I pointed to Eva and laughed bitterly as I explained the situation, before breathing a sigh of relief. It would have been the end for me if she didn't come. I wanna explain right now, but at the moment... We have to fight them. Staring at the both of us, the skeleton screamed with its chains and teeth rattling even stronger than before, seemingly even angrier. I wonder if the reason the skeleton flew away from my body is due to Ni's dispel? I see, so that's it. Did you find a solution? Mind telling me immediately? While striking a large amount of skeletons with my fist, I desperately pleaded to Ni, who was quietly thinking on my shoulder. What's more, why are you not moving while I'm punching around like crazy? Yusato, it's easy to deal with this. I just need to put my magic that I used on Yusato into that girl. It's just that easy. Yeah, and those crappy corpses she summoned is using that girl as a medium. If we nullify her, we're done. Meaning those skeletons will disappear if you pull her intermediary from the curse. That's right. So you do understand. Why am I being praised now? I wonder if I look stupid to her. Right now isn't the time to think about it. Once again, I'm glad she's here with me. But, it's your job to provide magic. So you're not doing it. But I can't use magic. I know that obviously. But you're with me now, so that's a different story. Yusato, raise your hand. After distancing myself from the skeletons, I raised my hands as she told me. Then, magical purple patterns were transmitted to my body from Ni's small body, and it gathered in both my hands through my arm. This is... I've activated magic and let it flow on my body. You just need to shake your fist without thinking. With this restraint magic, you should be able to nullify the crappy skeletons for a short time. Did I just strike the devil's luck? I gripped my hand into a fist and gazed at the skeleton in front of me. With the power of restraint magic, I can drill a hole into them and seal their regenerative power. But at the moment you strike them with magic, I'll have to supply the magic I'm applying to you again. At that moment, you'll be defenseless. Don't worry about me. It's not an intolerable pain. Not hesitating is what makes you unreasonable. Well, let's go then. It's my first attempt, but I plan on succeeding. In response to her encouragement, we jumped out in the direction of Eva. The skeletons floating became a wall. I drove my left fist that was greatly squeezed into the face of one of the skeletons. Ha! A few skeletons were blown away, and crumbled to the ground, losing the curse's effect. The magic was consumed with that last blow, but Ni soon replenished the magic. Somehow, this is, yet. If I combine it with my healing punch, I'll be able to perform some amazing techniques that combine restraint and healing. Oh wah, you're disgusting. Concentrate on your magic. The next phase is coming. I thought it was ruthless, but I didn't say it out loud. While aiming at Eva and advancing in a straight line, I continued punching the skeletons like flies. After approaching Eva, I spoke to Ni, who continues to supply magic. Ni, get ready. I know. Ni answered, but Eva's appearance is closing in. The skeleton that is supplying the magic would be moving, so let's quickly release her from the curse. Readying my left fist without any restraint magic, I blocked vision from Eva's eyes and feet, and at the same time grabbed her left hand. Now. Let's go, dispel. At the same time Ni activates her magic, the magic covering my body has disappeared at. Why? Wondering the odd behavior from Ni, but the skeleton that was approaching from behind caught up and bit me, forcing me to interrupt my thoughts. Gu. Ni. Set the target as curse. With countermeasure, we can defeat it. With this dash. Suffering from a headache, the magic flows from her into Eva's head. After covering Eva's whole body, the skeletons around me disappeared to the ground as if they were dragged away. Eva. Since the skeletons have disappeared, she was released and falls forward. I hugged her and laid her on the ground, noticing her anomaly. Her hair's blue. Ni, this is. Eva's pure white hair has changed from the pale white to a refreshing blue. And the magic that Ni applied is still hanging. What's going on? Being confused by the sight, hoppity hop, Ni jumped off my shoulder and looked at Eva's face. Maybe I stripped the guys who were sucking on this girl's existence. Maybe. But why the drastic change? Her hair was originally blue. So the curse made her hair pure white? Does that mean she is free from the curse? Is she alright now? No. Why? Didn't you enshrine her curse? Ni, who was watching her condition, shook her head slowly. What I've applied is only resistance magic. Right now, she is resisting the curse, but if this can get rid of those guys. So this is just a makeshift. So it won't end that easily. After all, this is a curse that not even any books could find. I finally grabbed the opponent by the tail, I won't let it go anymore. I'll absolutely break the curse and save Eva. If only I can understand the true nature of this curse. Ni, meaning dash. Usato-sama. Trying to ask her if she knew about something, but she closed her mouth as Irie in a nightwear jumped out of the house. He wasn't his usual self. Irie-san. This is. Oh no, wouldn't it be a misunderstanding seeing as though I've harmed Eva in this situation? How do I explain this? Despite that, his legs came to a stop. Eliza-sama. Looking at Eva's face, he muttered so quickly and immediately rubbed his eyes. I was watching what was happening through the window. I know that Usato-sama has saved the princess. Anyway. Please carry the princess into her bedroom. Oh okay. According to his instructions, I carried Eva and walked towards the house. Ah shit, the bones. Looking at my shadow created from the moonlight, I thought the curse has spreaded to me. However, my own shadow was normal, but more than half of Eva's body had disappeared in her shadow. The scarce shadow seemed to point to the rest of her life, and I couldn't help but realize that the situation was going through the worst. Author's note. The skeleton are good at mental attacks. Usato can't prevent mental attacks that he's not used to. After plucking the cursed skeleton that was eroding Eva's body with the magic of Ni, I brought her to the bedroom as directed by Irie. She's sleeping with on sound at all, but she is breathing properly. However, it is visibly weak. Will she wake up? Irie-san went to the palace to inform the king about this, so he is not here. When I saw the moonlight shining through the window illuminating her, I slowly closed my eyes and talked to Ni. Ni, how much resistance magic does she have left? About half a day, but I'll keep it as long as I can if I add magic. But then. It won't solve the actual issue, right? Ni nodded at my words. Now, Eva is safe because she has the resistance to repel the curse by the resistance magic. However, once that's gone, she'll become more and more debilitating, essentially disappearing. Even if she regains her consciousness, she can't live properly. And Usato can't stay in this country forever. Yes. We don't have much time. That is why it is desirable to settle in a short period of time. Luckily, I caught the opponent's tail. Even in the previous battle, the skeleton was talking about strange things, and Ni seems to have noticed something. Ni, you said you knew what this curse was. Can you please tell me? That's not a problem, but I'm not sure I know everything either. It doesn't matter. What I need now is that skeleton information. Any small detail is fine, I just want to know. Listen here Yusato, that's a curse, but not really a curse as well. I wonder if it's a curse at all? Then again, if you include the secondary effects, that might be true, but then the main problem is… I'm sorry, I don't understand a single thing. Please at least break it down so I can understand. I still don't have enough understanding of curses and things like that. I did say I know about it, but it's not 100%. One thing for sure is that those skeletons are the souls that lost their bodies. Souls that lost its body. Maybe if I say this, you'll understand? They're ghosts. Sorry, what did you say just now? Ghost. Ghost, an entity that has the intention of wandering in search of a physical body. This doesn't change much even after knowing about it. In other words, are those guys just ghosts? I punched as much as I could, but now that I know they're ghosts, I became less scared. Without realizing that I was smiling, Ni continued. They cursed Yusato, who they've mistaken you for the hero of the royal family, because there was some resentment. I can tell based on their movements, but why in my case they said things like they'll be free if I'm caught. There it is, that's the important part. Ni uses her wings pointing at me as if pointing a finger. What's important? The skeleton's words? You said that the soul without a physical body can't stay in this world, but that skeleton stays. That means that there is something that binds the skeleton's soul to this world. What? So what you're saying is if I smash that something, the skeletons that are eroding Eva can also be released. It's a rough statement, but yet. If you're lucky, there's a chance that the stolen beings and souls will come back. Retrospectively, those skeletons had a collar fitted and tied to a chain. Is that what it means to bind the skeletons? What I don't understand is what kind of method is used to bind the soul to this world. Isn't it just magic? I mean, I can't think of anything else. It's funny precisely because it's magic. Normally, it won't last that long. You told me before that magic will disappear over time, or it will continue to function semi-permanently. Indeed, before visiting Samaria that's what she said when she was told about the dispel magic. Yeah, but it takes fuel to power magic to work for that long. Magic of about years and years is needed. Isn't it just that? A demon that can use magic like you is involved in this curse. There is that possibility. Is it possible that monsters other than Ni are involved? It can be said that it is easier for me to have a clear enemy, but I have to think about the damage to my surroundings. While worried about adjusting to my strength, the story wasn't over yet, and I knew it wasn't over, and Ni, who turned to me, bent her wings and raised her index finger. There is another possibility. One more. It is to create a mechanism that can supply magic from the outside without an operator. Basically, magic can be activated by anyone's magic so as long as it has a framework, so even if you throw in appropriate magic from the outside, you can continue moving freely. Once you create a mechanism, it will never disappear and you can continue to use magic almost permanently. So that's it. I had no idea. So if you create a system that will supply magic power that will be used as fuel, the magic will not disappear, but will that work without an operator? I don't know if it's the same demon such as I, or it's a mechanism created by someone in the past. Such a sad being. You mean Eva? Yeah, that soul. The skeleton? She had a suspicious voice in her words, but Ni sadly looked out the window and muttered like a soliloquy. Because the soul who lost the body wants to be released. I want to be released, I want the body, I want to live again. For example, hundreds of duplicate thoughts have become distorted thoughts and are attacking this cursed daughter. Are they taking away Eva's existence because they want a living body? The fact that they are looking for a living body means that they were originally a human being. In retrospect, when I was fighting off the skeletons, they looked like they were scared of me, and when I thought about it, it was a reaction similar to a human. In addition, the words that echoed in my head when I was bitten among them was the voice of a child. With the voice begging for help. A hero. I take out the sword of the previous hero from the waist and place it on my hand to look at it. When I touched her hand, it trembled, like reacting to something. Isn't it just a coincidence? It certainly was trembling, and after that, the skeletons overflowed from Eva and its surroundings, and the battle started. Maybe this is it. They probably called me a hero because of this sword, otherwise it won't make sense. I am not a hero. I can say that for sure. This is because 2 heroes have already been summoned besides me, and at the time of summoning, I haven't heard the sound of the bell that can only be heard by the summoned person. Sigh, it's not only the wicked dragon but also ghosts are calling me a hero. Which I'm not. From my point of view, you're as heroic as can be, with that strength and all. Kiriha said something similar. The hero in this world has 2 meanings. A hero who was summoned from a different world like Kazuki and Inugami Senpai, and a man who was recognized for his bravery in this world and was given a title and became known as a hero. Either way, I don't want a hero title. If it causes so much trouble right now, I don't know what annoyances will come in the future. Certainly. Yusato is the type that gets caught by anything no matter what, and also the type who sticks his head in any trouble. It might be better not to be a hero. I didn't want you to agree. I relax my shoulders with the words of Ni. Well, I can't argue with you this time because it'll just bite me back. Well, let's get our thoughts back. After all, it was this sword that triggered the Eva curse. I personally grabbed her hand while holding it, so I can say it's my fault. Thinking so, I was disappointed with my carelessness, but I got some benefits. I think of the contents of the notebook I left in my room. You still remember the story of the wicked dragon who was in danger of destroying Samaria and the previous hero who defeated it, right? The contents of that notebook. Yeah, this story definitely happened, and I think this event is strongly tied to Eva's curse. I want to deny it, but yeah, if you think about it that way, it doesn't have to be irrelevant. Ah, why don't you forget about that wicked dragon, why must you bring it up? I don't even want to remember it as well. I had a lot of pain and had a hard time. Ni was also dying from it. However, this is not the time to turn a blind eye. I heard the voice of the wicked dragon that Ni revived. No one in my memory was as loud, envious, and overpowered as the wicked dragon. Fegnis-san also said that Samaria suffered a great disaster in ancient times. There is no mistake. Certainly the dragon and the previous hero are associated with Eva's curse. Fegnis? Who's that? Oh, didn't you know Ni? I explained Fegnis-san to her tilted head. Ni had a disgusting look, perhaps because she recalled that he took me to the palace. He's not a bad person, so when I told her that she explained about Samaria and the tower, and gave me back the sword, she began to growl further. Yusato, don't let that thing get close to me. I know. After that, be more alert. Be more doubtful of others. You're speaking more and more like Amako. Tower of Samaria. I see, it was made in hope of recovery after the wicked dragon was defeated. Being a king with a lot of responsibilities. Ni who decided to ignore my retorts and thought about something. I think she's getting too rude, but I was deceived by the owl in front of me, and as a result, I was forced to fight against the armed man who was manipulated, Ark-san. Remembering that, slowly droop my shoulders. Ni, someone's coming, keep quiet. Okay. Ni was muttering something, but when she heard the footsteps rushing up, she shouted, hooted and jumped around on my shoulder and played an owl as a familiar demon. Immediately after that, people from the palace, doctors and magicians like Welsi enter the room through the door. Probably they're called to see Eva's condition. I went out so that I would not get in the way. I put my back on the wall next to the door and relaxed my shoulder. Then, from the stairs leading to the lower floor, Irie-san slowly walked up to us. Yusato. Yes. Lucas-sama wishes to see you. I understand. Well, guess I'm being called. Even if he didn't call me, I would have visited from here. According to Irie-san, Lucas-sama seems to be inside the barrier and is waiting outside. Does she not want to see Eva's condition? I think Lucas-sama is also shocked. He continued. Shock, hey. That's usually the case when your important daughter is unconscious. The current question was a little too redundant. Were you the one who gave the princess the patterns? I couldn't hide the agitation from the sudden question. I gaze at Irie-san walking in front of me and suddenly stopping his track, but when Ni on my shoulder taps on my cheek, I return to myself and start walking again. Right, Irie-san was watching the magic works from Eva. It's not strange if he notices it. What to do now? I can't stop now. Should I explain the situation here? Don't worry. I don't blame you for it. I understand somehow. That pattern is now protecting the life of the princess. In the first place, it's completely different from the curse I know. After seeing the princess's hair regaining her original color, I can tell that the pattern keeps the curse away from her. Irie-san, who knows her mother who was suffering from the same curse like Eva, may be aware of the magic of Ni that seems to be a different condition than before. To be honest, I'm glad he didn't think I was harming Eva. Worst case, she wouldn't be moving and I couldn't help her. The curse that erodes the princess's body is a horrifying curse that robs her of color, her presence, and at the end everything disappears. When she is attacked by such a curse, she suddenly returns to her original form. Nothing has ever happened like that before. Does her original appearance mean her childhood hair? Yeah, she had beautiful hair from Eliza-san, and she looked as if she was alive, and she looked great with a smile. Irie-san said as he was immersed in memories. However, his foot stopped in front of the door leading to the outside. Irie-san. I really didn't think I'd ever see the same princess as when she was a kid. Like Eliza-san, she couldn't say goodbye to anyone and disappeared. She disappears without anyone knowing it. I think it's very painful. For both that person and those around her. I can do nothing as a butler. I am a weak man who has never taken magic or a sword in his 30 years. Still, as a butler, the princess can live without any inconvenience. But now I have nothing to do for the princess. I regret it. Iri-san is not a weak person. I denied his words that shook his voice. In the past few days, I know a lot about Iri-san. A person who is good at cooking and can do any housework, and who cares very much about Eva. He couldn't be dismissed as a weak person as someone who kept watching her growth for a long time. Even if you don't fight, it's a fact that you've been supporting Eva to this day. So, please pray for Eva's safety. Yusato. And then, as a meat-headed person, I'll break her curse. Break? But, how? I went in front of and crossed next to him. All we have to do now is move forward. However, the owl on my shoulder patted me with her wings, so when I turned sideways, there was a fluffy beaked Nia pointing at me with her wings. Hoot. Ah, sorry, I'm not the only one. While laughing at this confident girl, I placed my hand on the doorknob and turned around to the back. Her curse, we'll do something about it. I said so, and opened the door leading to the outside with Iri-san who had a surprised expression. Outside is a pitch-dark garden, and a view of the place that was lit by the turmoil. I didn't hesitate to proceed and move to Eva's mother in front of the grave of Lucas's wife, Eliza's wife. So you came. He was sitting cross-legged in front of the grave as before. I turned to him without turning around, approached without hesitation and opened my mouth without hesitation. Lucas-sama, I have something to say. It is the 5th day Yusato went to the palace. Then, the day after Ni went to see Yusato. Arc-san and I were spending time in the room of the inn and avoided going out as much as possible, but I was worried about Yusato, who isn't coming back anytime soon. Is Yusato okay? I think he can handle most things on his own, but it might be worth worrying if something would happen if he doesn't come back in 5 days. We usually spend time in separate rooms, but when we talk like this, we're sitting at the end of a large dining room on the first floor. Ni is with Yusato right now, but we told the people working here that she's sick and resting in the room, so there's no problem. However, I'm worried about Yusato, but this situation is also strange. It seems that there are no customers other than us, but maybe the people here are aware of my identity. However, no one tries to drive us out, even the knights wouldn't say anything. Aside from Ni, knowing the true identity of Amako-san and still not doing anything, it would mean that the king of Samaria had known us in advance. Ask-san placed his hand on his chin and thoughtfully suppressed his voice so that others could not hear it from the surroundings. In addition, Arc-san said the purpose of the king of Samaria might be Yusato. But that probably isn't known about our actions up to the kingdom of Lingal and Lukvis that we made a friend along the way. I'm afraid that she played an unexpected part. I must admit the fact that that vampire, who is noisy, prideful and is always trying to get close to Yusato, is useful. Just thinking of that stupid cheeky vampire grinning makes me irritated that I had to calm myself by massaging my temple. Anyway, we have to wait for Ni to come back. Yes, that's right. There is also the idea of them boarding the palace and it means that Yusato is trapped. It's a last resort. Can they catch Yusato? Ha 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 ha, even Yusato is human. What are you up to now? However, Yusato is not a person who can be caught by ordinary means. He's fast, strong, and very difficult to give up. Even when the wicked dragon is the opponent, he has the courage to challenge it without hesitation. If there are any weaknesses, I can't pretend to look. Nak, the victims of the wicked dragon, and Ni cannot unsee what had happened. He may deny that he's not a good person, but he can't ignore when someone's crying for help, or if someone's suffering. I think that kind of thing always causes Yusato trouble. Maybe he's being tempted by the Samaria princess like Kazuki-sama. I've heard that she's a pretty beautiful woman. Right, I'm kidding. I'm sorry. Arc-san smiled cheerfully in an attempt to cheer me up, which made me sad. Yusato only attracts weird people, so royalty wouldn't like him. Kazuki, wealthy, Kiriha and some others are normal and kind, but Suzune, Harifa, Ni, and maybe Rosa and the rescue squads are a little dangerous in various ways. So what Arc-san said is near impossible. I hope he doesn't cause a hassle. It's not happening yet. I raise my face to the voice of a third party and turn to that direction. There, Ni, who headed to the palace in the form of an owl, waved here with a smile as the village girl in front of the entrance of the dining room. Ni, who was going to Yusato, came back. When she approached the table where I and Arc-san were sitting, she seemed to be a little uncomfortable, and sat down on the chair pulled by Arc-san, and laid her upper body on top of the table. I call out to her. So what happened? What should I do? Should I say, but I'm tired? Humph. Ouch. Shaping my hand into a hand sword, I slammed my power seriously and struck it on the head of Ni. Holding her head down and rolling around the ground. What are you doing? I was just joking. I don't need that, so speak, now. If you play around next time, you better protect your stomach. Hi. Aren't you being a little too serious? I think it's reasonable to say that she's a hassle. Alright, let's all calm down. Ni must be tired as well, so why don't we talk over lunch? Oh, yes. I'm hungry and tired, so tired. So withdraw your hands. I reluctantly nodded to Arksan's words. I sat down in my chair and put on my cloak again. It can't be helped. She certainly looks tired, so let's back down for now. When Arksan asked the inn to order lunch, maybe they had prepared in advance, they immediately warmed lunch for 3 and brought it to the table. So, if we're speaking about what Yusato's been up to. Honestly speaking, he's in a lot of trouble. I nodded in response to Ni's words, which she said while poking a salad with a fork. What are you getting caught up this time? Yusato? What happened? Do you know the princess of Samaria? To a certain extent. Isn't the princess the first daughter of King Samaria? Yes. Yusato lived with her for 4 days until yesterday. At the courtesy of the king of Samaria. What are you doing? This time I was hugging my head and thinking, why is Yusato in the palace? What happens when you live with a princess in a country? At least not the treatment given to a messenger. Ni briefly explained why Yusato was invited to the palace. I see, so he was being invited to stay in the palace. Yet. I just refused to pull him out. Instead, I seem to have stayed at the palace for a few days. It's Yusato. He must have consented for the reason that he cannot accept the courtesy of the other party just before receiving the story of the letter. It doesn't matter. The problem is that Princess Eva heard Samaria. Is there something wrong with her? No way, did the princess fall in love with Yusato? If that was the case, I would have called it cute. Ni slowly shook her head in response to the half-laughing Arksan. She was under a curse. A troublesome curse that can be cured nor dispel. Curse. Is it like the magic of Ni? It's more of a bad taste than magic. It's about a curse created in a way that slowly erodes her body. Is Yusato trying to help her? When I heard that, she dropped her shoulder and leaned on the table. In some way, I understood what kind of action he was taking. I told him to abandon that idea, but he wanted to help with his childish terms, so I was going around the palace until now. He said he was attacked by that curse, but he doesn't seem to be affected. Being attacked by a curse? Does it mean that the curse is there? It's complicated. Well, I have to explain this. If you don't know it, you can't help him too. Can we even help? Does the return of Ni have any purpose other than explaining the situation of Yusato? From now on, I'll teach you the true nature of the curse that erodes Eva Erd Samaria. Then I'll help her with my perfect plan to completely destroy the curse. Lucas-sama, let me tell you straight. I'm thinking of breaking the curse of Eva. So please tell me what the curse is. What? I should be the one who thought it was too straightforward. I was amazed by Yusato's voice when he visited to find out the true identity of Eva Erd Samaria's curse from Lucas. Lucas, a man who seems to be the king of Samaria all in front of him, turned his back to the sudden words of Yusato and opened his mouth openly. Yusato, what are you suddenly saying? I was so surprised that I forgot why I called you here. I'm not kidding. When Yusato says with a quiet voice, Lucas turns from a surprised expression to a serious expression. Sitting in front of the grave, he slowly stood up and met his eyes. What do you mean? Breaking the curse and helping Eva. I will help her. It's not a problem that can be solved by force. You probably know best as you have faced the curse, right? Yet, I know the curse is certainly not one that can be managed by manual labor. That's why I have this. Yusato, who looked at me, raised his fist. After reading his intention, I cast magic on Yusato's hand. Lucas's eyes were rounded by the purple pattern in his hand. Is that magic? Did you know? I'm using my familiar, but with her, even a curse can be broken. It's a little strange to say that he can break the curse in front of me. I wonder if I'm being trusted by Yusato? I do feel a little proud of that. Lucas in front of me was stunned and slowly sat down on the ground and laughed a little. Ha ha ha. My country's information network is still. I never dreamed that you could handle magic. Eva now lives thanks to your familiar. Is that something? Yes, but it's only temporary. The only way to break the root cause is to break the curse itself. So why not ask me what the curse is? When Yusato nodded at the word, Lucas covered his forehead with his hand. Honestly, I didn't think it would help. That child would disappear just in front of me just like she would. I was prepared, but... He cut his words there and continued to shake his voice for a few words. But it's no good. I can't give up, and I can't say goodbye forever, but the figure of Eliza flickers in my mind. But if that child disappears, I'll be left with no heritage. I don't want that because I hate the country called Samaria that she and that child loved. I may understand this man's feelings a little. Human life is short. For me, who lived in that village for a long time, death suddenly comes one day. There are various reasons such as being old, sick, and being killed by monsters, but there are other reasons for it. but the worst feeling is when a human living close to us dies. I never say something like this in front of Usato. Usato was silently listening to his monologue. To him, Lucas is a weak figure. He completely changed his eyes and turned into powerful eyes as he opened his mouth. Usato, what I'm going to tell you is the shame of Samaria's royal family. I was obsessed with greed, and I focused only on my immediate interests, and at the end I bound not only myself but my descendants with the curse of death. It's a story of such a fool, but I don't know if this story will be useful or not. Yes, it's necessary. Yes, Lucas murmured that he was finally ready to talk, and crossed his legs to face Usato. Do you know that Samaria had suffered a great disaster hundreds of years ago? You mean the battle between the wicked dragon and the hero? I'm not surprised anymore. I thought you wouldn't mind knowing that much. All right. Lucas continued speaking to Usato, who already knew about the wicked dragon and the hero, and chuckled a little. The battle between the hero and the wicked dragon has come to an end in the form of a victory for the hero. This is the history known to some extent to the people of the palace. However, it would end here if it was an ordinary hero. The problem is beyond that. Beyond. After the battle, there are ruins and people and knights who cannot move properly due to injury and poison. Aside from the building, the wounded person is injured but would be able to move even if it is not perfect if treated immediately. Everything was fine. Despite that, there should have been many deaths. If the hero had not appeared, the country of Samaria may not have been in this place right now. But at that time, the king could see neither the destroyed city nor the people suffering from the injury. If so, what did the king see? The king of one country did not look at the injured people even in its rough condition. That would be a true misdeed as a king. If you are in a normal mental state, you will never do such folly. If so, there must be a reason. Yes, for example. It's the hero. The king was fascinated by the power of the superhuman who exerted the overwhelming power towards the wicked dragon. The power to attract other people. Power beyond humanity. The figure of the hero who defeated a substandard monster called a dragon in perfect recovery must have looked more divine and more attractive than anything else. If you have the power, you will not lose. If you have the power, you will not be overrun. If you have the power, you will not be afraid. The reasoning of a child made the king want the power of a hero. If the heroes cannot be kept in the country in the usual way, and if neither persuasion nor detention is possible, the king has considered another way. Magic. Yeah, it's magic. It's a technology that is lost now, but at that time there were magicians everywhere. Though there was only one in Samaria. He wanted to use that magician to make the hero a magic to bind to the kingdom. Hoot. A foolish idea. Originally, magic is not in the area where humans can easily reach out. Even if it can be handled, an attempt to change the way magic is done is rather dangerous. To prevent that, I have insurance called Dispel Magic. Is he even listening? Hoot, hoot. What the hell are you talking about right now, Nee? Keep quiet. What the hell are you saying? I have been calling for you since Lucas was talking. Despite tapping his shoulder with my wings, he snarled at me with a small voice. Lucas continued speaking without noticing our interaction. But there's no way you can bind a monster like a hero with ordinary magic. The strongest being who defeated the wicked dragon can't stand the magic of a single magician. Well, you're talking about someone who killed the wicked dragon. I myself know the fear of the wicked dragon. Even after many years, it had such strength even if it had deteriorated as a corpse. In a fully recovered state, it is not surprising that it has the power to easily overrun a country. Usually, someone would have given up there. They would have generally understood that it would be impossible to capture a hero even if they were fascinated by the hero's power. It should have been, but the king was literally not ordinary. What did the previous king do? If you don't have enough power, you can increase it. If you don't have enough, you can increase it. To bind an overwhelming individual such as a hero, he prepared a reasonable price, and for that reason, the king was too stupid. And he did the most ugly thing. What you shouldn't do. Consideration. No way. In order to control a great power, a power corresponding to it is necessary. If the power of a hero cannot be suppressed by the power of only one magician naturally, the means are limited. Sacrifice. I knew it. Human life has more energy than magic power. It would be a tremendous force if they could gather dozens or hundreds of them. I was thinking calmly, but Usato seemed not to be so, and he was so angry that his shoulders shook with his fist. They used a large number of 500 injured people who were affected by the wicked dragon as a substitute for strengthening magic. Regardless of gender, regardless of age or sex, they became sacrifices. That's stupid. I think so too. But, because of the demand for power, the king made a mistake in prioritizing what he should protect. While the country is made up of the people, the king puts priority only on the prosperity of the country. He has sacrificed the people he should have protected. Hey, so, did he get the hero? No, it seems he wasn't caught. Are you serious? A meaningless death, isn't it? The words are appropriate. The king's plan to capture the hero was brilliantly broken, leaving only hundreds of corpses and magic that continues to act without purpose. And that magic turned into a curse that undermines the royal family. The true nature of the curse that eroded that girl. Probably, those skeletons are the souls of Samaria's people who were sacrificed to capture the hero, and the chaining of them was the magic that binds the soul to Samarial's magician. What happened to the magician who made the curse? He was executed. Because the magic has failed, he is the person who made the Tower of Samaria for the purpose of reconstruction. The king who executed the magician seems to have disappeared due to the curse. It's not the same story I heard from Yusato. I heard that the tower was made by the king of Samaria, but he says it was made by a magician. This may be a mistake from Yusato, but the difference is huge. If it is made by the king, there's still in doubt, but if it is made by a magician, it has some meaning. Ni, did you understand something? Yusato hid his voice and asked. Looking at him, I nodded and hoot. I understand the true nature of the curse. I thought it was the same curse that robbed her of her body and soul, but that was a mistake. It was the Samaria people who were sacrificed who were robbing the body, and they were robbing the soul. No, to be exact, it was a magical curse that was tied to a place called Samaria. If the magic of my restraint is the magic that binds the body, the magic that Samaria's magicians have learned hundreds of years ago is the magic that binds the soul. I remembered a bad technique. That's all I know about the curse. Thank you for teaching me. I am the one who should thank you. You showed me hope that I had given up. If there is anything else I can do, please say anything and I will help you as much as I can. Lucas once again thanked Yusato, bowed deeply and left the scene. For the time being, should we find where the true curse resides? I'll do that. It's easier for one person to move, and above all, Yusato needs to be in perfect condition first. Alright. I'm depending on you, okay. Nodding to Yusato with confidence and letting him think. Now that you know the true nature of the curse, I don't need Yusato's hand to do the next. First, as Yusato said, let's start by searching for the body of the curse. So that's why. The curse of the Samaria people? It's a lot more troublesome. I knew exactly what the curse Yusato and Ni were trying to do. However, I had one question when I heard about Ni. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be looking for the true body of the curse by now? There's something even more important than finding the curse. Listen here, I'm an expert on curses. I came here for another reason. What's that? While a little irritated by Ni that shrugs shoulders so as to be amazed, I asked her calmly. Ni put a fork on the question and made a good expression, and pointed out the window. It's that. That. Looking toward her, you can see a tower towering in the center of the country. The Tower of Samaria that rings the bell that I have heard many times since I came to this country. A subject seen by the people of Samaria as a form of prayer. How could the curse continue to work for hundreds of years? The answer is so close and simple. Well, Yusato has to break the curse of the palace before we can leave, so I decided to do this work with you. What are you trying to do, Ni? Arksan's words gave Ni a grin and a bad smile. Tonight we are going to break the symbol of Samaria's hope. She said something ridiculous. During the day, a few hours passed after Ni went to Amako. The sun has already set, and the light of the torches shines in the palace seen from the window of the house in the barrier. Eva, who was still asleep, was lying in the bed in front of me, and I was sitting in a chair next to the bed and watching whether the magic applied to her could be solved. I wonder if Ni is working on it. I think she'll do fine, but I'm also anxious because there is a point where she blunders at the point where it is important. Well, I have to trust in such a time. I'm working according to her plan. First, I need to take a rest as Ni first instructed. Next, watch if the magic of resistance applied to Eva disappears due to some accident. Then, if the magical light of that resistance fades, carry her out of the barrier and wait for Ni to come back. Ni, who gave these 3 instructions, showed me her uneasy thought. Even you can remember this much for your brain for muscles, so I thanked her by flicking her head with my healing magic. It's getting weaker. The light of resistant magic that protects Eva sleeping on the bed is weaker than it was when I saw earlier. It's about time. Let's carry her out as planned. However, since I have to destroy the curse, it is the butler, Iri-san, who carries her instead. I thought that we should have asked Lucas-sama for help from other knights, but Ni refused, so I, Ni, and Iri-san decided to destroy the curse. Iri-san has already offered to cooperate, so I'll call him later. Yusato-san, excuse me. The door knocked. Iri-san? I guess it's about time. I was thinking of calling him too. So what happened? Iri-san. Iri-san, who opened the door, had a bitter look. I wondered why, but I found out after when Iri-san opened the door and shifted to the side. Hey, I have come. What? Lucas-sama. Lucas-sama appeared from behind Iri-san. Why? I don't remember telling him about the operation in order to proceed quietly as Ni told me. Why are you here? I asked Irie to tell me. I wonder if I'm going to break the curse tonight. When I see Irie in a hurry, he also looks worried. As far as I can tell, it seems that he did not expect that Lucas-sama himself would come here. Irie-san closed the door when he bowed to me apologizing. Lucas-sama. I didn't tell anyone, I'm a father before I was a king. There's no way I could be away when saving the life of my precious daughter. But what would this country do if something happens to Lucas-sama? No matter what happens to me, a good minister will manage it for me. It's the people who have supported me for decades. No matter what happens to me, I trust them. It's not that simple. I didn't know what to say to Lucas-sama, who smiled cheerfully, and held my head down. This is not gonna end well. But Yusato, trying to wander through the palace without permission isn't good, you know? If we were skeptical, you might have been caught by a knight at worst. I wish I could solve the situation without making any noise. I wasn't without the idea of getting caught. However, the curse is good at strong mental attacks, so you won't know what happens if you gather people poorly. Especially if there's a knight who might have a sword. There is a risk that they might not be able to endure the spirit's mental attack and becomes confused, attacking each other. Lucas-sama, who will be your escort? Of course. I'm bringing Fegnus and the 4 knights out of the barrier. Is that so? Fegnus-san as well? I wish it wasn't exactly what Ni said. However, if they're already here, there is no choice. Try to stay as far away to the main curse as possible. Only me and Ni will approach it, so let the knights protect Eva. Are you going to be alright? The curse makes a powerful mental attack. Probably only I can deal with it. To be exact, it's only Ni that deals with magic resistance. Right now I am granting magic to Eva, but it has the disadvantage that it can only be applied to one target, so when destroying the curse, I have to break the magic of Eva and put on the magic of resistance. Let's move with Eva for now. Is it okay to move Eva? If the magic disappears, the curse will come from anywhere anyway. So it's safer to have it close to me, who will preferentially aim. Once again, her presence will surely disappear if the curse is triggered using Eva as a medium. For the time being, I'm thinking about a method when only Eva is targeted by the curse instead of me, but I do not want to do it if possible. Praying intently to prevent this, I put on the coat that I hang on the chair and prepare for it. Father, Yusato-san. I heard a small voice. When I turned around with Lucas-sama at the same time, Eva thinly opened her eyes in the bed. Eva, are you okay? I'm fine. What on earth happened? She looked up at Lucas-sama's face as she approached and slowly raised her body. Doesn't she remember? Is her memory cloudy? And, why is father here? Isn't he busy with work? Ha ha ha, I've already finished my work. Oh, is that so? Then today we can be together. Eva said with a smile. However, when she picked up the hair that shook in her own sight, she gave a surprised voice. My hair is deep blue. Speaking of which, she didn't know that her hair had changed color. I can't just upset her by talking about the curse, so let's assume I changed the color according to the magic I used. Listening to the story, she leaned her head around and groped her blue hair, and suddenly looked up at something. Ah, if father is here, we must prepare for hospitality right now. She lifted up after removing the futon and slowly put her feet on the floor. Eva, don't overdo it. Eva. I noticed that her movement stopped unnaturally from the bed. I looked at her while she was holding herself a little. Her line of sight is pointed downwards, and if I look beyond her line of sight, there is no shadow. It has already started. The shadow created by the moonlight formed the dress she was wearing, only half her body remains. Eva, who looked up at me with a dress that seemed to float unnaturally, began to quiver while hugging her body. USA. To-san, WH, what have I done? What's wrong, Eva? Are you okay? Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Eva crawled away from Lucas-sama, who tried to put her hand on her shoulder. When she moved to the window, she looked at me and whispered, I'm sorry. From this, it seems that she was conscious when she was being manipulated by the curse. It's a given that she would know after being hijacked by a stranger, and she would have heard the voice of the grudges of the Samaria people. Yusato, what should I do? Lucas-sama, leave it to me. I didn't know what to do, so I tried reassuring Lucas-sama, who was upset and stepped forward. I'm not confident, but I have no choice but to calm her down. Yusato-san, you can't get close to me. There's a curse. She approached her bed and held her head in her hands. I think that the curse was triggered because I touched her at that time. Despite that, it's because of a bad curse, but she seems to think that if someone touches her, that person will be affected. She looked up when she knew I wouldn't come any further. I don't want you to disappear. I don't think you should just disappear like that, so please, believe me. Okay, I'll believe in you. Did those skeletons say that she would be together with me if she erased me? I know I'm desperate to free her from the curse, but I can't forgive them. I restrained my resentment and spoke calmly to her. You were only taken over by the curse at that time. Now I'm using magic to keep you away from the curse, so you don't have to worry about being manipulated. So you can rest assured. I hold out my right palm in front of Eva, who is hiding her hand. Looking at my hands and eyes, she stretches out her hands, trembling slowly. While holding my hand in a confusing manner, she could put her cool hand on my palm. Ah! It was because I touched her hand when the curse was activated, but nothing happens when I touch her now that the curse is driven away by the magic of resistance. It's only a matter of time now. See, no problems, right? Yes. Despite a slight relief, she held my hand. It was good, it seemed to calm her, but this is really embarrassing. Now that I've done such a shameless action, I too have to calm myself down. Yusato. Yes? While I was so embarrassed that I was in agony, I noticed that Lucas-sama, who was next to me, looked down at me. I changed my line of sight from Lucas-sama to Eva and my face turned pale. This is that. Although it was necessary, this level of insanity to hold the hand of a princess in one country. He was joking about asking me to marry his daughter, but in such a situation it wouldn't be strange to say, why are you touching my daughter so affectionately? So you really want my daughter? So you are going to bring that up? So that's what it is. Eva, who looked up at me with surprise, and Lucas-sama, who smiled at me as if I was cornered, continued. No, I can understand your true feelings at times like this. I was also impressed by your courage. I'll leave my daughter to you then, Yusato. Please keep your jokes to some level. To be impressed by me. I think it was a mess. I couldn't find any of this stubborn father's elements. Well, let's do that after saving my daughter. So it's not a joke. Something ridiculous is waiting for me after saving Eva. That father, what is it that we're saving? Yusato is going to break your curse from now on. Yusato-san. Anyway, let's move on to explaining the details. Lucas-sama, who crouched in front of Eva, who had a stunned expression, put his hands on her back and knees and lifted her up. When asked if I should hold her halfway, Lucas. Leave this role to me. Maybe. Never mind, let's get going. Okay, then follow me. I understood what Lucas-sama wanted to say. Failure to destroy the curse means that I will be bound to this palace with my soul and she will disappear. I won't let that happen till the very end. I have no intention of failing. I will break the curse of Samaria with all my might. I was more careful and came out of the door. Lucas-sama, who was carrying Eva, asked Irie-san to take care of the house as we joined Fegnis-san, who was waiting outside the barrier, and the four knights. Yusato, where should I go now? The curse is near the throne. So let's move closer. Fegnis-san, can I ask you to lead the way? Actually, my memories of getting to the throne are still a little foggy. I understand. After asking Fegnis-san, who came up to me and Lucas-sama, he gave instructions to the knights behind him, and started to walk towards the palace. From the garden where the barrier exists, we enter the palace and walk along the passage illuminated by the lights of magical items. Yusato, it's hard to ask now, but what does a curse look like? I heard from Irie, but it's too abstract to understand. How do I phrase it? Lucas-sama asked, which reminded me of last night after looking at Eva from the side. The appearance of those skeletons. In short, the skeleton with only an upper body, with a collar fitted around its neck and a chain extending from it. A merciful soul connected by a chain. A chain, or is it a curse cast by the magician? Maybe so. They want the living flesh of Eva's, the royal family of Samaria. Their selfish reasons and grudges for being self-deprived are so strong, and at the same time they have been kept in these soils for hundreds of years. I too also want to free Eva from the curse that binds her to this land. It can be said that Eva is in this state now because the two wishes have become muddy. When I said it, Eva had a sad expression. That's rather sad, isn't it? Yeah. I said the same thing to Ni, but in the case of this child, the poor people are at risk of life, so the meaning does differ. Despite that, it is probably the kindness of this child that makes me merciful. One more last thing. This is what I found out when I was fighting them, they wanted a hero. If they could catch a hero, then they would free her soul and themselves. Is it really the case? I don't know, but because of that, I'm mistaken as a hero, and I'm more likely to be tied up by them, which has a high possibility of making Eva disappear as well. Lucas distorted his expression as he didn't want to imagine while holding on to Eva. Wait a minute, you're not a hero even with those extraordinary powers. Why did the curse react? That is it okay to say when he's there? Ni told me not to make things worse until she goes there to destroy the curse. Wait, no, this is the other way around. I have to say it here. I decided to show Lucas the small sword attached to my belt. The reason is this. Yusato, why do you have this? Lucas-sama has an amazed look. After seeing his reaction, I call out to Fegnis-san's back who is walking in front. Fegnis-san, you said before right? That this sword doesn't look like it's from this world. Yes, I did. Ha ha ha, oi Fegnis. Did you seriously give it back to him? No matter how much of an important guest Yusato is, he is not from this country. Moreover, it is unheard of to return weapons inside the palace. Lucas-sama laughs and talks to Fegnis-san, but he still does not turn around. I turn to Lucas-sama again. Lucas-sama, let me confirm once more. Did you authorize the sword to be given back? No, I don't think so. So, can this be returned without permission? Even though I trust you, you're near Eva. So obviously I won't give it back without permission. In other words, it was Fegnis-san's permission. I should be vigilant. The knights around me can't be trusted either. Lucas-sama, please stop. What happened? I stopped Lucas-sama with my hands. Fegnis-sama who stopped just like us gazed at me. Yusato, aren't we going to destroy the curse now? What on earth? The situation has changed. Please hold Eva firmly as it may be a disaster. While being vigilant, I slowly move away from Fegnis-san and the knights. The knights seem to be upset, but it's hard to tell if it's from my actions or if it's from another. Don't approach us either. If you do, I'll hit you with no questions. I threaten only with words. The knights still have no hostility. Only Fegnis-san, who is still turning his back, is doubting my actions. Yusato-san, are you all right? Eva behind is talking to me anxiously. I reply as gently as possible without looking back. Yeah, don't worry. Lucas-sama and you will be protected no matter what happens. In fact, if it's a misunderstanding of Ni, then everything's fine. However, if Fegnis-san was doing what Ni was saying, I would never be able to leave this person behind. That's why we can now determine whether he is an ally or an enemy. The suspicions I have now may just be a mistake. I hope it is. But I'm doubtful of you from Lucas-sama's earlier statement. Why did you return the sword without permission? It was abnormal when I thought about it. No matter how much I could be recognized as a reliable person, it wouldn't be normal to hand swords in the palace. Especially if I was near the Princess Eva. Why did you return this sword to me? Maybe you knew that the curse was related to the wicked dragon and the hero. Knowing that, and assuming you've returned it to me, are you okay for Eva to be in danger? He was silent in all of my questions. Lucas-sama and Eva, who have been lowered behind, seem to have finally grasped the situation, and are breathing while muttering what they're listening to. Did you give it to me on your own, or was it really out of kindness? I have to make it clear here now I can't trust you. I closed my eyes and said so. Then Fegnis-san held his eyes with his hands. May I ask you one question before that? What is it? Is it real? This confirms it. Those are not words to prove one's innocence, but wanting to know the true nature of this sword and thus have the reason and value to ask it. I thrust the sword in my hand forward and opened my mouth. This is a sword used by a genuine hero. Kukiku. Fegnis-san's shoulder with his back trembled greatly. Ha 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 ha. I see now. So, I was not wrong after all. Unlike the calm and polite appearance that I was used to, I was shaken to see him laughing with a joyful voice. At first, it was only a speculation. But the sword is the genuine deal. I never thought that I could find it in this way for hundreds of years without knowing its whereabouts. Yusato. Am I dreaming? Lucas-sama is shocked to see Fegnis-san who has changed suddenly. Even though I was only looking at it, it seemed that there was a solid relationship of trust between Lucas-sama and Fegnis-san. The scene in which Fegnis-san, who trusts, makes a laughter that lacks his calmness, must seem strange to Lucas. No, Lucas-sama. This is not a dream. Fegnis-san now has a negative side that even Lucas did not know. Now that his figure has been revealed, Fegnis deliberately directed me to activate curse. He is our enemy. Grabbing my fist and gazing at him, he was still laughing. He shook with joy and did not seem to care about our upset. It's amazing. The wishes of our family finally came true. It also means that a person who has the same hometown as the hero will be selected. And it's in my generation. Such a stroke of luck. Your family. He's not the king who tried to bind the hero to the country. Then there is only one answer. Are you a descendant of the magician who tried to use magic on the hero? Yes, that's the correct answer. As expected, you are a man who should be a hero. You have such great eyes. A magician who was executed after the activation of magic. In Lucas-sama's story, he mentioned that only the king at the time had been fascinated by the heroes, but there was no ordinary reason for the magician to activate the magic with sacrifices. Another person was fascinated by the power of the hero. Wait, no way, you. I didn't fool anyone. I didn't just learn magic because I was a descendant, if I had to say it, my father used to tell me how wonderful a hero was when I was a child. Fegnis who said so surprised Lucas-sama back here. His face had wide open eyes and a smile with bare teeth, which was unimaginable from his usual calmness. We, the clan, respect the heroes, and because of that, we want Samaria's hope. For that hope, we kept the curse. And you have appeared. Fegnis pointed at me. Yusato, you are the one needed for this kingdom. You have the sword of a hero and you behave against the curse. You are a man with the rights of having the name of a hero. I am not a hero. But you have the qualities. It's certainly your sword that the curse responded to, but it was your power that overwhelmed the curse and pulled even that away from the princess. Did you see the curse fight? I hope that he wasn't aware of my conversations with Ni. And the curse admittedly recognized you as a hero. If you were an ordinary person who would be easily trapped, I would have waited until the next hero appeared, but you have a fighting spirit. I showed you the way and you fought. To save the princess. What else can you say without calling it virtue? I was convinced that you are an absolutely necessary person for this kingdom. I felt an unpleasant sweat listening to him as his voice gradually increased. A maniac. He seeks only his own purpose without considering the damage of others. So this is his true nature. Seriously, I can't deny that Ni said I'm easily fooled. It would be nice if it was just a bad guy. However, this person does not think he is evil. That's even worse. Why? Why? Fegnis. Lucas-sama, who was upset, asked Fegnis, with his shaking voice. Listening to the words, Fegnis calms his screaming voice as he smiled and said. O king! I have done nothing wrong. He is necessary for Samaria. I have decided that for this country that I should curse him. That's not something for you to judge. Lucas-sama screamed and shouted at Fegnis. He was shocked that Fegnis, who he trusted, betrayed him. I can't blame him for not staying calm. Did you know about the curse? Yes, because it is our family's duty to protect the curse. Lucas-sama showed a little hesitation and then continued to ask questions. Did you save Eliza? You knew the curse that even the royal family didn't know, did you know how to get rid of that curse? Fegnis did not dispute that word, but just made a sad expression. I was deeply sad about Eliza. What is that? It's as if the death of Eva's mother was necessary. I wonder if Lucas thought the same way as I did, shaking his hands holding Eva and shaking his voice. Is that it? For someone being the closest to me. You watched as her life disappeared. You knew everything and just saw it. Don't fuck around with me, Fegnis. Was Eliza's death because of a fanatic who was blinded by a hero? The curse is not evil. They just want to be released. If Yusato is bound to this country, the trapped souls will be released. And they will forgive the Samaria royalty, and the curse will disappear. It all fits in a circle. I don't care about that shit. What about my daughter? Unfortunately I can't do it. The words of Eva holding Lucas-sama's clothes quiver. This person is absolutely incompatible with me. Now, with a slight smile in front of me, I have an urge to erase it from my eyes. Tisk. Don't let my emotions run. I don't need to fight. Firmly grasping the fist and desperately suppressing my emotions. Don't be afraid to break the curse, king. The princess should be a necessary sacrifice for the future of Samaria. Hey. However, those words made me unable to suppress my emotions. What did this person say just now? Did he just say that the sacrifices are necessary? More than anything, are you trying to abandon her with such convenient words? If only you made me feel more pain, I'll be much happier. I silently hit the stone wall that was within reach. A big noise in a cracked window. With that alone, Fegnis closed his mouth and put his hand on the sword on his waist. Why are you happy? I was surprised by how low my voice was that even Fegnis and the knights around him were shocked. I think because he's the captain, they knew about it as well. He probably tried to persuade them to cooperate, but it's good. Saying absurd shit like it's a necessary sacrifice, right? Guess I have hit this rotten piece of shit once to give him a lesson. I'm sure that I'm expressing an angry look. I knew even when no one would point out. Yusato, wait. Snapping completely, I grabbed my fist and looked at Fegnis's eyes without any questions, and when I tried to run, I was stopped by the voice from behind. Lucas-sama looked extremely calm. Thank you for getting angry for Eva. But I have to answer this. I'm sorry, I couldn't stay calm. Haha, it's good. To be honest, I was angry, but I was calm thanks to you who got more angry than me. I am really glad that you're on my side. Lucas-sama's words kept him cool, and I moved to the side so that he could see Fegnison's figure firmly. Lucas-sama slowly walked one step ahead of me while holding Eva, and spoke in a strong tone. Fegnis. I wasn't king for the Samaria people, I was king for Eliza. I was king because she told me she loved this country. I did my best as a king, and now that she has disappeared, I couldn't be a king. Lucas-sama's line of sight is turned to Eva in his arms. But this kid was born. I knew that my destiny was awaiting me, but I was glad that she was born. So I think I'll do my best again for this kid. Hope she can laugh like Eliza. Hope she can be happy in this country. Father. Now this is the reason why I'm still king. Not for Samaria. Is that the reason why Lucas-sama became king? It may be a little rude to think that he looks like this person, but Lucas-sama's figure from my point of view seemed to overlap with that of the king of Lingle, which he said was the ideal king. Phegnus, you are now my enemy. It pains me to say this for you who have been my right arm for many years, but from today you are a rebel. Do you feel like changing your mind? Don't let me say it again. Yusato, let's do it. I, the king, shall allow it. When we get rid of this disturbing guy, I'll go and destroy the curse. Lucas-sama had a disappointing look on his face, as he slowly went back. No, I have no intention of letting Lucas-sama fight, so it's okay. Even though, breaking the curse is impossible. Even if Yusato-sama has mastered magic, the magic here is special. I don't know unless I try it. When I say that with my arms crossed, Phegnus looks at me with the eyes of a merciful person. Sure, you can do most of the things alone. You have the power and will to do it, but it doesn't help anymore, you're the only one. Phegnus raised his hand up, and the knights around him silently pulled out their swords. After all, they were the knights who had followed Phegnus. Well, I knew somehow when I was listening to the story of Phegnus. No matter how powerful you may be, there are limits to what you can do by yourself. Ha, ha ha ha. Oh, I see. Does this person think I'm alone against the curse? No wonder he was acting all high and mighty since just now. After all, he has likely concluded that I could not destroy the curse, so from now on, he was convinced that I would focus on Lucas-sama and Eva and showed me a chance. Ha 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 ha. Yusato-san. Yusato, have you become too angry that you went crazy? No, I didn't, but seriously, what a blunder he has made. I waved my hands lightly to Lucas-sama and Eva who were confused and worried for me. Certainly, I can't do anything alone. When I'm about to lose, I'll need someone else's help. The same goes for the curse this time. I was alone with the curse with Eva at that time. But not this time, because I have friends. What's wrong? What's wrong, you say? After your boring story is over, isn't it time to exercise force? But what a big cult you have there, congrats on defending a vicious curse all this time. It's all because of Samaria that you wanted to make your wish come true, isn't this something you can't laugh at? What bullshit, hero? What mission? What because of Samaria? For that reason, you are trying to sacrifice the most important thing. Phegnus, you may have made 3 mistakes. What is it? First, there is no such thing as a necessary sacrifice. The sacrifice that someone grieves is not called necessary. I am absolutely sorry for the peace that comes at the cost of sacrifice. And second, I'm not a hero. We have a real hero, why do I have to be a hero? The rescue squad suits me best. And the third. When I tried to answer Phegnus' words, a black owl jumped on my shoulder without any sound from the darkness behind. I smiled at the owl who groaned, and I saw Phegnus again and remarked proudly. I'm not alone. At the moment, a red light different from the moonlight was illuminated from the side windows of me and Phegnus. In front of the eyes of Phegnus and the knights who opened their eyes astonishingly, a huge bell installed in the Tower of Samaria is tinged with red heat. Looking at their frightened look, I showed a gruesome smile. Now, I've destroyed your important hope. Can you still show a generous face? I said. The big bell is burning in front of my eyes. My mouth opened wide open at the spectacle. Gwa. Gwa. Currently, me, Arksan and Blurin are at the top of the tower, where a big silver bell hangs. Watching the melting and burning of the silver bells on Blurin's back, I spoke to Arksan, who was a little far away from the fire as he put the sword in his sheath. Is this all right? I broke the important tower bell. Ha ha ha, we're probably in big trouble. So, what should we do? I laughed because we're in trouble. I dropped my shoulder and took off the cloak I was wearing. What we did tonight was the destruction of the bell set up in the Samaria Tower. To be honest, I was suspicious at first because it was Ni's suggestion, but I decided to cooperate because it was necessary for Yusato to curse and destroy him. What we did was simple. First of all, we need strength, so we left the inn and brought Blurin from the stable while using clairvoyance so that nobody would notice. As I look ahead to the actions of the knights who had guarded the tower in advance, we destroy the bell. Finally, when everything is ready, Arksan cuts the bell with intense magic of fire. Ni was convinced that the plan was successful when Arksan sheaths his flaming sword. I'll leave this to you. I still have something to do with Yusato. I flew to the palace. I'm about to leave this place. We who have destroyed the bell must leave this place. That's because the guards outside cannot notice the bell in the center of the kingdom that has been destroyed at night. When I tried to talk to Arksan to get ready to escape, he looked at the bell, which was still red and hot, and looked down on him. Arksan, you don't really like using the flames for that sake. Yet. I don't mean to be selfish, but my flame is too dangerous. After Arksan was being manipulated by Ni, he said that he didn't really like to use the flame. If it converges and is released, it will easily burn even the bones of living things. I was fortunate that when I was being manipulated by Ni-san, it was just a fire. Indeed, it seems that the flames that he fired weren't severe, unlike when he was being manipulated by Ni, which seemed to concentrate the flame onto the sword to the limit. Rather, it's clear at a glance how powerful it is at the time when you can easily cut off such a big bell. I also feel that Arksan doesn't want to use his flames due to his gentle personality. However, he stood up and lifted the sheath in which the sword was housed and lifted his mouth open with a gentle smile. If my strength is needed to help others, I'll be happy to do it. Well, don't overdo it, okay? Haha, please tell Usato that instead. Replying to Arksan's words, I smiled as well. I'm sure. No, Usato is crazy. He always does whatever he likes, like when he fought with the Wictal dragon. Gwa. Yeah, I know. Usato is fine. While stroking Bluren's head, I glanced at the palace not far from here. Usato is over there now. All we can do is pray for Usato to come back safely. I muttered to him, trying to help someone in a remote place. What did you do? Fegnis, who was stunned, pulled the sword and turned the point. Can't you tell just by looking at it? My friends broke the cornerstone of the Samaria Tower. That's not the case. We're keeping an eye on your friends. I shrugged my shoulder as if amazed by the words of Fegnis, who had lost his polite tone. You keep watch of that? That's a really funny joke. Isn't your lookout team too simple? Actually, I didn't ask how Ni was going to break the bell, so I was confused. But I showed a fearless smile so that he wouldn't realize it, and when I said those words, he had a bitter look. That should be. However, when he saw Ni on my shoulder with a quick look, he pulled out the sword on his waist. Then, with the sword in his opposite hand, he puts his hand on the sphere of the handle and points it here. Sword. Uncover the falsehood of his person. With the chant, the ball at the bottom of the handle emits a dazzling light. The owl, illuminated by the light, slowly turned away from my shoulder and turned into a black-haired, red-eyed vampire girl with a shattering sound. Oh, it looks like the transformation has been deduced. Everyone on the spot opened their eyes and looked at the black-haired, red-eyed girl, which was Ni. I see, so it can revert her transformation that quickly? I'm glad I didn't meet Fegnis when I was working with her. Any Ni-chan has become a human. Foo. I'm not surprised anymore. Well, the owl has turned into a person. It's not at all strange that a person turned into an owl. I will explain later to the two parents and children who are confused behind me, so let's concentrate on Fegnis for the time being. Human, no demons? And moreover, the appearance is a girl called Ni who was a friend of Usato. You finally noticed. Are you guys seriously underestimating me? I wonder if you even knew a half-beast, a magic knight, a girl, and a monster in our party. Oh, is that so? Was there a monster in my group? Fegnis laughs at Ni, who dismayed as if they were fake. Maybe he couldn't stand it. Fegnis regretfully shakes his shoulders and shifts his gaze from Ni to me. There shouldn't be any demons that turn into humans. Usato-san, what did you bring to this palace? What? It's just a familiar, as you can see. What else? A monster with a high intelligence can't possibly be a familiar. I'm not insane enough to not know that. Well, that's exactly what Fegnis says. I was thinking that I should answer appropriately because it is troublesome, but Ni, listening to Fegnis's words, put her arm in front and came out just before me. You still don't get it, do you? What on earth did you see in him, hey? Usato is beyond human. That's rude, okay. How can you call me that when you were the one who made this contract without my consent? Anyway, you're just trying to make me fall into your trap by saying that Usato doesn't categorize as common sense, right? Hey. The source of the curse is outside, so Usato can't do it alone? Despite how strong he is, this brain muscle healing magician is a child, so if he separates himself from his friends, he can only sprint. No matter, I'm a 17-year-old kid, I'm not so stupid. Well, that's true, though. Oi. Why do you admit to it so easily? Oh, but it's impossible for Usato to get caught in a vicious curse because I'm here. In other words, Usato can do nothing without me. That's too much. Ouch. And I think flicking my head is too much. Ni was holding her forehead with tearful eyes. For the time being, she should be alright since the flick was pretty tame and there's healing magic, but she loves talking big hey. Fegnis shakes his shoulders as Ni was groaning at me. The bell, do you know what the bell is for? It's the hope for this country. It's not a hope. It's just a device that collects magical power and sends it to the curse. I can't believe you can be this delusional after so long. Hi. Fegnis, frightened by the words of Ni, who said that while rubbing his forehead. Wait a minute, what do you mean collecting magic power? Lucas-sama, who was behind, asked Ni. Ni shrugged once more, then answered. That's right. That tower was the one responsible for supplying magic to the curse. To think that that tower that we kept believing, had afflicted the royal family. Eliza. And Eva. But where does that magic power come from? It must have come from somewhere, right? Ni nodded at his words and responded boringly. Pray. Prayer. If you pray to that, it will be sucked up by a little magical force and collected by the bell at the top of the tower. It is called the country of prayer because the people of Samaria pray for the future of the kingdom. But here's the irony, as the people were supplying a curse that would undermine the royal family. Absorbing a small amount of magical power from a prayer using magic tools or something, and supplying it to the curse. A large amount of magical power is required for the curse that binds the souls of hundreds of people to continue functioning. To make up for it, the tower was worshipped and the people of Samaria were prayed as a symbol of hope. As Ni says, it's an ironic story. How did you notice? Not expecting this to be exposed, Fegnis was startled. Hey? Immediately when I heard your story from Yusato, I realized that the bell had some hidden agenda when I first heard it. So when you came here, you looked at that tower and felt uncomfortable. In the end, Ni helped out the most. I will thank you after this matter is cleared up, but now let's manage Fegnis in front of me. I calmed down and asked him in a slow tone. The curse will eventually disappear when the source bell is destroyed, but then Eva's stolen life and body are unlikely to return. To help Eva, we have no choice but to go directly to destroy the curse. We can't waste time and magic with unnecessary fights. When the tower was destroyed, there was a time limit before the curse disappeared. This is the final warning. If you still have a conscience, go through it. According to my words, Fegnis slowly raises his right hand silently without moving his expression at all. Along with the signal, the knights of his subordinates pull out their swords and turn their enmity toward them. So you won't budge. Since you turn your swords toward us, let us take appropriate measures. Sigh. Lucas-sama. I don't care. He's no longer a knight who serves the country. A traitor obsessed with delusions. Feel free to beat him up. Getting the final verdict from Lucas-sama behind me, and I look at Ni next to me. She smiles in a good mood, and transforms back into an owl with a popping sound, jumps on my shoulder and activates magic. Let's do it. Ni. They sure are stupid, thinking that they could defeat me when I have a monster beside. Please stop treating me like that so naturally. Phew phew phew. After activating my healing magic, a green aura and a purple pattern covering it appear on both hands. Since I took a day off, I was in good physical condition together with magic. These opponents who we will fight from now on are those who play a part in the cause that created the current situation. If those people interfere with us, there is no choice but to break through with force. Phew. Ha. Whoever attacks first wins. I took a long, slow breath and punched one of the knights who wasn't ready yet. The several knights didn't expect that I would suddenly plunge into them. Hey, what? Too slow. Goo. I strike with my fist against the abdomen of the knight who is trying to hold his sword in a hurry. The knight restrained his abdomen and stripped off his white eyes, and was unable to move due to the effects of restraint magic, and fell down quivering and shaking. Restriction magic and healing punch, healing restraint punch. No, let's name it healing restraint fist because of the bad vocabulary. That's one, down. The remaining 4 knights stopped moving and looked at me as if they were frightened. What is that gaze like looking at a vicious monster? The fallen one did have serious injury, but he's intact? Rather, he may be healthier than before because of healing magic. Please be relieved. The punch I'm about to deal isn't life-threatening. So please be relieved and be beaten. The words and actions are completely like what a villain would say. I thought I had been tainted by evil for a long time, but this is one a whole new level. Ignoring what Ni is saying, the knights once again hold their swords and hold their fists. Don't fight alone. Enclose and limit your movements. Fegnis holds his sword from behind, gave instructions, and the 4 knights spread out to surround me. I'm not that easy to be surrounded by, so I jumped forward in a way that would benefit me. No matter how good your physical ability is. With this number, 2 people who jumped to the left and right, and 2 people who came from the front to attract my attention. I suddenly approached the 2 people in front of me and grabbed one of the knight's elbows and breastplate and shook them around with force. At the same time, the other knight, who was surprised next to him, hits the floor with a throw, but I've already activated my healing and restraint magic before he suffered too much damage. Gwa. Goo. Healing throw, healing restraint throw. And that's 3 people. Oh. This time, the two knights rushed to me by themselves. I calmly created a healing bullet and fired it at the knight coming from the left. Pfft. Wow! What is this blinding? Hey. What is it? It's nice to have a healing blindness, but wasn't it unnaturally rigid? Such cowardice! The fifth knight who shook his body on the left tried piercing me while my eyes were on the other knight. Sorry, but I'm not a knight. I avoided the piercing in a half-body shape all while speaking, and counter back with a healing restraint fist. I looked down at the knight falling from his knees and turned around as it was. A while ago, the knight who received my healing bullet. He has already fainted. Somehow he was covering his face with white eyes and fell. Moreover, it's covered with tears and runny nose. What does that mean? This person just received a healing bullet, so he should have been able to fight. No way, even for healing bullets. Chi. Because I was distracted by the knight who fainted for some reason, I was late to notice Fegness's attack. I immediately backed down, and holding a fist, Ni, who was on the shoulder, was angry while hitting my cheeks. Yusato, what were you hooting at? I don't care if you get hit, but I'm weak to physical damage, okay? No way, even I would get hurt if I was cut with a sword. It wouldn't just be painful? You idiot. Since I've dodged it, you don't have to be so angry at me. I quenched the angry Ni and turned to Fegness. You are the last. How? Fegness muttered something with a small voice. Yes. Why? You have such power, but you want to become the rescue squad for the kingdom of Lingle? If you put yourself in a proper position, you should be able to achieve great results. You should be able to help many people. He desperately said and somehow sighed. Most of the people he says are for the sake of the Samaria people, and nothing else. The attitude of thinking only about the people in my own country is great, but for me, the words sound awful and selfish. After all, you don't understand. What? I'm in the rescue squad because it's my house. It doesn't matter what the position is, the reason I act is always simple. I glance at Lucas-sama and Eva at the back, as they look forward and laugh while being shy. I'm here because I wanted to help, because she doesn't want to disappear. While in the war with the Demon King, Kazuki, Senpai, Amako, Nake, and Ni, all acted in the same way. I don't need any more reasons. Fegness, listening to my words, looked like he had given up somewhere. In the meantime, I used healing magic and created a healing bullet in my right hand. As Ni subsequently released the magic of restraint, I understood why the knight who received the healing magic bullet had fallen. Let's end this. I'm not weak enough to be defeated so easily. No, you're finished without doing anything. I cast a healing magic bullet at Fegness, and at the same time I start running at him. I know that technique. If I can read the orbit. He swung his sword to the side and accurately cut the healing bullet. I can see that. You're called the captain for a reason, you can cut off as much of the healing bullet as I threw. Moreover, since it is a mass of healing magic, it will recover you. But that's the story if the healing bullet was normal. Ugh, what? His arms which are holding onto the sword and cutting off the healing bullet are wrapped in the light of the healing magic and at the same time they are bound by the technique of restraint. I told you. I'm not alone. Curse you. Fegness, who can't move his arms and makes a distressing voice, strikes the healing restraint fist 3 times. Fegness, whose movement was completely blocked by the magic of restraint for 3 shots, stopped moving while standing upright. Did he faint? The royal family seeking a hero continued to suffer from a dreadful curse, and the magician family seeking a hero continued to protect the curse for the next hero for hundreds of years. Depending on how you think, this person may have been trapped in the curse of Samaria. Hey, Yusato. What? What happened? While looking at Fegness, who had fainted while standing, I was thinking about it for a while, and Ni, who was pulling a little, came to me. No way, have you added magical properties to the healing bullets? I was doing it unconsciously. Well, I can do it if I try. I did what I did, I just added the effect of restraint magic to the healing bullet. If you hit the target, the healing bullet with the restraint magic that has landed can limit the movement of the opponent for a short time. Perhaps that knight who fainted without knowing, was struck by a healing bullet with magical effect on his face and fainted with fear that his face did not move at all. I have devised an extremely naive technique. Wow, I didn't know it because I didn't use magic, but Yusato really does a slant above his expectations. I'm not overwhelmed by the idea that the other person is incapacitated. But it's okay because the other party is still intact. I didn't think of that. It's not an admiration, but rather an unreasonable feeling from her. Well, it feels familiar to someone. Anyway, in addition to the healing restraint fist and the healing restraint throw, I made a new technique again. This should have a new name. Let's name it Healing Restraint Bullet, how about that? Yusato has no catastrophic naming sense. I was slightly hurt by her retort. But with this, we can finally confront the curse. Okay. Is Lucas-sama and Eva injured? While fighting with Fegness and others, I look back to see if the two people behind have been hurt. The two people in the back had a stunned look, but when Eva, who was held up by Lucas-sama, had her eyes glittering. Yusato-san really is far from being human. It's really amazing. Oh, hey Eva. No matter how honest you are, you can't say that. I just noticed. Rather than being distracted and being told that I'm far from human, it is more deeply pierced to my heart when being told with respected eyes. Flicking the laughing knee on my shoulder, I slightly dropped my shoulders. Lucas-sama, what are we going to do with Fegness and his knights? They won't wake up for the time being, so we can leave them for now. I'm more worried about the time. I understand. Certainly, I'm scared of time now. Since the bell that supplies magical power is destroyed, the curse of the main body may disappear. If it disappeared naturally before destroying the curse, Samaria's royal family and people would be released from the curse, but Eva, who had already been deprived of body and soul, would disappear forever. I absolutely must avoid such a situation. Okay, let's hurry. I'll explain about this guy along the way. Pointing at me and saying, Lucas-sama nods. We left the fainted Fegness and others, and we started to proceed to the end of the aisle. After defeating Fegness and traveling through the castle, I explained to Lucas and Eva about Ni, the familiar monster that had been disguised as an owl along the way. Lucas-sama was very surprised when I explained that Ni was a half of a vampire and a necromancer. On the other hand, Eva seems intrigued by Nia that has transformed from an owl to a person. So you know the exact location of the curse, right Ni? Of course. That's why I'm leading the way. Ni walks in front with her black hair waving back and forth. Our footsteps echo throughout the castle, which is illuminated only by the lights of magic tools. Yusato, I assume that you know, but I'll just ask again. The two of you behind should listen as well. Ni spoke out while facing forward. Yusato and I are the ones fighting the curse. You two just have to look. Yeah. To be honest, I'm just a king, so I'll oversee the battle. It's good that you understand. Well then, should I also remind you that we might fail? Oi, Ni. Watching Lucas stressed to that word, I warned Ni. However, she stares back at me. There is no guarantee that the curse will be destroyed, so you have to be prepared for the worst. But it's okay, Yusato. Please continue. Lucas shows a serious expression. Ni quietly opened her mouth. The curse is on the verge of disappearing because the bell that was the source of the magical power was destroyed. It is not a bad thing to disappear since these are the captured souls who curse the Samaria royalty. As for Eva, the soul and presence that she has taken will be lost forever. Yes, that means I can't live for too long. Since her life has been cut off, she may not be able to live for a year at worst. Eva muttered and painfully felt a tingle. Well, in order not to do that, this hobbyist is trying to destroy the curse. But if it fails? For example, if the curse is difficult to destroy, or Yusato is in danger. If that were the case, we'll give up on breaking the curse. If we fall into a situation where we cannot do anything about the curse, we have to pull back. It's more dangerous than it was originally. To get her soul and existence back, I have to be close to Eva. But my resistance spell can only be applied to either Yusato or Eva. However, if the curse had a clear intention, then Eva, who would be unprotected, would be targeted. No matter how monstrous Yusato is, I don't think he's able to overwhelm hundreds of curses. Ah! Can you not show me as if you're not convinced? I'm not saying that you can't. That's why I'll do my best to help. Ni turned awkwardly and said so, but I who was a grimace also leaked a smile. We were enemies just recently, but after getting to know each other, she's more human than you think. Eva was smiling happily to me, looking at Ni walking forward, and she was happily talking to me. Yusato and Ni are very close friends. It's a little different from being close to each other. It may be more correct to say it's a matter of trust. Phew phew phew. Eva smiles cynically, but it didn't hold any power. Maybe her body isn't the best. If she doesn't regain her existence in life, she won't be able to move and live a short life. What's wrong? Eva turns and looks at me worryingly when I have become silent. I don't want to think about what happens after I make a mistake. However, there is no guarantee that we'll be 100% successful. As Ni puts it, I must destroy the curse, thinking of the worst possibility. We've arrived. While indulging in thought, Ni stops in front of a large door. The place we stopped is. This door is. Lucas-sama, looking at the door illuminated by the magic tool's lights, is astonished with his eyes wide open. No way, is this the place? Yes. It was very easy to find. After all, the king at that time seemed to have a strong desire to reveal himself. There is a throne. The place I was invited to this castle, the first place I met Lucas-sama. This was where the curse that had been eating away at the Samaria royal family was hidden. It was so close. I couldn't notice. Ni enters the hall with the throne, and walks to the wall behind the throne without hesitation. She cleverly touched the wall, nodded, and opened her mouth. Yusato, can you break this wall? Can you not assume that I can just break a wall this thick? Well, I'll try it. It looks like a hardened wall, but can it be easily destroyed? While I was a little worried if I could break it myself, I rushed into the wall with a straight kick and hit, and my legs pierced the wall more easily than expected and collapsed. Beyond the collapsed wall, a spiral staircase leading to the back and a dull, creepy breeze blow. It was surprisingly easy to break because there was such a space behind the wall. It was the king at the time that instructed the hero to be bound, so it is natural to put the body of the curse in a familiar place. Reason why it could be easily destroyed. Not really though, it's not a wall that's so easy to destroy. Wow, Mr. Yusato is amazing. The feeling of déjà vu courses through me as they reacted to me from behind. Why am I having flashbacks about the situation when I hit the target back in Lookvis? No, let's switch feelings. Okay. Transform into an L, Ni. Lucas-sama, please don't let go of Eva and stay behind me. Yes. The transformed Ni rides on my shoulder. Lucas-sama also picks up Eva so as to be careful, and goes down behind me. Well, there's a big curse below this. Keep that in mind, Yusato. Yeah, I'll hit it with all my might. I clenched my fist strongly and said that. I began to go down the stairs so as not to slow down. A hidden room was hidden behind the throne. We set foot on the spiral staircase, and we went down the stairs with great caution. Ni illuminated our path with the light of the magic tool that she sneaked from the castle some time ago, and after going down the stairs, the green light that stands out in the darkness is visible. With that light in front of me, I took a deep breath again and stepped into the space where the light was leaking. This is... The space where the light leaked was a place like an altar. Although it was covered with dust as a whole, there was a space that could accommodate dozens of people, and the altar in the back had a crystal ball that emitted a green light to enshrine something. Probably that is the core of the curse. I understand without Ni saying. You can see the magical patterns moving in the crystal as if they were mixing, and above all, the atmosphere that seems to be dangerous is transmitted briskly. Yusato. Yeah, there's more than yesterday's. I know this because I faced the curse last night. This rough and unpleasant feeling, like a lot of eyes, are directed at us. It's kind of like a curse inside my stomach. Eva, are you okay? I wonder if Eva felt the same thing as me. Lucas-sama was worried, and when he called out, Eva screamed at me as she squeezes her hand. Yusato-san. I know this feeling. No. When I ask Eva that while looking back, she shakes her voice as if she was frightened. It's the same as a dream. With those who had a grudge on me. You don't have to say it anymore. I know what you mean. Okay. In other words, it was the curse's work that caused her to have nightmares. I thought that the people of Samaria had a lot of resentment, but they often try to hunt down in her dreams. Wait. Then. Who are the people who protected her in the dream that the curse would have shown? The Samaria people, who have a grudge against the royal family, can't protect Eva. Maybe. Yusato. As I expected, the curse has a core. I'll break it before the curse really moves. Ah. Ni, who looked at the crystal on the altar, excitedly moved and said that while flapping her wings. Is it possible to break it just by hitting it? Isn't it necessary to break the curse first? I was thinking about using it, but I don't need it. That crystal is, so to speak, a wedge that binds the soul to this world. Unlike magic, it is made by a person, so if you break it, the soul that was trapped will be released. I'm a little uneasy, but if she says so, I'll obey. However, it seems like what I would have done too. You did say to break it, but shouldn't we leave such a brute force method as a last resort? What are you talking about now, even though you can only use your fist? So rude. Even I would think before I hit. Well, it's quick because you don't have to think about it. All you have to do is break the crystal in front of you without thinking. I guess that's my purpose here, skeletons appearing from all over the hall that could not be compared to last night. Here. Ah. Looks like they've gathered. Ni, let's end them in an instant. Switch the resistance magic to me at the right time. Lucas-sama, Eva is defenseless for a while. Call me when it's dangerous. Okay, be careful. Yes. I confirmed with Ni on my shoulder as she nodded, and I touched Eva's shoulder lightly held by Lucas-sama. If I am equipped with resistance magic, I can ignore the skeletons and go to destroy the curse in the shortest distance. Eva may be defenseless by that amount, but I will destroy it before that happens. Now. SHHH. Ni's dispel activates, and at the same time the resistant magic that covers Eva's body jumps out to the front. Let's go Ni. I know. Then, the magic of resistance is put on the body, and the magic of restraint is put on both hands. The skeletons start moving due to my sudden action, but the movement is slow. A skeleton reaching out from the ground. Also the skeletons that attacked from the ceiling. They can't keep up with my speed. HMMMP. GI. I dealt with the annoying skeleton floating in the front with a healing restraint fist without difficulty, and after accelerating, I drew my right arm and squeezed my fist tightly. The distance to the altar is approaching. After that, I just have to hit with my fist directly. This is the end. A clenched fist is swung down at the altar. However, it was up to that point. Ah! Gu, ki. What? Cling clang, and after hearing the sound of multiple chains, several skeletons cracked into the wall at a tremendous speed like it cut between the fist and the crystal. The fist that was supposed to hit the crystal was blocked by the skeleton that became a wall, and the direction was shifted. What? The skeletons being pulled by the chains are connected to the wall. What is this? Now, the chain has moved regardless of their intentions. Yusato, let's back down for now. Maybe I've made a ridiculous misunderstanding. It's no use pulling back. Let's hit it again. Ora! Are you even listening to me? If I can stop it, I might as well try. Raising my fist again and trying to swing it down, the skeletons block in the same way as before, but this time I will hit it until it breaks with both arms so that there is no problem even if they're blocking. I tried to stick out the right fist while ignoring the control of knee. Sto, plea. Wow! A small, child-sized skeleton pulled out in front of my face. Instead of screaming, my fist stopped because of those begging words. Can't believe they're using such hands. Pulling the fist that was sticking out and descending from the spot, the frustrated knee looked at me. This is certainly unexpected. It would have been nice if I had the intention. But this is, obviously someone with a different intention from the skeleton that wants to openly disturb us. It's different from a skeleton. While protecting the altar in front of us, I avoided the skeletons that attack from the surroundings. No, watch the skeletons that are being protected. The chain connected to that collar. That stretches from the ceiling/wall and forces the skeletons to move. I have an unspeakable anger towards them, who are forced to be pulled in front of the altar like slaves. Bullshit. Is this what it means? An existence that uses the people of the Samaria people who are suffering from the curse of their souls? If this really exists, what happens next after they prevent the altar from being destroyed? Currently, they can't stop me as I'm being protected by Ni's magic, even if I dodge dozens or hundreds of skeletons. The means to show me the gap is that. Yusato, there is a curse here. Eva. At the same time, I heard Lucas-sama's voice from behind, turn around. Turning around, Eva is surrounded by many skeletons and Lucas-sama who hugged her is protecting her. I'm coming now, HH. Although I tried to go to help, suddenly the movement of my legs was hindered and I was about to fall. Looking at the foot, the chain that was connected to the skeleton was wrapped around. Tisk, you. Resistance magic is limited to curse, so it cannot be prevented otherwise. The chain can be released immediately, but Eva is in danger while doing so. Moreover, there are countless skeletons heading here as well, probably to stop me. I have no time to hesitate. Ni, cancel the magic that is applying to me. Hey? Don't be stupid. You know what happens if I remove the magic that protects you in such a place. Please. Arg. Alright. Why am I even being good with you? Seriously. Don't you die on me, okay? The magic of resistance applied to me was released, leaving me unprotected against curses. Regardless of that, I grab Ni that is on my shoulder all the time. Let me apologize for now. Sorry. Why are you holding me? Wait. No way. I'll leave you to help Eva and Lucas-sama. I lightly threw Ni towards Eva and Lucas-sama. Ni screamed, but soon unraveled and returned to the original vampire form, landing near the two. She gazes at me with teary eyes and when she shakes her hands with Eva and Lucas-sama who have round eyes, she activates magic and moves away the curse. Shortly after I was relieved, the skeleton, which had a chain entwined around my leg, caught my foot and I suffered the same headache as last night. I immediately trampled the skeleton at my feet and wielded a fist at the skeleton attacking from all sides. Kaka. Every time the fragments of skeletons shattered around mere feet, the bones increased like a mountain, and I could hear the ridiculous laughter. Kaka. The number and playback speed are much faster than last night. I couldn't make it in time, and two skeletons were attached to my back and legs, pushing my teeth. Hey? You think this kinda shit can stop me? Wah! I smashed the skeleton that was entangled in my body, crushed it with a turning kick. I grabbed another skeleton and crushed several pieces together and smashed them into pieces. It is not possible with a decent method, so let's destroy the soul with the appropriate number and means. Who are you? Suddenly, a voice echoes in my head, different from the laughter. I tried to find the master of that voice, but at the next moment, I threw the skeletons holding the chains connected to my neck all around me all at once. This is... The skeletons that were shot down just before bite into the whole body, as if I were looking at my gap in which my limbs were restrained and I was unable to move for a moment, due to the chains flying like creatures from the front and back and left and right. But... Skeletons entwined and biting with both arms. I could not stand properly because of the extraordinary pain that could not be compared to last night, as I kneeled down. Yusato-san. A mockery that was not heard before. The voice of Eva calling for my name. The skeletons attacking me filled my field of vision, and the next skeleton showed me was literally a sight of death. You don't say. Yusato was being swallowed by a skeleton in front of him. While he could not move him, I was looking at him and immediately suppressed the desire to rescue him, and continued to supply magic to Lucas and Eva. Ni-chan, Yusato-san is. Worry about yourself now. If you leave now, you're gonna cause another Yusato. Resistance magic can only be applied to one target. Because I am touching Lucas and Eva now, the effect of resistance magic is being activated, and if either Lucas or Eva separates, it will move away from the range of effect of resistance magic. I'm sorry. I can't fight, and I'm stuck in between, so Yusato. That's right, Yusato won't falter to that extent. Don't say anything unnecessary, just worry about yourself. I'm talking to Lucas with a pessimistic look behind me, but I'm starting to be impatient. Yusato is strong against physical attacks, but weak against mental attacks. If he's already suffering from mental attacks of only a few skeletons as of last night, and now he's eating countless skeletons, Yusato's heart may be broken. My lord ends here, and I, the servant who disappeared from the lord, becomes a stray monster as before. Fu. What the heck am I thinking? I should have been prepared to die before becoming Yusato's familiar. There is no place to go back now. Strictly speaking, Yusato's status as a familiar is now where he is. It may be okay to give up my life here for the person who decided to go all out to the outside world for a short time. I'll be with you until the end. Whether it succeeds or fails, I will fulfill my role as a familiar. I'll show you what I'm capable of. Similarly to when it caught Yusato, with a thin smile, the skeleton threw a chain here, and I devoted more magic to resistance magic. Then, the resistant magical pattern that covers us three emerges like a bulge and transforms into a spherical barrier. Show me what you got. In this case, neither the curse itself nor the chain can be touched. Instead, the magic is completely fixed on the spot, and it uses a lot of magical power, but it should be quite effective against these opponents. The barrier will repel all the chains thrown by the skeletons. Although there are some skeletons who hit their bodies with all their might, it has no effect. Ni-chan? To protect us. I'm doing this because Yusato said he's going to help you. So you should stay silent and just watch. To withstand the impact of the skeletons coming in, I stick my hands forward and concentrate on maintaining my magic. Resistance magic is certainly a powerful magic, but it is not a magic that is invincible. It can endure any number of attacks with the set resistance, but it is not very strong against other attacks. Therefore, I have no choice but to use magic to reinforce the load caused by shock and weight. I guess it's better to be straightforward. While enduring the onslaught of skeletons, an individual appears from the floor in front of the altar that gives off a distinctly different atmosphere than the skeletons I've seen so far. Although it is a skeleton, it had an expensive robe which had a tattered and a cane, uttering words with rattling rattles. You finally appeared. I have only come out of the slightest whim. The healing magician is already in my hands, after that I can accomplish and fulfill what my lord has dreamt of. When the person in front raises his hand, the chain extending from the neck of the skeleton is pulled back, and the attack is forcibly stopped. Whimsical, I think he actually showed up after seeing that the skeletons can't hold back. Moreover, in addition to being able to communicate with others, it means that he can handle curses to some extent because he stopped attacking. And from his word of fulfilling his lord. You're quite an obsessed prick, hey, magician. It's not sane to tie your dead soul to a curse, pretending to be a death sentence. A magician? No way, is he the magician who has been executed by the king with the intent of sacrificing other people? It's no surprise that Lucas is surprised. No way, I don't think a human being who lived hundreds of years ago is obsessed with a hero even by binding himself to a curse. It's a funny story to think about. The king and the magician sacrificed their people of Samaria to a curse, but for some reason only the royal family was cursed. Originally, the descendant of the magician, the Fegnis clan would only be cursed. It's funny that he hasn't been cursed either, because he was only transferring the direction of the curse to the royal family. It's almost correct. But it's also to help keep my curse. In other words, Fegnis was also used to prevent death. Thinking so, the teaching that makes a hero to be so obsessed is also like a curse. What are you going to do with Yusato? Either way, if you lose the source of magical power, you are destined to disappear. Even if you are convinced of winning, it is only temporary. Cuckoo, Kukiku. What's wrong? The magician who shrugs his shoulders screamed when he turned his hollow eyes toward me. I don't need to supply magic power anymore. What do you mean? It is also possible to bind the soul to the body by using my magic, the magic of bondage. If I can get a new body, I don't need the supply of magic or the existing curse. That's an unreasonable thing to do. Dead people are not allowed to come to life again, let alone dead people taking over living people. It's impossible. You seem to have noticed. But that healing magician is going to become my new body. The purpose was not to bind Usato to Samiral, but to take over Usato's body? A mental attack in which Usato is being hit by skeletons. If dozens or hundreds of people's thoughts are poured into at once, the mind of a normal person will break. The skeleton who saw me who changed the blood phase after reaching that thought again screamed and gave an unpleasant laughter. They really are simpletons. They're just clowns that seek on unfulfilled wishes and rush to the living people. However, there are still many. If a regular person can see the voice and memory of a grudge that they can't stand listening to, they could break their hearts. Then Usato. I'm sure he's watching the scene of hell endlessly. I look at Usato surrounded by skeletons. He cannot be seen because he is surrounded by a tremendous number of skeletons, but he continues to see the hatred and detestable memories of the people of Samaria. If you are a normal person, it will take less than a minute. Please stop, why are you doing that? Eva asks the magician with a quiet voice. The magician mocked and laughed with his nose. The reason is simple. I adore the hero. I sought a hero because I worship him. I caught and tried to make it eternal. As a result, it failed. Yet, you can't bind the hero who defeats the wicked dragon with your own magic. Certainly magic is powerful, but it is easily dealt with by far more sophisticated opponents. Of course, the target is a hero who even defeated the wicked dragon. The power of the element is also terrible, and above all, you won't win with just strength. At that time he just patted me with all my curses. He disappeared without breaking the curse. As if this was my punishment, my crime. If so, if you make an effort to feed on that failure. Shut up, you naive little girl. For the first time, a magical voice is emitted from the magician. Eva trembles. It's hard for a human being to work hard to reach that area, but I think it's right that we make use of our failure. I'm not stupid enough to repeat the same thing. Then, the words that the magician said next was the worst thing imaginable. So I thought. Why not become a person with the qualities of a hero? I don't mean to say this is a true monster. For that reason, at the expense of the lives of many innocent people, even to the extent of becoming a soul and becomes part of the curse. Now, if you can just be a gentle sacrifice for the curse, you can also be with the healing magician? You can even meet your lost mother. I don't like it. Usato-san is still working hard. I can't give up living here now. The healing magician is already in my hands. It didn't take long to break his mind and apply my technique. At least I thought I was being merciful, so I decided to choose an easy way to destroy him, but it seems to be useless. Why, oh you bastard! I curse the magician. Compassion seems to be too kind of a word for him, but it's like saying that he is certain to erase him anyway. When you can only vomit words that narrow down such options, you can see that this magician is a way out of words. You can never be a hero. At that time, Lucas told the magician such a thing. The calmly spoken words contained quiet anger. What? If you can only say words like that, you'll never be a hero. Now that's interesting. A hero is an entity with overwhelming power. That healing magician, too, is a peculiar entity that continues to regenerate the body with healing magic and continues to extend the upper limit of his body and become stronger. If I can be that kind of person, I can become a mighty person. Isn't it? You must be joking. It's useless to say anything to you who is fascinated only by power, but I'll tell you nonetheless. Lucas stepped forward strongly and moved beside me. I silently shift to the side and face the magician so that he can talk easily. It's not the power that matters, it's the heart of the person who handles it. I knew someone like that, and it's Usato. He understood it. He has great power, but he won't abuse it. He uses it to save people. Do you know how difficult that is? So what? What can you do to become a hero with your aspirations and beliefs? It's all foolishness. You are the stupid one. What's the point worshipping a hero? What you worship is only that power. I wonder if the magician was surprised by Lucas' words. Despite that, he spun on the following words. I'm sure the hero who defeated the wicked dragon must have fought for the people's lives, but what made it meaningless is you and the king at the time. What's worse, after all this time, you regretted nothing. You have continued to use the souls of the people who have been sacrificed for 100 years. A man who tramples on the dignity of such a person cannot be a hero. Certainly, the heroes of the previous generation must have fought for the people of Samaria being suffered from the wicked dragon. Therefore, he continued fighting without sleeping, and at the end, he jumped into the mouth of the wicked dragon and stabbed his sword into the dragon's heart. However, what was waiting for him after the battle was the betrayal from the country. That would have saved them and the dead body of the people who had been saved and were sacrificed to bind him. It may be natural that we are devoted to human beings. It's thanks to him that I won't have to give up after not being able to help my daughter. He told me he would help me, so I can hold on to what little hope I had. Let me throw you this question then, is it possible for you to make people hopeful? No. You sacrificed hundreds of innocent people, and even used their souls for your own benefit, now you're trying to take over Usato's body. Only a coward would do that. The magician doesn't speak to Lucas, who revealed his feelings and said so. Instead, the ridicule that was rattling from the beginning disappeared, and only the eerie atmosphere was conspicuous. That's enough, after all, it's a meaningless story of a king who can do nothing. I'll destroy your soul and make it a puppet. Smiley face, tisk. At the same time as the magician's arm moves, the magical power is trapped in the barrier that was holding it and activated. At the moment, the skeletons, which had been blocked by chains until now, all rushed to the barrier. Knee. Are you okay? Get down. Lucas and Eva were worried about me as I took the onslaught of the skeletons at the barrier and raised a painful voice. Great magic. As expected of a demon. No, let's call it a vampire out of respect. However, no matter how much the magic repels the curse, if you keep receiving this many curses, your magic power will run out eventually. I know, even if you didn't tell me. I clench my teeth and say so while enduring. What I'm doing now is just earning time. Why are you going such lengths? What you are doing now is meaningless. The healing magician can't help you anymore, he'll soon break his heart and I'll get into the shell, and my plan shall be achieved. Hey, it's gonna take more than that to destroy Usato's spirit. Minutes have passed since Usato was caught by the skeleton, but the skeletons did not try to leave him. That doesn't mean that Usato has given up yet. Looking at the silent magician, I'm convinced that Usato's current endurance is unexpected. No matter how strong the body is, the spirit is human and still an immature child. No matter how much hope you have, it's no use. Phew. What is this? Even though I'm in a desperate situation, I smile at his words. You're so humorous right now. You've convinced you've won, you're in good shape, and you're ugly to look at, it's just like my situation at that time. I'm sure Usato at that time looked the same as I was, looking at the magician in front of me. It's the same as me who had a horrible end as a result of defeating the other party when my plan went well. The things you have planned will definitely fail. After all, the guy you're about to get is doing ridiculous things that you can't measure on a normal scale. You'll be seriously injured if you think everything will go smoothly. Ordinary humans do not use healing magic in battle and do not try to fight the wicked dragon head-on. First of all, it is funny because that man consists of only a strong body. This magician does not understand it. I'll hit you with all the souls that can be used in this place and end it. The magician raised his arms greatly with words that seemed to be frustrated. According to the movement, hundreds of chains extend from the floor, and more skeletons than ever have appeared. I don't need a spare. Either way, I have already used it and it has already been used. I'll use you when my soul has been worn out. You really are hopeless. You should be grateful that you are being used in my plan. If all of those attacks were to be attacked at once, I wouldn't have enough magical power. However, I have no choice but to protect them. I feel like I'm in a desperate situation, but nevertheless, I desperately put myself up and confined myself to the barrier. Go. Oh. Gay. Floating skeletons flood my barriers. I close my eyes to prepare for the coming shock and load. Gar. Ah. However, the shock that should come is not coming. The voices of the skeletons I heard have changed from a beast-like scream to a mixture of startle and confusion. Opening my eyes slowly while confused. What is this? In front of me was a translucent white figure standing to protect us from skeletons. If you look closely, many white figures surround us, preventing the onslaught of the skeletons. Are you protecting us? A white figure suddenly appeared. The one that caught my eye most was the image of a woman with long hair, who had both hands spread out in front of us and protected us from the skeletons. Although it shines a white light like other figures, the long hair reaching up to the waist is colored blue, and its appearance is similar to Eva. So, you have come. Do you know what this is? Eva. Listening to Eva who said happily, I asked about the white figure in front of us. These guys aren't the bad guys. They are the people who have always protected me from scary dreams. Protected me from scary dreams. So are they the ones who protected her heart from the curse of the Samaria people? Who are trying to mentally hunt her down? But why did they come out now? I wonder if they jumped out of the curse in the crisis of Eva? Father, it's all right now. These people will protect us. Father. Lucas was staring at the white figure in front of me, maybe he didn't hear Eva's words. Looking at him for a while, Lucas shook his voice in tears, strengthened his hand to hug Eva, and opened his mouth. Ah, I see now. So that's how it is, even if you have lost your body, you kept watching this child's growth nearby. I'm no match for you after all. I didn't need your parting words because you were with Eva all the time. Hearing Lucas' trembling voice, the woman with blue hair turned around and smiled gently. Listening to Lucas' words, Eva blinks her eyes. I see, this woman is most likely Lucas. That means the figures around us are the royal family who have been erased by the curse. Impossible. At that time, the magician echoed in the hall. Why are you guys coming out now? You are just humans who don't even have magic. You're the ones who have erased your body and captured your soul. This is impossible. No, I don't care about that. Right now, you're in my way. Along with the words, the magician pulled up the chain further and flooded the figure with more skeletons. Ha ha ha. You can't stop the grudges of the hundreds of dead people wherever they gather. According to the magician, the skeletons cannot be stopped by the royal family. In fact, every time they receive a skeleton, the white shadow fluctuates like smoke, and its appearance changes to a dull one. The figure of the woman in front of us is no exception. However, perhaps the woman was not paying attention to the skeleton's attacks, she turned around again and slowly moved her lips. I can't hear her voice. But she's certainly trying to tell us something. What on earth? She's saying. It's okay. Eva, can you understand what this person is saying? Yes, somehow. Is it possible to communicate to some extent due to the effect of protecting Eva who was receiving the curse? Or is this woman simply this child that should be considered a given? What is all right? The situation remained the same as before, and even if she said that it would be okay in such a situation, it doesn't look like it. When she smiled with a gentle smile that reassured me of my concern, she spun a short series of words. Since he's awake. While confused, I tilted my head on Eva's words. Judging by this situation. Ha ha ha, no matter what you do now, it's all futile. I have planned for such a long time, and it will succeed. All of you will break your soul and become my puppet. Ha ha ha. Tisk, damn you're annoying. The magician who raises a laughter without revealing the true nature of his character. I glared at the magician thinking I should say something back, but the sight of the skeletons surrounding Yusato behind the magician leaving the spider's children scattered apart. By entering, I understand the meaning of the woman's words. Ha 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 ha. A figure approaches from behind the magician who is laughing without realizing the abnormal situation that is occurring behind him. At the same time he can be seen clearly, the movements of the skeletons attacking us gradually slow down. By the time he was just behind the magician, the skeletons had been pulled by chains and weakened to the point that they were forced into the barrier. Seriously, just because I woke up a little late. What the hell is this? I'm happy about it, but I'm shocked to see him. Anyway, I could see the anger that felt far away in the arms that were so powerful that the blood vessels floated. Oi! What? Along with a serious voice, his hand extended from the back of the magician who was laughing loudly, then grabbed his head. WHWHW hat, you are supposed. What's wrong? Laugh more. You sound like an idiot. So, laugh while you have the chance. He slammed the magician's head into the floor as is. Looking down on the crushing floor and the shattering skull of the magician with cold eyes, Yusato makes a fist whilst smiling as usual. What? Can't laugh anymore. When someone is really angry, they naturally smile, which is what I heard from a traveler who came from somewhere, but it seems that Yusato is in that state. It was such a clean move, and I'm so glad he came at such a good timing. When I was woken up by the skeletons, the next thing I saw, my entire vision was in a pure white space. The people of Samaria who stood to surround me were standing in the center of the white space, grunting and groaning. Then, when I heard the voice of the grudge, what was shown was the memory of the Samaria people reflected in a pile. I was forced to see the sight of those who are burnt by fire, hunger, cry in the rubble, and tremble in the fear of death. I can't take my eyes off the sight of all these visions hitting directly into my head, and I suffer from a headache while clenching my teeth. You. The first shown was the memory of a man suffering from poison. The man who sucked the poison of the wicked dragon, rotted his lungs, and could not breathe and suffered, and finally sacrificed and emptied off his soul when he saw the signs of healing and could return to his family. I wanted to live longer, and see, my family. Next, I was shown the memory of a woman who witnessed the death of her beloved family in front of her. She lost her important things and lost the hope of living, and all she wanted to do was see her loving family. I just wanted to see you. Next is the memory of the knight who fought to protect the people from the wicked dragon. He who was exposed to the wicked dragon's poison from the front without any attacks, miraculously survived his life, but he was soulless by the ruthless king and the magician. I was finally saved. That's what I thought. The skeleton's grudge voices are piled one after another in my head. Memory of people who were seriously injured by the attack of the wicked dragon. The memory that the soul is pulled out by the outrageous king and the magician. An everyday memory that would have been happy turns into hell in an instant. Due to the suffering, the scene changes. A pile of debris that fills my field of view, and a small hand with soot. The sight in front of me, the girl cries silently. Kugayama. The shout of the wicked dragon that shakes the air. When the girl who fell down due to shock looked at the tip of her voice, the wicked dragon with a stronger and dreadful appearance than in my memory exhaled poison. Then, my view was blocked by a silhouette of a man. It was a man who wore clothes and armor that looked like an adventurer and had a long sword and a small sword in a sheath disproportionate to their appearance, and was facing each other without hesitation at the screaming wicked dragon. Hirohama? The wicked dragon swings its big tail sideways to the silent man. The tail that approaches with tremendous momentum while transforming the surrounding buildings into rubble. On the other hand, the man pulled out the same sword that I had from his waist and headed towards the tail, which would contain the evil power. The tail shocked the entire surrounding, creating dust and wind soaring everywhere. With that hit, the tail would have hit the man directly and struck the stunned girl who had stood still. In the sight of a girl who rolled on the ground with so much shock, the figure of the man caught the tail of the wicked dragon with his fist holding a small sword and jumped into the field of view. What? Strengthening up, sealing. When the man muttered so, the blade of the small sword poof, and a sphere like Kazuki's magic bullet emerged softly. When the sphere returned to the blade of the small sword again, the blade itself took on a golden light this time. Then, the man, holding the light sword in his hand, pierced his abdomen as is. Release. At the same time, he pulls out the left sword from the belly, and somehow there is no scar or blood mark. Without warning, the man runs to the wicked dragon. The speed is so fast that you can't even imagine a slim body could do that, and every time he steps, the ground is greatly scooped. The wicked dragon opens its big mouth to the approaching man and exhales a deadly poison. Sealed. However, the poison disappeared so that the hero could suck it up simply by pointing the handle end of the long sword on his waist. The hero hit the chest of the astonishing wicked dragon with his left hand holding a small sword. The large body of the wicked dragon flew away in the air with a fist with no magical power. Rot with your own poison, monster. The hero who holds the small sword pulls out the long sword, grasps it with both hands and holds it in the upper stage. Release. With his shout, his sword shook and a violent shock wave of purple ran from his sword blade, engulfing one wing of the wicked dragon flying in the air, cutting through the clouds and disappearing into the sky. The girl who was watching the blow of the man who even broke through the dark cloudy sky fell asleep while holding the emotion similar to fear and admiration, and never woke up. Hey, who's at fault? The king? That scary dragon? Or, was it the hero? Ku. Skeleton, no, they are the ones who are living and suffering from my life. Some people still wanted to live, some people who wanted to meet important people, a grudge that left their important family dead. My head, who has been forced to hear the hundreds of regrettable voices. Want to live? Why? It's all your fault. Disappear. Die. Atone for your sins. The voice of the grudge that is poured from the surroundings becomes stronger. Accordingly, my headache becomes stronger and I cannot stand properly. So much so that I had to put my knees and hands on the ground, and my hands and feet slowly filled the white ground. If I sleep as is, will they supposedly be released? Haha. I don't feel like I can bear it anymore. My head seems like it was about to burst, and I don't even know if I'm looking forward or downward. I was made to see the scenes of dead corpses over and over again and again, and every time I was listening to the grudge, my spirit was tattered. I thought that it would be nice to give up and be comfortable, such an idea was growing in my mind. However. Oh, shut up. It's not a good reason to fall now. Ignoring the skeletons, I forcibly pull my sinking limbs from the ground, staggering and standing up. The skeletons were upset by my words. It may be surprising that I, who was a dead body until a while ago, suddenly stood up. Certainly I feel like dying. My head hurts and my consciousness is blurred. While focusing on my legs that were about to collapse, I slowly glanced at my surroundings and spit out my full voice I can give to myself. Why are you showing me this? Did you want to be sympathized? Do you want to say that you should be captivated quietly? Don't be ridiculous. That's not a good reason to harm Eva. My head is so painful that I can't even understand what I am talking about. Despite that, I honestly say what I thought. Eva, doesn't know anything yet. She has spent her entire life in such a narrow barrier, and was divided by the rest of the world. Still, with a smile. She actually doesn't want to disappear. She wants to live more. And yet, trying to accept it unreasonably. Is that reasonable? I wanted that child to know the outside world. It's not just a few trees planted. There isn't just a flower in a small flower bed. There's not just a fish swimming in a pond. The world she came from was very small. The outside is so much bigger. I want her to know that I'm breaking the curse that binds her down. I understand because I came from another world. This world is amazing. Swords and magic, monsters, various unknowns are roaming around. I was worried because there were so many things I didn't know, but I was really excited to think that I was waiting for something amazing that I would never be able to experience in the original world. So that's why. To not die and not to end without knowing the outside. I will help her. And that's why I will destroy all the curses that have afflicted her. I raised my fist slowly and gripped it tightly. So shut up and be saved by me. When I screamed and slammed my fist on the white ground, the Samarima people who surrounded me were scratched away, and the white space itself shattered like glass from the crushed ground. I then woke up from my consciousness to rise above the surface of the water. I removed the hand holding my head and opened my closed eyes, and at the same time, I thrust my arm vigorously to shake off the skeletons attached to my body. Immediately after waking up, I crushed the head of a suspicious skeleton, and looked down at the skeleton while waving my hands. It's okay for me to say that this guy must be the one behind the scenes because he has a cane and is wearing a robe, isn't he Ni? When I point to the skeleton that is restoring the skull and ask Ni, she takes a step back, frightened for some reason. Ni. Yet. It's the magician who causes the curse. Why is she using honorific with me? Anyways, this was the guy that fits. It was a different feeling from other skeletons, and above all, I felt that the malicious intention was stronger than the grudge, but I wondered. When I heard from Ni about the identity of the skeleton in this robe, Lucas who's holding Eva walks up to the side of Ni. Yusato-san. You're safe. Yeah, I'm fine. Are you alright, Lucas-sama? Oh, thanks to Ni and her, there's no injury. I see, her. Is he referring to the translucent figures that's around Ni? They look more scary because they look more like ghosts more than skeletons. They are the Samaria royals that are bound by the curse. So that's it. I gaze my eyes on the words of Ni and move to a woman who looks exactly like Eva. When I move near here, she shows a cheerful smile similar to her. When I heard from Eva, I was expecting that the royal people who had been erased by the curse would protect Eva, so I was not surprised. Shit, how? Ha! Did his skeletal head recover from me crushing it as the skeleton in a robe staggered? The magician was trying to stand up. According to the story I heard from Ni, it seems that he was bound to curse his soul by being executed. He really was able to go on for that long. The feeling of dismay rather than anger comes out. The magician pointed at me holding his forehead and shaking his teeth. Why, how could you endure it? You must have been in a nightmare that an ordinary person could never endure. Do you mean the memory that the Samaria people showed? I don't know what purpose you showed it to me, but there's no meaning. I just shut them up. That's all. No, how can you just shut them up just like that? What did you do? But it's true that I've summarized it briefly. Returning to the shape of an L, I laughed bitterly at Ni who jumped on my shoulder. As if not understanding my words, the scratched-up magician is confused and looks around at the skeletons around me. Let's do it again. Go. Dead people. Break their hearts. The chain linked to the skeleton's necks is pulled strongly. However, the skeletons remain weak and do not move. As if ignoring the magician's command, they gently keep their hands down and watch the situation. What's wrong? Can't move. Why aren't you guys moving, and why aren't my orders working? Don't you want to release your soul? The chain becomes larger, but the skeleton does not obey the magician's orders. I think everyone finally understood. That what you told them was a lie. Don't screw with me. How can that happen? As if they can speak to you. As long as they're caught in the curse, they're just hand pieces that wield hatred. They can't be willing to refuse my order. Wrong. I have learned from their voice and memory. Not just hate. Everyone wanted to be free from suffering, so they wanted to get someone to notice. It was so painful asking for help, and they couldn't do anything about this suffering themselves, so they kept obeying orders. They aren't able to communicate from the outside. What they're doing now is because Yusato was drawn into the same spiritual world as them and made some change to them there. It's not a decent way to risk breaking his own heart. As expected of Yusato. I didn't have any intention of doing that, so it would be a problem to say that it's just a matter of fact. However, it seems that it was not a bad thing for me to be captivated by skeletons, albeit at a time. There is no soul to follow you anymore. Break the curse here and save Eva and all the trapped souls. Ni, let's do this. Yes, let's finish this. I grip my fist and gaze at the magician sharply. The magician who received my gaze receded back, but when he shook his body, he jumped at me with a roar like a beast. If I can get your body, then everything will be fine. Usato-san, it's dangerous. Usato. I put my right hand to the side so as to reassure Eva and Lucas-sama, who were panicked by the sudden attack of the magician, and I grabbed the magician's neck vigorously. At the same time, I have a dull pain in my head, but since it is a trivial thing now, I ignored it and lifted the magician with one hand. That degree of mental aggression, I've got used to it. HHHNG, this monster. I'm used to being told that as well. The magician who entangles both arms to escape from my right hand, but his strength is weak. Body, even just the body. My body is mine. If you want, train yourself in the next life. It should be a lot easier than preparing for hundreds of years. As I said that, I grabbed his neck, and threw it to the front. I took out the hero's knife from the waist and covered the blade with healing magic and restraint magic. I clenched the handle strongly and threw it at the altar, aiming at the flying magician. What a. If you want such a hero, I'll give it to you. The small sword that drew a green locust flew while rotating, hit the forehead of the magician with no problem, and stabbed him with the momentum as if to sew it to the crystal of the altar behind. I'll get back everything that was robbed. Magician. I hold my right fist and make a big step toward the altar. Seeing me approaching, the immovable magician shakes his body as if to plead. I don't like that. I don't want to disappear. I don't want it to end. It's too late to regret it now. There must have been many opportunities to regret it. If you're the originator of this curse, let's share that curse and fate until the end. No. D. My fist straightly hits the handle of a small sword that pierced the magician's forehead, and shreds the magician's head together with the crystal. At that moment, a lot of human spirits are released to the hall with the overflowing light from the broken crystals. Looking back, the chains connected to the necks of the skeletons all over the room also shatter into pieces, turning into human souls like other souls and disappearing. Ah! The shattered magician's body changes into a human soul. When I saw the human soul rising to the ceiling while making a cry, I smiled. If you can retrain yourself and be reborn. Are you going to put it in parenthesis? You seriously don't have a great sense. The fellow retort to me is cold. Depressingly so. Ni stared at me with a blind eye, relieved the tension and took a rest. Well, let's just say to Amako the words from Usato, so that's one case. No, it's not so yet. Saying so, I turned to Eva and Lucas-sama. The two were looking up at one blue-haired woman. As the souls of other royal families disappeared one after another, a blue-haired woman, Elisa-sama, with a smile that did not make her part. Ah! Then, light spills into Eva from the hand stroking her head. Looking at Eva, who is keeping an eye on what happened to herself, Eliza, who grinned and smiled, muttered something small, turned into a human soul and returned to heaven. Father, my body. In a hurry to Eva's words, Lucas-sama lowered her to a nearby light and illuminated its shadow, and all the shadows that had been lost by more than half before coming here were all restored. After seeing her shadow restored, Eva sat down on the ground and touched the floor where the shadow was inserted. Mom helped me. She was always watching over me. I wasn't unhappy at all. Father and mother were with me all the time. Tha. Yeah, you're right. You're not unhappy. You can live like other people. Eva and Lucas-sama trembled with joy and wept. I was looking at such two from a distance, and I fell down on the floor while relieving myself. Finally, one case is settled down. Eva and the souls of Samari, all people have been saved. Ni, everything was saved thanks to you. And thank you for protecting Lucas-sama and Eva while I couldn't move. Phew, praise me more. Yeah. Could you give me that kind of feeling of thanks? Specifically, with blood. Ha, I got it. I've really exhausted myself this time. Psychically it may be more than the time of the wicked dragon. I'm glad I was saved. Eva was laughing with a reasonable smile, which made up for everything that I've done. After breaking the curse, I went to sleep just after returning from the altar to the hall with the throne, probably because of fatigue. Next thing I woke up, it was the 6th night. When I woke up, there was Amako, who looked into my face anxiously by the bed, and Ark-san and Ni, who were sitting a little away. Apparently, after that, Amako and my friends seemed to be allowed to enter the castle, and they kept watching me in the room where I was sleeping. I'm glad that breaking the bell doesn't seem to be a crime. However, Amako started preaching, "You're too crazy," or "Don't be overconfident, no matter how sturdy you are." Certainly I realized that I had done a lot this time, so I obediently accepted her words and firmly apologized to Amako and Ark-san. Really, I owe it to you so much that I couldn't thank you enough. I did it on my own accord. We were in the throne hall the morning after waking up. The wall I broke was hidden by a cloth, and Lucas-sama was sitting on the throne in front of it, with Eva next to him. The reason we are here is because we are departing from Samaria today to the next country, the floating city of Mialark. Amako and Arksan lined up on both sides of me, and wondering whether she's bored or something, Ni was sleeping on my shoulder as an owl. Is Lucas-sama going to face difficulty in the future? I would like to say that the people who suffer from the curse will be gone and thus, a happy end, but it was not the case that the whole curse was destroyed by breaking the big curse. The Fegnis family and those who were inspired by it, for example, unless you manage the Knights of Fegnis subordinates, similar things may repeat. Ha ha ha, this is much easier than ever. I caught Fegnis, who was the chief curse keeper, and his knights. After that, roast the people in a potato growing ceremony. Fegnis. What is he doing now? A person who relied so much on curses. What kind of reaction will he take when he learns that it was destroyed? He was like a shell, saying that the curse had been destroyed, and, terribly, knowing that every cause was his countless souls of his ancestors. He was shocked and has been imprisoned in the dungeon now, but I think only time will tell for him to recover. Is that so? Lucas-sama is having it hard too. The person who he has trusted for many years must be treated as a traitor who has deceived himself overnight. Let's change the story. Regarding the letter, Samaria will be cooperating with the Kingdom of Lingal, as I said at the beginning. Together we will protect the continent from the Demon King. Thank you. Somehow I felt happier than when I first received the letter. Maybe because we knew Lucas-sama's personality in the last 7 days, or was I sincerely pleased with his sincere words? Either way, I was able to successfully fulfill one of my roles. Yusato, thanks to you I haven't lost Eva. If you weren't there, maybe I would have been abandoned and cast my duties as king. Thank you very much. I've done what I want to do. I didn't seek anything in return. I really did what I wanted to do. Don't be humble, it's all on you. Yeah, that's what I want. Yeah, I can rest assured if it's you. Leave what? I wonder what is this uneasy feeling I'm getting. What does he mean by leaving it to me? Lucas-sama, who nodded all the while, relaxed his shoulders and looked at me after looking at Eva. So Yusato, this is the main subject. Thank you for the last 7 days. I'm going to travel soon, so I'll see. I knew it. I thought that I was amazing. When I sensed a crisis in various ways, I smiled and bowed back. Amako and Arksan who were next to me looked at me in puzzlement, but now I was in a hurry so that I could not answer their questions. However, maybe Lucas-sama was expecting that. He snaps his fingers, and the maids stand in front of me. No, Yusato. You don't have to rush. Isn't it better to hear the story until the end? In my world, there is a saying that time is money. That is, treat time as worth money. Well, that's a good quote, but the story we're going to talk about is well worth it. I try to pass between the maids while explaining the proverbs that I remember, but the maids cut in before me with a smile. What drives them so far? If these people were knights, I could forcibly go ahead. Tisk, as expected of Lucas-sama. He really has all sorts of countermeasures after knowing my personality. Hey Yusato! What happened? Amako, please help me. If we lose this battle, it may turn out worse than being cursed. What? What are you talking about? That's right. If you hear such a thing, you'll tilt your head, isn't it? When Amako tilted her head, Lucas-sama who came down the throne spoke to me. Yusato, I talked about pulling you into my country, but I won't do that. Yes. Oh, it's different from what I expected. Stopping his footsteps and turning to me, he smiles and raises his fist. Isn't Yusato going to be the son-in-law of Eva, and willingly following my footsteps? I'm sorry if what I'm about to say is rude, but what on earth are you thinking? I used to be one of the knights. Don't worry about it. I usually manage politics with courage and charisma. Rather, I'll only allow someone to have her if they have such courage as you. Isn't it illegal for the king to force someone? Hey, I'm the proof in front of you. His talk is getting stranger. Why did you ask me to succeed after you? And the story jumped so much that I became confused. Amako pulled the hem of my robe when I was muddy without knowing how to react. Hey Yusato! What do you mean? What the hell are you talking about? Explain properly. Keep calm and be Amako. I'm calm. I'm really calm, this is my claimest moment of my life. Amako looked up with no expression and I was too scared to say anything. Ha ha ha. You'll do it right, Yusato. Arksan is just laughing. Don't make it sound like it's another person's affair. I can't laugh because I feel like I'm being pushed more and more. Yusato-san. Eva. Please tell them something too? You would dislike having an engagement so suddenly, right? Does Yusato-san hate me? Are you also taking advantage of this? I am even more confused when she asks me with a very uneasy look. Honestly, I'm happy by their goodwill, but in her case there are dangerous parts in. various ways, so it's too risky to accept it. The sharp line of sight from Amako and the hopeful line of sight of Lucas-sama are only getting stronger. But it's all right. She entwined her fingers in front of her chest and smiled like a flower. You don't have to mind me, my mind will not change. Won't change. What is this déjà vu? I will do my best until you like me. That is the solution. Far from being solved, it seems that I will enter the labyrinth of the graveyard of life. Rather than going around, it seems like a confession that looks like a man. Actually, I want to accompany Yusato-san on a trip, and I want to see various things together. But that is annoying for Yusato-san. So, it's goodbye for now. When we meet next time, I want to touch various things that I haven't touched until now, and to grow even more. Her words and smile made me wonder what to do. The memories of several days spent at the same place as her and various thoughts spin around. Confused, I deeply bow to Eva who is smiling. So, let's be friends. What is this confession from a guy and the girl refuses? Her straightforward personality is not unpleasant. However, as a result of considering the future development that I had been engaged with now and the mission I am now carrying out, I had no choice but to give such a chicken answer. While I am self-deprecating as a cowardly guy, I also want to be just a suspension bridge effective distraction. Yet, it's insane to suddenly get engaged. It's important to start with something small. If we have to start by being friends, I don't mind. What is she even saying? It feels like a predator aiming for a prey. Lucas-sama also murmured with a distant eye, after all she is Eliza's child. So anyways, we have to get going now. Oh, wait a minute Yusato. After being unable to bear various things, I bowed deeply to Eva and Lucas-sama, and then, using a serious step, I passed through the maid's gap and tried to get out of the throne quickly. This is bad Lucas-sama. However, before that, Irie-san, the butler, enters the throne with a few sheets of paper from the entrance. At that time, my shoulders hit him, probably because I was in a hurry, and the paper softly slipped from his hands and fell to my feet. When I picked it up and tried to give it to Irie-san, I saw a letter on the paper that was marked as big. What the hell is Tieas? I raise a loud voice that is not like me, and hold on to the paper. Amako and the others in the background see my anomaly, panicking and looking into the paper in my hands, and they become rigid like me. The text that surprised us was refusing the prince's courtship. The rumored female hero wanted Yusato, the healing magician? It was a support shot from a distance of Inugami-senpai. Superbly, it helped accelerate my crisis. What are you doing, senpai? What are you doing, senpai? Seriously. No matter how much you don't want to get married, why did you give my name? I know this feeling because I am in the same situation. I can already see senpai's face with a T-hepero in my mind. And this is me? What the hell is this? A portrait was drawn under the heading that was written as big. However, it is the only thing that fits my hairstyle, and the bottom of the hair is shaped into a surprisingly beautiful shape. The hell is this? Someone holding a rose, seems to make a hole in the wall because his nose is too sharp. Moreover, even though it's my trademark, the uniform is decorated with decorations that look like an aristocrat, and there are almost no prototypes left. If the leader or rescue squad sees this. Moreover, Nak is in the rescue squad now. If he sees this as well. My dignity as a teacher. Rose will absolutely grin when she sees this. Ha 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 ha. Yusato, it's okay. I like the current Yusato more. This picture doesn't look ferocious at all, it's just a human being. Is Amako really following up with this? I think that the one who drew me like a demon was the correct answer in a roundabout way. Ho ho, this is quite the development Eva, apparently you'll have to defeat your rivals to get him. Still, I will do my best. Ha ha ha, that's the spirit. I will spare no cooperation. Maybe Lucas-sama, who looked through the other piece of paper, escalated as if he received it from Irie-san, in a form that demonstrates stupidity. You guys are noisy. I'm still tired, so don't make so much noise. Yusato, what is that paper? Many healing magic bullet. Bugyafu. Shooting healing magic bullets that hit Nee's forehead, it stunned her. This is bad, I can't let her see this portrait of me. I can't stay here anymore. I can't stand this anymore, time to run from the castle and escape from there. From behind, Lucas-sama and Eva waving their hands with a bright smile and seeing us off. I'm glad that they both smiled from the bottom of their heart, but the feelings of engagement and succession at the end made me feel like I was in a hurry. What should I do now? Yusato. Nee is peeling off the white eyes and sticking to Yusato's clothes, is she alright? Hey! There are things I can't do even if I break a curse that lasted for hundreds of years with my friends. I jumped out of the castle and looked up at the sky, and I realized it. Author's note. Yusato is in a pickle. No matter how strong he is mentally, Yusato himself is still a high school boy in his original world, so he is vulnerable to such development. With respect to his senpai, it is not her intention that the case for refusing to seek marriage has spread. Far from being happy, he'll be writhing in red. I would like to write about that area in another side story. Author's note. Sorry for making you wait. This time, it's a side story of Suzune and Kazuki. When making an irreparable mistake, people give up thinking. The only way for people who couldn't think of anything and couldn't pull back later, is to move forward while abandoning their thoughts. Even if you make a mistake, you mustn't stop moving forward. Because if you don't proceed, the situation will only get worse. The words being said cannot be erased or returned. My feelings for him, known to many, cannot be deceived. What should I do? Really, what should I do? Suzune-san. Stop messing around and get a move on. Today is the day of departure. Kurumiya, I'm at the bottom of my disappointment right now, so please leave me be for a little while longer. Responding to the voice calling me, I was thinking of a poem that translates to me escaping reality, and I replied with my face pressed against the pillow. Currently, I am in an inn in a country called Comhelio. I made a big mistake in that country where they had a strong faith in the heroes of the previous generation. Specifically, the fact that I have a feeling for Yusato has spread not only in this country, but throughout the continent. However, it is not intentional. My mouth slipped, or it just became a little uncontrollable and came out in various loud voices. Oh, it's so embarrassed just remembering, I wonder why I said that. Hey! In the first place, this whole thing started with the desire to subdue the huge demon cow that was trying to break the wall covering Comhelio. Although the demon cow itself gave us a hard time, I was able to defeat it, but it was difficult after that. Kyle Lark, the prince of Comhelio, has offered me an engagement. Moreover, in the middle of the country of Comhelio in the midst of many people's eyes. That's why you say that, even if you talk with your face pressed against the pillow, that disappointment is not conveyed at all. I was lying on my bed face down, and the only female knight to accompany me, Kurumiya, was amazed. Since we're only almost a year apart, she's easy to talk to, unlike other knights, but it seems that she doesn't have the heart to comfort me, who is injured. Seriously, how long are you going to sulk here? As a knight I admire your words, seeing your refusal was refreshing. Even if you feel refreshed, I've been in shame ever since I noticed my mistake. You reap what you sow. How can you say that? You're a knight? Can't you just comfort or worry about me for a moment? I thought that it was impossible. Why? Somehow I was refused. Anyway, the city has regained their composure, so now is the best opportunity. Really? Don't you believe me? His Majesty's has forgave you in the first place, so there shouldn't be any problem in getting out. Rather, he was happy? That prince was always wandering around the city. It seems that he was doing whatever he wanted. That's true. But I'm glad it didn't matter. If I was forced to get engaged, I was going to resist it seriously, but it was really good that the king in question didn't matter. But, aren't children pointing at me like, oh, you're the one who declined the prince? What kind of child is that? Please move. But. Now, articles scattered by reporters from this country are posted everywhere outside. Moreover, for some reason, there are caricatures of Yusato-kun that don't look like this. Kurumiya sighed at me, who was still wrapped in a futon, muttered can't be helped and cleared her throat intentionally. Ahem. But still, I do feel sorry for the marriage proposal after he made a situation where you couldn't easily refuse it, but I think it's a pity to refuse it. What was it that you said again? Was it I have made a promise to an important person for my future? Or something along the lines? It's passionate. I screamed at the top of my lungs at Kurumiya's words. How can you repeat what I just said? My heart has been taken by him, so much that I couldn't look at other men other than him or something like that. He only talks about healing magic. His strongest part is his unbreakable heart and kindness. I guess that's why I was attracted to him. My face turned bright red and I was rolling around the bed. When I was suffering from the overflowing shame while flinging the futon and pillow, the smiling Kurumiya continued to open her mouth. If the sword that defeats the enemy is us heroes, the shield that protects our friends is Yusato. That phrase was also cool. Stop it, stop it. No matter if it's me, it's a considerable dark history. Finally, I fell off the bed, crashed into the wall, and stopped without force while wrapped in a futon. He's not suitable for me because he's not a healing magician, or he's better than that weak guy, so I just said a tad bit much. That's the same feeling for us. Kurumiya, who pulled off the futon from me when she stopped, wondered if she remembered the words of the prince at that time. Usato Dono, no, the rescue squad is special to us knights. Without them, our friends and colleagues would not have returned. It's unacceptable if people just say that it's only a healing magic dot. Kurumiya said so with a serious expression. Usato saved many knights in the battle with the Demon King army. And now, he is traveling with the same duties as me and Kazuki. Oh, did you just think of him? That's right. Given that Usato and Kazuki are doing their best right now, I can't stop at such a place. Right now, I am his. Can you not rub it in from the side after I've recovered? Even if my mouth is torn, I must not say those lines in front of the person. Isn't it different in another sense? Mainly among women. I didn't want you to talk about it. Maybe Usato's painting was like that nobleman. Maybe it's because they beautified the original Usato Dono to be received by women. I don't like that they dressed Usato. The first time I saw his painting, I felt a little unpleasant. Somehow, I felt that his charm was filled with useless decorations. Kurumiya has a moody look on me when I'm in a bad mood. From my point of view, I think it suits him. It doesn't matter if that feeling is conveyed to Usato Dono. Suzune-san, when you say that to Usato Dono, I don't know whether it's a joke, or you're being serious. I can't say this in front of Usato unless I put in a phrase. Oh, you're quite a maiden unexpectedly. I'm always a maiden though. Why do you look like that unexpectedly? When I got up in surprise, Kurumiya giggled and smiled. Well, it seems that you have recovered anyway. Above all, please prepare, because we will leave in the high days. I packed my luggage in advance, so it won't take long, sigh. We're stepping and moving. Kurumiya becomes a child who is very silent during battle and shoots a bow and arrow, but in normal times she loves to make fun of people. When I saw Kurumiya leaving the room with a smile, I sighed and I changed my clothes and grabbed the doorknob of the door. Alright. I can't pull back anymore. The fact that I refused to propose to the prince because of Usato, went widespread throughout the continent, and that fact cannot be changed. Honestly, I still feel embarrassed and want to go around, but I think about it the other way around. I should just push it through as it is. Go, you can do it, Suzune. I won't be depressed anymore. I decided to do so and opened the door. I'm in love with Usato. Didn't I tell you to stop? The words of Kurumiya, who was ambushing me next door, made me collapse forward. The determination I swore earlier shook strongly. Although I was prepared to be fooled by this story for a while, I was throwing up an electric shock chop of sanctions on the giggling Kurumiya. Haha, senpai really loves doing bold things. Just when leaving the country where I first visited, I broke my cheeks when I saw the letters written on the paper delivered to the inn. I was also involved in various things such as duel tournaments, but my senpais are also in trouble in many ways. Usato sure has it hard. Do you think so too, Hilt? Yes. Hilt, a large knight walking in front of me. He is a reliable companion who plays an avant-garde in any situation and does not let the opponent touch with a skillful spear handling that cannot be imagined from a large body. Besides, his personality was bright, and he has helped me many times with his softness and personality during this trip. When he saw the article I had, he laughed cheerfully. Is it because senpai is finally getting serious? I'm not very familiar with the colors of love, but isn't this what she intended? True. Senpai does portray herself as someone bold. Because she was a little playful when talking to Usato all the time, it seems that Usato also took it as a joke. Well, from my point of view, it's funny. I think he's the only one who doesn't notice. When me and Hilt smiled, the knights who were following behind also smiled bitterly. Though it's a bit terrible for Suzune, but Usato is likely to be liked by women. Someone who shows it in action, not in appearance. From the perspective of a man himself, he is a rescue squad, can be respected. I'm convinced by Hilt's words. Usato's behavior is cool. When he said he would do it, he'll get through it no matter what, and when I learned that he was training to help Nak who was suffering from bullying at Lukvis, I thought it was really cool. Well, I don't think I need to speak badly about the future for Senpai and Usato. No matter what the ending is, I'm still a friend of Usato and Senpai. It's great to have a friend who can take care of your back. Both Usato Dono and Suzune Dono will think the same thing as Kazuki Dono. Is that so? Yes, I'm sure. I scratch my cheeks with a gentle smile as I hear the words of Hilt. When talking about Usato and Senpai for a while, Hearth turned around while riding a horse as if he suddenly remembered. For Kazuki Dono. How far has your relationship with the princess progressed? Again with that story. Isn't it okay? We shouldn't be bothered by the floating story with His Majesty's daughter, the Knight of the Kingdom of Lingle. When asked before, I managed to move the topic, but this time it's difficult. I was embarrassed and scratched my cheeks. No. I just promised to come back safely. I see. Why are you grinning? The people behind as well. Hild is a reliable friend who will travel together in the future, but it is really troublesome at such times. While my cheeks were hot from Hild and the knights behind him, who began to grin as if to guess something, I desperately began to find excuses that there was nothing with her. Author's note. This time, we released about 2 new characters. One for Kazuki and Suzune each. By the way, in this work, the heroine is not with other characters, so please be assured of that point. Next, we are planning a side story between Nak and Firm. Yusato-san. Where are you now? Are you in Samaria now? Or have you arrived at Myarak? Either way, I sincerely hope that your journey will end successfully. However, I believe that Yusato-san can easily overcome any adversity and hardship. Like when you reached out to me when I was at my lowest and helped me to stand up alone. Anyway, about a month has passed since I joined the rescue squad as an apprentice. The daily life of the rescue squad was harsh and at the same time, fulfilling for me. Alex and Seo were scary at first, but when I got to know them, they were very nice people who were kind to me as a junior. I often talk to Yururu-san who sometimes comes to the rescue squad. But every time I meet, I'm asked, "Are you okay? Your personality hasn't changed? You're not like Yusato." To be honest, I want to ask you how Yusato came to be like that, like really. And also, about Rose-san. I finally understood it after receiving the training from that person. Yusato-san was super kind compared to her. She's messed up. Once when I was dropped with Firm-san in the monster-infested forest, I was really prepared to die. I got out of the forest in 3 days, but I couldn't hide the horror from the fact that Yusato-san was in the forest for 10 days and was seriously trying to hunt the grand grizzly bear. In addition, "Hey, what are you writing?" Someone called out to me who was writing a letter near the rescue squad's dormitory. When I turned around, there was Firm-san, a colleague of the rescue squad who was staring at me. "Ah, this is a letter to Yusato-san. It seems the Hubert will come to convey us whenever Yusato-san arrives at the destination country, so I'd like to send him one as well." You really admire him? Yes, because he is. If he wasn't there to save me, I wouldn't be here now. Then, shouldn't you respect your senpais here as well, like me? Hey? Please stop with your sleep talk. Ah. Hey. Firm-san and I stood up with the letter in my pocket. As I say. You are my junior, so you should pay homage to me. What kind of senpai replaces their juniors with Rose-san? Alex and the rest might be, but I would never pay respect to you. What is it? I often quarrel with Firm-san, a demon who is 4 years older than me. At first, I was scared of a demon with horns, but as she was struck by Rose-san over and over again, I no longer felt afraid of this person. Rather, there is no fear other than Rose-san. Now, I'm so scared that I can't even go against her. This youngster. Shut up. You horn shape like a sheep. Sheep? How dare you call my horns a sheep? Oh yeah. The twisted horns seem to represent that sexual root. Mokai. I won't forgive you anymore. Even though you're younger than me, you just won't shut up. I'll engrave the fear of the Black Knight. Firm and I started a stand. However, Firm's physical abilities other than leg strength are overwhelmingly superior, so she can grab and pull my cheeks without any hesitation. I also grabbed her cheek without losing. Gu, Jiu. Retq. Q-ll. The both did not retreat and neither pulled. However, neither I nor Firm-san will let go. This is because it is a pain that can be tolerated compared to Rose-san's punishment. However, that is the same for Firm-san, so this is a struggle to decide which one will break. I'll never lose. Oi, you guys are noisy. Wah. At that moment, I heard a terrifying demon voice near me and Firm-san, and at the same time, a terrible blow fell on my head. Firm-san, who was in front of me, was holding her head with tears when she crouched down, making a soundless noise. This, fist without even realizing the presence. Rose-san. Don't quarrel about crap. What's our motto? Fighting is a law. There is no next time. Yes. The fear of Rose-san was soaked in my body, and Firm-san and I couldn't resist and apologized in unison. Rose-san sighed as if she was amazed, took out something like a paper from her bosom and presented it to me. I brought you something interesting. Interesting? What is that? You'll understand once you see it. Anyways, I'm going back inside. Don't make a noise. Rose-san, who is in a good mood, handed the paper over. When I received it, Rose-san walked toward the rescue squad's dormitory with a small smile. What is this? That woman laughs and hands it over. It must be something scary. It cannot be said that there is no possibility. Maybe there is a training menu that will hit us into hell from now on. When I looked over the paper that was handed over, there was Usato-san's name. Refuse the proposal of the prince? The rumored female hero's soul is with the healing magician? Usato-san? No way, the female hero is Suzune-san? Usato-san and Suzune-san seemed to be good friends even though I had met only a few times, but I was surprised that she had a feeling for Usato-san. What does Usato-san think when he sees this? Because it was that person, he wouldn't hate her, but I think he would be in trouble. But under the heading, something that looks like a portrait of Usato-san is drawn. But what is this? It doesn't look like Usato-san at all. Usato-san looks more like a demon if you want to make a portrait. He's not like this noble-like person. Firm-san. What do you think of this? It's not Usato-san by any means. Firm-san, who took the paper from my hand for a while, tore it into pieces with momentum. I was in a hurry when I saw pieces of paper falling on the ground. What are you doing? I was thinking of saving it because it was Usato-san's article. I was irritated, that's why. What is the reason? It's all over the ground. Shut up. I hate when the guy who's traveling gracefully and I'm suffering now. A sigh was made from Firm-san, who turned away with a dissatisfied expression. Though that isn't a reason to tear it. Usato-san isn't going out just to play though. I don't know about humans. I'm a demon. From the perspective of the demon Firm-san, it may not have anything to do with Usato-san's mission, which is working for human peace, but I think this person is different. Maybe you're lonely. Hey. Firm-san was shocked. Certainly, according to the story I heard from Tong-san, Firm-san was a soldier of the former Demon King army, and it seems that she was also a very scary person called the Black Knight. Usato-san caught it in a lumpy manner until now. Looking at her attitude toward Usato-san, she looked more like a child who was left alone than hated. After all, Usato-san seems to be taken by Suzune-san, so that's why you are irritated. Gee. Firm-san headbutt me in the head directly. Her head, which is eating Rose-san's fist more than anyone else, is very hard, and stars were flying around my field of view. Listen here, I haven't forgotten what he did. It can't be helped because you both were originally enemies. But how long are you going to be this troublesome? Hey, after getting hit by Rose-san, what do you think would happen if you get hit again? I'll be a chunk of meat, right? What kind of obvious thing are you saying? Firm-san looks straight when she says so while holding down her forehead. I was done by Usato. I'm sorry. I think I can empathize with you. I felt that I could hear Usato-san's voice screaming "Oh, in a distant place. After that, I want to know more about him. Why? Wouldn't you hate him because of his attitude? At least I thought she wouldn't like him, but apparently that's not it. In my words, Firm-san became more moody. He's an incomprehensible person. He heals my enemy, and after that he came to me in a cage with a light feeling and talked to me. When I entered here, he treated me normally. Isn't he afraid? It's natural that you want to know about such a person. Who was killing each other? Usato-san killing each other? No, it will be different. I don't think it's killing each other for Usato-san. Hey. He wasn't running around the battlefield doing that. He came to help a lot of people in this place, according to the rescue squad's philosophy. I don't know what happened when Firm and Usato fought, but Usato-san fought to help someone, maybe, no, I think it is. Usato-san cannot use his power to kill his opponent. If that was the case, Firm-san may not be living here now. Thinking normally, Usato-san's fist, if it does not have healing magic, is dangerous to human opponents. What does that mean? Did you mean that we weren't eye to eye in the first place? No, I don't think that's the case. Kukiku. If that's the case, I can understand that attitude of not putting me on my teeth. He didn't know what I was feeling, he was, playfully, that thing. Damn. I'll definitely get back when I meet him next time. She's hopeless. Firm-san, who was completely bleeding in her head, was talking a grudge against Usato-san while stepping on the groundwork. She seems to be having fun, but above all, if you make more noise. When I thought about stopping Firm-san, someone suddenly landed behind us. Firm and I stopped moving. There is someone behind. No, I can understand without looking. This is because a silhouette that is too familiar to us was projected in the shadow created by the sunlight shining from behind. The moment I looked behind me, a hand, which was sticking out so quickly that I couldn't follow it, grabbed me and Firm-san's head. How many times did I say not to make noise? Do you have a learning disability? Or do you want to spend your holidays training? Such a good heart. Do you want to do it 5 times as much as you want? Hey, no, that is, oh, you're grabbing my head a little too. I have nothing to do with Taiyeeyeein. If you don't understand, it's best to show. She's kind of scary and dominating, but ow 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 ow. From-san and I showed a face as if to make up as our heads were being grabbed. Rose-san who couldn't moderately adjust her strength. Now, we're going to have some fun and lovely training. Aren't you happy? Yusato-san. This is the daily life of my rescue squad. Certainly this was a ridiculous place. But what is it? If you live here, you will be able to become a different person from yourself. This is what I felt. Seal, what do you think a curse is? Suddenly, the Demon King asked me such a question from in front. After taking care of everything, I thought seriously for a while before answering the question that was asked, where I was standing behind the throne where the Demon King sits. Isn't a curse a grudge? It recognizes the person's hatred, or something that is aimed at a certain object. It's not an interesting answer, but, it's a form of curse. It would be a problem if the Demon King expected it to be interesting, but I couldn't say it even if my mouth was torn. The Demon King is a generous person, so some misrepresentations will make him happy instead of closing his eyes, but I'm afraid that my boss will know that. I'm scared of gossip. Preaching from expressionlessness is painful. What happened? Showing such a stupefied face. Oh no. I was wondering why Demon King was suddenly talking about the curse. I wonder how he could understand my facial expression even though he shouldn't have a glance at my face. After that, I wondered if I really was showing such a disgraceful face towards him. I hurriedly replied to the Demon King who talked to me without looking at me. Didn't I talk about the wicked dragon a while ago? Yes. I'm curious about the people who were there. The place where they predicted their destination leads to the story of the curse. The wicked dragon. The story of when a terrifying dragon revived in the world, albeit temporarily. And a strange group of humans led by a healing magician defeated the wicked dragon. Samaria, a kingdom that is now called the Land of Prayer. From my point of view, it is certainly not a country with a noble name such as the Land of Prayer. What does that mean? Because that is the place I know that the hero gave the most powerful curse that could never be broken. A curse that never breaks? The Demon King leaked his voice and put on a cheeky face, reminiscing the past while I tilt my head. The battle between the hero and the wicked dragon took place in Samaria. I said that right? Yes, well, yes. For me at the time, it was clear that the game would end with the victory of the hero, because he was given powerful armor by the Shinryu. In addition, his mental state was extremely dangerous. From this, it was clear that the wicked dragon was extremely unlikely to win. What was the dangerous situation? He was desperate. A series of betrayals, heartless voices from the unsaved people, whatever purpose of the guy who was tilting towards destroying humanity, and trying to save Samaria was a miracle in a sense. Harm can be done from the human side. It was also the hero who fought for his life for humans. Even I, who had little knowledge about the hero, could understand just how driven he was. As a result, he saved Samaria. It was a lot of gratitude to him who defeated the wicked dragon. Thanking him for saving their lives. Thanking him for defeating the wicked dragon. In his words, the wounded hero's heart was slightly healed. It's not a happy story to think that the hero finds hope in humans and causes harm to the demons. Hey! The Demon King smiled a little at my words. But that was just a deception. In the end, the saved humans were sacrificed by magic and died by the profane who were dazzled by the power of the hero. That's terrible, isn't it? Do humans betray even their own savior? That's human, but it gets worse from here. The content of the story itself is a hero's unfortunate story, but the Demon King who is talking about it seems to be quite pleasant. Many pointless sacrifices have carved a curse that can never be solved by the hero. Curse, is it magic? No, it's not that easy. Most magic works for him in the first place. If you want him to even take damage from magic, you have to release 5 or more magics in a row. If you do it half-heartedly, the magic would bounce back to its user. How bad was it? If it was that strong, wouldn't it be possible to seal me? When I heard it again, I realized again that the hero who fought against the Demon King was really an abnormal existence. The story goes awry. The curse took on many forms. Expectations, hatred, jealousy, and emotions from others turn into burdens and wear out the mind. It was aimed at the hero. And the Demon King who separated there stares at the void in a boorish way. The hero was killed because of his own desire to save the human being, he was killed by the emptiness that the battle so far has become meaningless, and the human who cannot die because he was a hero. He was struck by the regret that he had done. It was a curse that he couldn't leave no matter how much he shook it off. Certainly, Samaria may be called a country of curse. However, why do humans who lived before the Demon King was sealed try to oppress their relatives in such a calm manner? We, the demons, have some troubles, but that is not the case. It may be because there is an absolute ruler named Demon King, but in any case, the human race cannot be understood. What happened to the hero after that? He couldn't do it anymore, and just shook off our demon army and fought against me, and won. That was the end of it. Is that really all? Suddenly, I wondered if the Demon King was hiding something. Of course, I'm not thinking that the Demon King would betray us as demons. In the first place, if this person has forsaken the demons, the demon territory will have already become a vacant lot. In my words, the Demon King happily puts his hand on his mouth. I'm never bored conversing with you. I'm sure only you in this entire demon territory would dare to ask me, Seal. That is. I'm sorry for going too far. No, you don't have to lower your head. I raise my head after hearing the words of the Demon King. When I think about it, it was a question that I didn't hesitate to ask. Fortunately, the Demon King forgave me, but if the maid knew about it, she would suffer double pains of gossip and sermons. If that happened, no, let's stop imagining. When her shoulders were shuddering behind the Demon King began to talk with the same cold tone. This is a little difficult to put into words. To put it simply, the hero had hope for the future of the human species, even those who are stupid and unbearable now. When the times change, people and thoughts change. Looking at the present, which is only despair, we are looking to the future. The future is now. Who knows? I don't know that either. Because he carried a curse on his back, he can think about the future and the past, but he can't do anything more. No, maybe he could have done it if he'd put the heart to it. Well, now that he's dead, there's no way to confirm it. Honestly, I don't understand much. I tried to understand the hero, but I just couldn't comprehend well even when I heard the words from the Demon King. In the end, what did the hero think when he appeared in front of the Demon King, and why did he try to defeat him? But one thing I can say is, but in the end, he chose the humans. It's a stupid thought from my point of view. The essence of human beings never changes, and the dreamed future of a man who has eaten up his life with fools is the same as before. At the end, the Demon King was sealed for the sake of humans. No matter what the speculation, it is a fact that cannot be changed. Either way, it doesn't matter to you who is living now. The battle between us is already over. It is the history of the demons that I have built from the seal to the awakening. You are none other than you. All I have to do in this era is to win for the demons, that's it. With that said, the Demon King slowly rises from the seat. Although I tried to talk to him as if he was trying to do something, the Demon King turned to me before that. Seal, call the second corps commander. Yes, but what are you going to do? The battle between humans and demons is boring as it is. I'm thinking of giving them a chance to fight back. They? What on earth is he referring to? At least it's definitely not the humans and demons. Kukyuku, what's going on? I hope they haven't lost their fangs after hundreds of years. The Demon King showed a cold smile but did not answer my question. Looking at it from behind, it was rude of me to say, I don't understand what the Demon King is thinking, but I arranged to call the second corps commander as ordered. Author's note. We end Volume 4 with the Demon King. Volume 5 will have a little more combat.